Trouble, an Alpha Billionaire Romance. By Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Blurb.
So far it has always been me alone against the world, but now a woman has turned my world upside down. I am a loner. Some would say a daredevil, someone who only lives by his own rules. Money. I abound. Women. I take whenever I want, but usually I do not let anyone get too close to me. The past has taught me to have no feelings. My family is divided. My enemies are trying to kill me. That's the price for being Franklin Darwell. I would not care about that, but now there is Pam. A beautiful angel that the gods must have sent me. Her smile is like a cure for my dark thoughts. She is the one woman who would be worth dying for, but nothing should happen to her. I have to protect her. The only problem is that it's probably too late for that. Chapter 1.
Franklin Darwell was bored, and heaven help whoever encountered him while he was bored. Usually, he managed to entertain himself well enough. He didn't have a job to speak of, nothing above helping his mother manage the family estate and the odd bit of technobabble required from his useless degree, but that of course meant that he spent most of his time wondering what the hell he was doing with his life. Besides barely tolerating the people around him, that was. Usually, Franklin wouldn't bother with coming home. When he did, his mother would only encourage him to leave again and entertain himself. Personally, he was more worried about her and her ever-increasing eccentricities than he was about his own proclivities. After all, he was used to being called antisocial and untenable, when really he just had an extremely low tolerance for nonsense. And he certainly didn't mind calling people on it. "Well, don't you look perfectly chipper this morning?" Franklin looked up as his sister Janine entered the kitchen. She, unlike his mother, woke at the crack of dawn every day to go for a 10-kilometer run, not that she needed to when she was a scant size 2 as it was. At her comment, he merely glared at her. This was why he never came home. He was forced to interact with people who were insufferable early birds. He himself was only up because he had gone to bed around 8 the previous evening. Bored completely senseless. Janine sighed as she helped herself to some of the coffee he'd brewed. Among the Darwells, they were the only two that preferred coffee to tea, something that went strictly against their British roots. And they were very British. Franklin's sister, however, added at least as much cream and sugar to her coffee as she did to her tea, which in his opinion rendered the entire affair utterly useless. The last time he checked, 32-year-old women didn't get as high off sugar as their decades younger counterparts. "You going to have any coffee with all of that creamer?" he jibed, sipping at his own mug of black coffee. "Oh please." Janine sank down in the chair next to him, at the expansive kitchen island. "Are you really going to argue that you're tougher than I am? I'm the one about to go for a run in the freezing cold. And you are welcome to it," Franklin quipped in return, taking in the pale color of her coffee with no small amount of disgust. "I will be on call if you collapse halfway through, once your sugar high has abandoned you." Janine just rolled her eyes, sipping from the vile mixture in her cup. "I take it someone had a rough night? You're rather more caustic than usual." To that, Franklin only grunted. He didn't particularly feel like discussing his restlessness with Janine at the moment. She was, after all, the well-adjusted, most doted-on out of his siblings. When they were growing up together, there had never been any mistaking who was who. Russell was the one who would go far. He'd always been ambitious and adventurous, even after he closed himself off emotionally from the world. Janine was the normal one, even-tempered and sweet. Franklin supposed that out of the three of them, someone needed to be born to do justice to the family name, and that was Janine. If their mother, by some silly stroke of ancient tradition, told her that she had to have an arranged marriage, she wouldn't argue. She would do whatever was asked of her. There were times that Franklin admired her for her selflessness, and times he was disgusted that he couldn't match it. He himself was the rogue, always getting into trouble, running away, making excuses for his poor marks in school, pulling pranks on his siblings. In truth, he never understood why his parents made him the heir to the Darwell name. In his opinion, Russell had always been more suited despite being younger. But when Russell left the UK, he was determined to leave his lineage behind and make it on his own. Franklin didn't much care if people knew who he was. Of course, British high society was such that it was rather hard to remain completely incognito, but Franklin thought he did a damn good job. He didn't like suits and fancy name-brand clothing, though he did wear his sister-in-law's designs when she guilt-tripped him into it. He was more comfortable in a pair of broken-in denim and a threadbare t-shirt. Pompous parties and glittering events weren't his thing. Of course, there were a few occasions each year when he allowed his mother to wheedle him into making an appearance, but that was the most he would endure. He didn't really see the point in trying to convince people he was something he wasn't. The more time he spent away from civilized people, the better. "Are you going to be staying long?" When Janine finished up her coffee, she grabbed a croissant and offered him one as well. "Russell was thinking about paying us a visit." Franklin grimaced. It wasn't that he was averse to seeing his brother per se, it was just that Russell was even more insufferable than usual since he'd gotten married. It was like he had done a complete 180, from a man occupied with making sure that everyone liked him, to a man completely obsessed with the opinion of a single woman. Luckily for Franklin and for the Darwell family, that woman was pretty decent. On most days, he could tolerate Alice better than he could Russell himself. His brother was practically floating when he walked around. Completely and totally besotted. It was revolting. "When is he coming?" "I'll be sure to leave the day before," Franklin said. "You're so supportive. I thought you adored Alice." "Adore is a bit strong," Franklin rebutted, somewhat embarrassed. It was true that he had a soft spot where Alice was concerned, but that was simply because she made his brother happy. No matter what he felt about Russell wandering around with his head in the clouds, if he had managed to let go of all his past insecurities, he was better for it. And Alice had helped him do that. "He'll be here in a few days, with Alice if that helps at all." Franklin snorted. "It doesn't." In fact, he was always sensitive about how easily Alice seemed to slip beneath his defenses. She was a lot like he was, and that was why it was so damned easy to like her. "Besides, I was thinking about heading up north for a few weeks." Janine arched a brow in inquiry. "What's up there?" "Besides the bloody cold, anyway." Franklin drained the rest of his coffee in 2 gulps, before setting his mug back on the counter. "Solitude." Janine knew him well enough that she didn't take the profession personally. Instead, she merely shrugged, eyeing her brother fondly. "Have a good time then." Franklin planned to. If he didn't, he might very well drum up some sort of trouble just to keep himself from losing his mind. One of Franklin's favorite places to be alone was a tiny village just outside of Leeds. There was a small hunting lodge there that tended to be almost empty in the fall months, which worked to Franklin's advantage, as he didn't tend to take very well to people who killed animals for sport. The fact of the matter was that there were a great many people Franklin wasn't too fond of being around, and at his hunting lodge, he could usually escape them all. Only his mother really knew where to look for him when he disappeared, and that was the way he preferred it. Franklin rented his usual cabin, and spent his evening nursing half a bottle of bourbon and some of his favorite takeaway. It was only once he had a nice buzz going that he decided to catch a car into town. Out here, very few people recognized him, and if they did, he could usually persuade them to keep their mouths shut for a few pounds. Tonight, he just wanted to blend into the crowd and have a few pints. The pub he frequented was one on the very edge of town, close to the lodge. Even on nights when it was crowded, it wasn't with the type of people who tended to ask a lot of questions. Which was just how he liked it. The place was pretty busy for a Tuesday evening, and when he arrived, Franklin was lucky to find a seat at the very end of the bar. Jacqueline, the bartender, recognized him immediately, but he could tell it would be a while before she could make her way over to take his order. He helped himself to a handful of peanuts from the bowl on the bar before him, gazing over the crowd. A part of him envied them. Being born into privilege wasn't all people made it out to be, most of the time. For as long as he could remember, Franklin had constantly thought about what was expected of him. Of course, his mother wasn't nearly as insane as others who participated in London's social scene. She never tried to impress him by saying that he needed to get married or have children, but that didn't mean Franklin just forgot about either option. He was a selfish creep that he knew, but he wasn't selfish enough to think he would ignore his lineage forever. His father had spoken with him a few times, and though Franklin made a point of trying to tune him out, he heard exactly what he said. Too bad he was such a hard ass. When it came to women, and he would definitely need one of those to do anything lineage-related, Franklin was amazingly picky. Unlike his brother Russell, he didn't make a habit out of getting women to like him. Quite the contrary, in fact. Women in particular seemed to think he was off his nutter. Which was fine until he wanted to get laid. On those occasions, he wasn't so fond of being avoided by women who didn't like his sharp tongue and wit. It wouldn't be too awful to have a woman waiting in his bed when he returned, but Franklin wasn't the kind of man who hired tramps or called women in the wee small hours. The few times he had slept with women had been encounters where he could at least stand his chosen partner, which translated to him not getting laid very often. "Hey Goldilocks, you're in my seat." For a moment, Franklin found himself confused. He didn't think the man who had just come up behind him could possibly be talking to him, but when he repeated himself, the fact was made painfully clear. "Hey you. Move your ass." Franklin sighed. One of the caveats of trying to remain innocuous was idiotic people. There would always be some lummox somewhere who wanted trouble. It was one of the single situations in which name-dropping might actually help him. But Franklin didn't rely on words at times like these. He liked to use his fists. People tended to underestimate him, as he wasn't as large as his brother or his father. While Franklin had the height, his muscles were leaner and more compact. He still had the build of the boxer he used to be in secondary school, as well as the skills. Turning in his chair, he gazed up at the man behind him. He had a good 2 or 3 inches and maybe 50 pounds on him, but that mattered little. "Why don't you just punch me?" At his words, the larger man's face screwed up in confusion. "What the hell? It's obvious that you want to hit something. And if that's the case, it would have been better for you to just hit me rather than opening your rather large mouth." His words had the same effect, as if the man had done what he'd suggested. He immediately swung at Franklin, who ducked under his punch and planted a fist in his opponent's belly. While the goon's shoulders were broad enough, his midsection was soft, and he immediately doubled over, grunting in pain. Franklin didn't give him time to recover. He followed immediately with an uppercut to the jaw that sent his opponent stumbling backward into a nearby table. When the table's drinks went flying, Jacqueline's fierce tone rang through the bar. "Break it up, you two, or get out." But the burly sack of shite who'd picked a fight didn't listen. He straightened and dived at Franklin with a roar of outrage. Scowling, Franklin merely stepped out of the way, letting the brute's own force slam him into the side of the bar. This time, when he got the wind knocked out of him, he was down for the count. When he went down, everyone in the pub cheered. Franklin, however, merely frowned, stepping over him to take his seat on the stool once more. He hadn't even put up that much of a fight. One would think if someone wanted to go around starting fights, they might as well at least be slightly proficient at it. "Shall I call someone to take out the trash, Jacqueline?" The graying blonde handed him a beer over the bar, laughing at his question. "No thanks, Franklin, though you're a sweetheart for offering." Hopefully, he'll be embarrassed enough to see himself out. When he reached for a 5-pound note to pay for his pint, Jacqueline merely waved him away. "On the house, love." I think everyone enjoyed seeing that git put in his proper place. Not that he enjoyed trashing Jacqueline's bar, but part of Franklin had hoped that his opponent would want to take things outside. It had been forever since he'd had a decent spar, and that, more than anything else, tended to relieve his boredom tremendously. Of course, his mother and siblings didn't really see it as sparring. They considered it brawling, but Franklin liked to think that brawlers were the type of men who ended up in the hospital. He himself had never been in the emergency room after a fight. He tended to send people to the emergency room. That was quite some fight you put up. Franklin turned from the bartender at the sound of a sultry voice over his shoulder. Standing next to him was a redhead who was showing more skin than she covered. Though her face was pretty enough, her breasts were hanging out of her top almost obscenely, and Franklin was surprised she could even walk in the stilettos she wore. Hardly fitting pub attire. "You a boxer?" Though Franklin had to admit that his body was definitely willing where this woman was concerned, his mind was more absorbed with how many men she'd been within the last month. Or perhaps the last week. "Used to be," he replied noncommittally, wondering if it had really been long enough that he was going to go to bed with the first woman who propositioned him. "Can you give me a few private lessons then?" As she said so, the redhead bent down so that nearly the entirety of her bust were exposed as she gazed up at him with what Franklin guessed was supposed to be a sensual pout. He lost any interest he might have had pretty immediately. "Actually, I'd rather not." Her face immediately crumpled, and it was obvious that Franklin had offended her, which was fine with him. "What's your problem?" she huffed, sticking out her chest so far that Franklin was shocked that she didn't have a double nip slip. Taking a sip of his beer, Franklin gave her a long, disdainful once-over. "I'm giving you a better chance with more feeble-minded men." Her pretty face flushed red with anger, and for a moment Franklin was sure that she was going to slap him. Instead, however, she ended up stomping away in a huff and nearly falling flat on her butt in her sky-high heels. He hardly had the interest to watch her go. As the man he fought groaned and fought his way back to consciousness at his feet, Franklin turned his full attention to his beer. Perhaps his pint and Jacqueline were the only things that needed his attention just now. Everything else seemed to be a waste. The night went on rather uneventfully. Franklin turned in around 1 a.m, relishing the silence and solitude of his cabin. The next morning, he ignored missed calls from both his mother and Russell, and spent his morning taking a 10-kilometer jog through the lovely fall forest. For all his sister Janine teased him that he never ran with her, he tended to stick with a pretty strict exercise regimen when he wasn't visiting home. After a lazy day reading and generally doing next to nothing, somehow, Franklin ended up back at the pub. While he wasn't in the mood for company, he always welcomed a drink, and Jacqueline knew his pace. It wasn't long before he had a beer in his hand and was repeating yesterday's cycle, minus the fistfight. At least at first. "I'll have a pint of Guinness, please." Franklin was surprised to hear the coppery tones of an American. He glanced up as a man about his size sat down next to him, gesturing to Jacqueline. Americans didn't tend to frequent small English villages, at least in Franklin's experience. Against his better judgment, he found himself terribly curious. It seemed that Jacqueline noticed her newest patron's nationality as well. "Gimme just a second, darlin'." She winked at him as she reached for the glass. "What's a fine-looking Yank like you doing all the way out in the country?" Fine-looking? While Franklin's personal tastes didn't swing towards men, he could see what Jacqueline saw in the Yank. He was rugged-looking without overdoing it, and he'd said please. That at least meant he wasn't a complete ass. When Jacqueline handed him his pint, he even winked at her. Strangely, Franklin could appreciate this. Jacqueline was one of the only things in this village that he believed was vastly underrated. She was a good bartender, who knew when someone wanted to talk and when they wanted to be left alone. She poured a perfect pint, and was one of the few human beings on earth with whom he didn't mind sharing a good conversation. When winked at, Jacqueline merely chuckled, turning to pour Franklin another drink. Meanwhile, Franklin turned his attention to the man himself. "Excitement of London too much for you?" Sipping at his beer, the American only smiled. "That and the sheer volume. It's huge. I didn't come on vacation for a headache. I came for peace and quiet." Well, that was a new one to him. According to what Franklin heard, Americans were usually always raring for excitement. That one had come all the way to London to spend his time in the middle of nowhere. Well, that was interesting. Isn't there plenty of that in the States? Peace and quiet? If you think so, that makes you different from any Brit I've ever met. The American smirked, clearly amused. I thought we were all heathens constantly beating our chests and guzzling coffee. Personally, I believe coffee is very highly underrated in the UK, Franklin immediately rebutted, savoring the taste of his beer. But a nice cup every now and then also has its appeal. Nice to know. The Yank grinned. Maybe you can tell me where I can find someplace that isn't Starbucks. A vacation is wasted without good coffee. He had, Franklin realized, the same disillusioned, bored air about him that Franklin himself so often struggled with, and that strangely lifted his mood. So, what do you plan on doing with your time away from all the lights and glamour of the city? The American shrugged, finishing his first pint in a single gulp before gesturing for another. Finding myself, whatever the hell it is that means. At that, Franklin snorted. A long-wondered question, that one. How do you entertain yourself? Before Franklin could think of a suitable answer, Jacqueline was chiming in for him. Picking fights, that's what he does. Watch yourself with this one. Franklin couldn't muster the wherewithal to be embarrassed. What he did was barely fighting. He merely put idiots in their places. Instead of looking at him like he was crazy, the newcomer merely arched a brow in faint surprise. Really? With a sigh, Franklin merely frowned. Jacqueline makes it sound as if I go hunting random innocents on the streets. When brutes of unparalleled stupidity decide to test me, yes, I retaliate. Self-defense and all that. When Jacqueline merely chuckled at the title he gave it, Franklin cast her a warning glare. Are you any good? At that, the bartender's head whipped around in shock, as if she suspected the very question to make Franklin lash out. The Brit, however, only found himself oddly amused at the question. Well, I've never been beaten. So I suppose that makes me capable. His new companion nodded thoughtfully. I used to box myself back in college. Good workout. Did you now? Call him insane, but an idea was forming in Franklin's head. One he was sure made little sense to most, but would appeal to both he and his newfound companion. Fancy about then? The American's eyes widened only slightly. You want to fight? Here. Now? At Jacqueline's warning look, Franklin only smirked. Of course, not in the pub. We're not animals, are we? He stood from his stool, stretching his lean form leisurely. We can take it outside. Just a couple of friendly rounds. Part of him expected the Yank to refuse. He did seem to have more sense than most of the gits Franklin usually encountered. To his pleased surprise, however, he merely followed Franklin's lead, standing. Sounds like a plan to me. There is a hospital nearby, isn't there? Franklin couldn't tell if the jab was meant to be serious or playful, so he just smiled. Close enough. You two don't kill each other. Jacqueline glared at them sternly. I'd honestly prefer it if there weren't any fighting involved at all. As much as he respected her, Franklin only waved her off lightly. We'll be right back, Jack. Keep our seats warm. With that, he led the way from the pub, his blood heating in unmistakable excitement. This wasn't like the unplanned barroom brawls he tended to get into. It was obvious that this American bloke was no idiot. It was nice, for once, to have an opponent who was ready for him, one who Franklin strongly suspected would be a challenge. You sure about this? Once they had found their way to a well-lit patch of asphalt outside, Franklin laughed lowly at his companion's question. Are you? I used to be quite the boxer myself. And what happened? The Yank slipped his coat from his shoulders, tossing it casually over a nearby fence post. That was a question Franklin had never gotten before, but he didn't hesitate to answer it. Polo accident. I was hospitalized for a few weeks. Been working on getting myself back into tip-top shape ever since. That's unfortunate. When the American commiserates with him, Franklin notes that he actually looks sincere. Or at least, as sincere as one could look when he was about to exchange blows with you. But it doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Franklin liked this chap more and more with every moment that passed. By all means don't. With that, he settled into his own fighting stance, ready to see if his opponent was as good as he boasted. As if some invisible signal had been sounded, they immediately went for one another. Franklin ducked under a burly arm and aimed a punch for his opponent's face, but the American dodged. Turning deftly, he slammed his fist into Franklin's jaw, stunning the man briefly. He couldn't remember the last time someone had actually hit him. He bit his tongue and tasted blood, before he forced himself to retaliate with a punch to the Yank's stomach. This time he connected, and his opponent doubled over, grunting in pain. Before he could hit him again, however, the American dodged deftly. With a grin at the challenge, Franklin went after him voraciously. His opponent was just as good as he'd promised, and then some. Right up on his level. For close to 3 minutes, the two traded blows. Every time Franklin thought he had one up on his American companion, the man doubled back and recovered until they were on even ground once more. Truthfully, Franklin couldn't remember the last time he'd had such a rousing fight. By the time both of them were out of breath, they were equally bloody and bruised, their eyes blazing with adrenaline. Franklin's nose was bleeding, and he had a stinging cut over his left eye. His opponent had a split lip and bleeding knuckles, and he looked like he was having the time of his life. "I hate to seem like the coward here," Franklin managed, taking a few deep breaths, "but I just can't see one of us getting the upper hand in this situation. We'll be here all bloody night, and by this time the pints are warm." The American merely chuckled, dropping his fists to wipe the blood from his mouth. "I guess you have a point there. I'd really like to finish that beer now that you mention it." "Well, that's that then." Franklin chuckled, extending a hand to clasp his opponent's. "Franklin Darwell, by the way. I suppose we never got to any of that when we were busy bashing each other senseless." "Marlin Doles." The American returned with a crooked smile. "Thanks for the most entertaining evening I've had since I was in the cages." "Cages?" Franklin arched a brow in curiosity. "I assume you weren't in a British zoo somewhere?" At that, Marlin laughed, loud and long. "More like an American one. I used to be a mixed martial arts fighter, once upon a time." "Were you now?" This evening kept getting more and more interesting at the moment. "Well, let's hear some stories then." Franklin led the way back inside, where Jacqueline was doing her utmost to keep their beers cold. The bartender took one look at them, before sighing and reaching under the bar to retrieve her first aid kit. At the sight of it, Franklin grimaced. "Come on, Jack." "Don't start with me, Franklin," she quipped in a no-nonsense tone. "You're going to fight in my bar, you follow my rules." "Technically," Marlin took his seat at the bar with a sheepish look, "we were fighting outside your bar." "Still my property." Jacqueline returned with a fierce look. She only managed to maintain the facade for a minute or two, however. Once her irritation had faded, she merely tutted lowly as she tended to their wounds. "Why are you such a bad influence on him, Franklin?" "He's a grown man," Franklin couldn't hide his smile. "His decision to be a delinquent." Jacqueline merely rolled her eyes, before pressing a band-aid onto the cut on Marlin's brow. "And you didn't influence him at all?" "Well, we were fighting over who gets to take you out later this week, Jack. You know, when it comes to something like that, a man's honor is at stake." Of course, Franklin had done exactly that several times. Why not? Jacqueline was one of his few favorite people. The compliment, however, only earned him the smallest of smiles this go-round. "That charm isn't going to get you anywhere, Frank." With that, she turned away to serve another customer who was clamoring for an Amstel Light. "I guess I got you in trouble," Marlin chuckled, glancing over at the harried bartender. Franklin smirked. "No more than usual. I'm just pleased you actually put up a decent fight. Won many matches in your time, did you?" "A fair few." Marlin took a long swig of his beer. "Win many polo games?" At that, Franklin snorted. "Polo's not the hardest sport to play. What matters really is that people see you at it. Then they know how talented and affluent you are. He'd given this speech several times to other people who insisted on having conversations with him. At this point, they would usually nod thoughtfully and feign interest, making him want to throttle them. Marlin, however, only burst into laughter. It seemed that Franklin had finally found a kindred spirit, or at least someone who wasn't obsessed with licking his boot heels to gain favor. Spend a few afternoons with the Queen demonstrating your prowess? Marlin finally managed, when he had finally calmed down enough to speak. Planning on being next in line for the throne? The very notion was enough to make Franklin slightly ill. It was more than enough that he was heir to the Darwell name. He couldn't imagine the pressure the princes must be under. There was no escaping that kind of scrutiny. Gosh, no. I've enough obligations as it is. Marlin arched a brow, obviously intrigued, as he took another sip of his drink. What's that supposed to mean? Aren't all British eternally obligated to someone? Franklin was about to correct him on that point when Jacqueline returned, her expression positively evil. Franklin knew what she was about to do before she opened her mouth, and knew that his rule-breaking had sealed his fate. Leaning over the bar to speak directly to Marlin, Jacqueline revealed his secret, and Marlin's eyes grew to the size of saucers.
Chapter 2.
Pamela was bored out of her mind. Of course, this wasn't very out of the ordinary when one considered her line of work. She was a secretary, and an overqualified one to say the least. While she sat at the same desk, day after day taking notes, relaying messages, and double-checking coffee orders, she was sure that somewhere inside her, the more productive part of her was dying. Exhaling a long sigh, she gazed around the office. The moment she'd been hired, she'd known every day here would be a trial in patience. At the time, Pam had been so desperate for a job that she'd managed to ignore her intuition in favor of a steady paycheck. So now, here she was, staring at bland white walls she'd come to despise and actually looking forward to making a coffee run. In any event, it meant that she would have an opportunity to get out of the office. She was pretty sure that if she had to go the next hour without moving from her desk, her brain cells might start dying off, which was, she chided herself, pretty much the least mature thought she'd had all day. She might as well be an impressionable 20-year-old trying to make it through a university lecture, rather than a 30-year-old woman who was supposed to have her life together. "Hey Pam, you busy?" When Sheila, one of the account managers, poked her head from her office, Pam all but leaped from her chair. "No, Sheila. I'm free. What can I do for you?" The woman smiled kindly at her, and for once Pam managed to ignore the tinge of sympathy she saw there. Sheila was one of the few women working in the office who didn't treat her like she was an idiot simply because she found herself sliding into a gender stereotype. When she could, Sheila went out of her way to chat with her and ensure that everything was going smoothly. Something that Pam knew she would miss when it was inevitably time to leave. "I've got a few coffee orders. Would you mind running out for me?" Just what she had been hoping for. Not at all. Pam all but beamed, taking the list from Sheila before grabbing her coat as she headed for the elevator. She could only hope that she didn't look like an overly excited child as she rushed into the late autumn sunlight, taking a breath of fresh air. She was certainly the most immature 30-year-old she knew. Any other woman in her particular situation would feel lucky that she even had a job to take a break from, but not Pam. All she could do was lament about how exactly she'd gotten where she was and where on earth she was supposed to go from here. As Pam began towards the coffee shop down the street, she shoved the list Sheila had given her into her pocket. By this juncture she knew almost everyone's order by heart, and even if she didn't, just a quick peek at the list would have been enough to suffice. She'd always had a near photographic memory, one that ensured that she made top marks in school and graduated in the top 10 in her class from Oxford. And yet here she was at age 30, a professional temp worker. Where the hell had she gone wrong? For some part, Pamela supposed it was an ingrained sense of cautiousness that kept her from going after what she really wanted. Ever since she was little, she'd wanted to see the world, to leave England behind and discover what was beyond her safe, sequestered little world. But of course, life had happened. Pam had been working her way through school for as long as she could remember. First, it had been secondary school and then university, and after university she had to work to live. All of the jobs she might have taken abroad called for experience that she didn't have. Despite her high level of education, Pamela couldn't speak another language fluently. She was more than proficient in history and the arts, but the jobs in those fields these days were few and far between. Eventually, Pam had fallen into temp work without thinking twice about it. It was money, which she desperately needed, and secretarial work didn't demand any great amount of skill. So she could afford the rent on her minute country house, but it also meant that she was constantly bored out of her ever-loving mind. But it was a job. There were times when the temp agency that placed her didn't have any work for her. Times when she feared she wouldn't be able to pay her rent, and she would be kicked out of her home. There were days when Pamela pinched pennies, to the point where she worried about where her next meal was coming from. And yet, she stayed at the temp agency. She'd asked herself countless times why she didn't seek an actual position as a secretary. At this point, she'd had enough temp experience to qualify, that was for sure. But something always stopped her. Somehow, the idea of spending the rest of her life chained to a desk was terrifying. At least at the temp agency, she could always get away. Pam ordered the coffee almost without thinking, selecting a cinnamon scone for herself. The coffee house was decorated for Christmas time, with holly and large paper snowflakes covering the walls. It was the one time of year that Pam, in particular, was reminded acutely that she had no family. No one to phone and wish happy holidays. No one to plan to go caroling with, or fight over who got the best parts at Christmas dinner. Of course, she had friends, but Pamela was fairly certain that those friends didn't want her around for Christmas specifically because she was just a temp worker. But that was all right with her. She was used to spending Christmas alone, and this year would be no different. "You're a gem." Sheila took the coffee from her the moment she entered the office, pecking her on the cheek, and Pam grinned. She sat back at her desk to begin taking down the messages from calls she received that morning, and was left in relative peace for all of about 5 minutes before one of the last doors in the office opened, and Stanley, the accounting manager, strode purposefully towards her. Pam girded her loins for the inevitable lecture. The man was only 2 years older than her, but he still felt the need to act like he was her father. Either that, or he always had time to throw a snide remark her way. It was infuriating, but if she wanted to keep her job, Pam never lost her temper. It was her one golden rule. "Pamela, what is this?" He came to a stop before her desk, thrusting his coffee cup under her nose, and the young woman forced herself to take a deep breath. "It's your double expression chai, Stanley. Your name should be on the side of the cup. I made sure they were all marked at the coffee shop." At that particular bit of information, the already balding Stanley looked down at the side of the cup, before his brows knitted together in confusion. It was immediately apparent to Pam what had happened. He must have grabbed the wrong cup in his rush for caffeine. The question was Mr. Holier-than-thou now going to take responsibility, or was he going to foist it off on her? Somehow, Pamela was inclined to believe the latter. "Well, make sure you mark the cups better next time. I can barely read this." Efficiency, Pamela. With that, he turned on his heel to make his way back to his office, and Pam resisted the urge to throw her paperweight at the back of his head. What a pompous arsehole. If only everyone in the office could be like Sheila, she might be a little more content. Who was she kidding? As Pam sank back down into her seat, she went about her daily routine almost robotically. She would never be content in an office setting, but thanks to her constant procrastination, that was what she had to look forward to for the rest of the foreseeable future. At her age, starting a new career was risky, especially when she didn't have much stocked away to last her for the search. There was a multitude of things that Pamela would like to do, but she simply didn't have the resources to do them. Not the way things currently stood. She didn't usually have such an introspective day. Despite her tight budget, Pam thought a little treat was in order on her way home from the office. She stopped in at her favorite pub and was relieved to see it relatively empty for a Friday night. Usually, she would have tried to get a seat at the bar, but just now she needed a little time to herself. As she made her way into the smoky interior of the place, she passed a mirror hung over the fireplace at the entryway and did her best to avoid seeing her reflection. It wasn't like she didn't know what she would see anyway. Pamela Livingston, age 30 and beyond her prime, with her thick brown blonde hair pulled into a chignon at the base of her neck and dull green eyes behind thick glasses. Though she had contacts, she didn't much like to put them in. She was rather old-fashioned that way, and would much rather push the damn things up her nose 1,000 times than worry about losing contact. She liked to think she was a typical British woman, neither too thin nor too thick around the middle. Sometimes when she pranced around her bedroom in her knickers, she imagined that she liked what she saw. She had a flat stomach and a plump bum, not that any man had seen any of it for quite a while. Pamela had long discovered that men didn't take too kindly to her choice of professions either. Any man above 30 was looking for a woman whose aspirations matched their own, and Pam had never gotten close enough to a man to tell him her aspirations. That, she felt, would be a bit invasive. She was a private person, and not prone to tell her deepest, darkest secrets on a first date. Come to think of it, that was probably why most men didn't stay interested in her for long. That, and the fact that she didn't put out easily either. At this point, it had easily been over a year since the last time Pam had been with a man, and she minded not one whit. All right, perhaps she minded a little bit, but if she couldn't please herself, then who could she bloody well please? "How are you tonight, love?" Pam looked up to see Jacqueline, the bartender, hovering over her with a glass of her favorite white wine already in hand. She smiled, reaching back to undo her chignon and let her hair spill down about her shoulders. "Stretched quite thin, thank you. Yourself?" Jacqueline smiled good-naturedly, setting the wine down in front of her. "Better, now that I have a bit of female company. You know how these brutes can get sometimes." She gazed around the bar at the throng of middle-aged men, who were growing louder and louder with each drink they consumed. Pam didn't think any of them could really be considered brutes. Perhaps a little rowdy when drunk, but nothing too much more than that. In any event, she'd never seen someone Jacqueline couldn't handle with her no-nonsense attitude and firm hand. "Would you like some stew, love? It's good tonight." "Why not?" Pam grinned at the prospect as her stomach growled. She had worked right through lunch, so she was starving. The food at the pub was cheap and delicious, two of her favorite things. "Give me a minute then." With a wink, Jacqueline left her wine and went back to put her order in. From her corner, Pam was in a perfect position to people watch, not that she found any of the drunken men milling around the pub particularly interesting. Quite the opposite, in fact. Sipping on her wine, Pam was beginning to wonder if it wouldn't be better for her to come back on a less crowded night, when she caught sight of a man sitting at the bar, sipping at a pint. She was struck by him, because he wasn't blustering around like many of his male counterparts in the bar. Neither did he look decidedly middle-aged. In fact, he looked closer to her age than any of the bar's other occupants. His dark blonde hair was pulled back in a tail at the nape of his neck, exposing an angular but very handsome face, with a day's worth of blonde stubble smattering jaw. His eyes were a clear, bright blue, not yet addled by whatever beer he was drinking, and a constant self-amused smile played about his full mouth. He was tall. Being a tall girl herself, she could instantly tell that the form folded beneath the bar had to be close to 6.5 feet tall, and though he wasn't overly muscled, she could sense the lean strength beneath the black thermal and slacks he wore. He was, far and away, the most interesting thing in the bar, so much so that she had to make sure she didn't get caught staring at him. Pam couldn't ever recall seeing him here before. It occurred to her that maybe he had come to stay in the hunting lodge at the edge of town, even as she hoped that wasn't the case. She would never understand British men and their obsession with hunting. It was the 21st century, for God's sake. Did they really need to chase animals for sport? But the idea of this man dressed up in hunting garb, sneaking his way through the brush, was a hard one to conjure. Somehow, despite his casual garb, he seemed almost regal. When Jacqueline brought her stew, she ate it quietly, contemplatively. Around her, the night's activity only seemed to ramp further and further upward. Around 10, she paid her bill and slipped out to begin her journey home. On her way out, however, her eyes flicked towards the bar, and she noticed the man she'd been watching earlier had disappeared, though to where she wasn't entirely sure. Not that it mattered much. Pam wasn't one to go after men, and men were usually off their rockers to go after her. If they managed to get past her prickly exterior, then they had her difficult personality to contend with. Her friends often told her that she was too difficult when it came to men, but Pam didn't tend to put much stock in what they said. She didn't relish being easy for any man who spouted honeyed words in her ear. She liked a man who she could match wits with, one who wouldn't try to get her to wear contacts and sensualize up her wardrobe. Bloody hell, if she was thinking about men this much, it must have been forever since she'd last been laid. For Pamela, intimacy was something that scratched an itch, and a little more. She had long learned that the actual act wasn't nearly as explosive as some women made it out to be. Quite the contrary, in fact. Most men found a comfortable position, grunted and huffed over you for a while, and then pronounced themselves satisfied. This, of course, showed exactly how much they knew about female anatomy. Despite the stress of her day, Pam felt better once she entered the sanctuary of her townhouse. It was by no means a palace, but it was her little slice of heaven. Almost every inch of the small space was decorated in the style of the Far East. Of course, Pamela had never actually been out of the EU, or very far beyond the UK for that matter. But she'd always loved reading about and researching China, and longed to go there for as long as she could remember. While she didn't have a lot of dispensable income, she'd done the very best she could to buy bits and bobs that reminded her of things she'd seen in Chinese travel books. A painting here, a trinket there, and a few sticks of incense was all she needed to be immersed in her own little world. Pam lit one of the sticks of incense and shed her coat and shoes on her way to the bathroom. Once she was there, she set about running a tub full of hot water while she put her things away. Her townhouse was the very first abode she'd ever been able to afford for herself, a true testament to her independence. It was the place she felt the most comfortable. Sinking down on her bed, the young woman grabbed a framed picture from her bedside table and looked at it thoughtfully. In the image, a small, messy-haired blonde girl clutched at the hand of a middle-aged Chinese man, both wearing smiles a mile wide. When Pam looked at the picture, she couldn't help the way the corners of her mouth turned up. Back then, she hadn't been worried about money or being successful. There had only been one thing that had mattered at all to her, and she'd lost it. She took her time in the bath, washing her hair and reveling in the fact that she had a whole 2 days of freedom ahead of her. Of course, Pam would no doubt spend the majority of them speaking to her temp agency about the next job, but that wasn't so horrible. Her temp agency was like family, or at least the closest thing to family that she had. Pam was just settling down in bed when her text tone went off. Arching a brow, she gazed over at the alarm clock near her bed to find it was close to midnight. She couldn't imagine who would possibly be trying to contact her at such an hour, but she picked up the phone nonetheless. At the sight of the message on the screen, she merely laughed softly. "Pam, where are you? It's Friday. Come out and drink." Her friend Rosario had a tendency to drunk text like the business was going out of style, so this kind of thing wasn't completely out of the ordinary. While Pam didn't mind drinking, she was already in bed, and she didn't care much about dressing up once she was already bathed and comfortable. With a lingering smile, she texted her friend back, "Sorry, Rose. All bundled up. Next time." Unlike the vast majority of friends, Pam didn't count going out, drinking herself silly, and bringing a man back to her bed the optimal night out. She'd much rather prefer to read a book or cuddle up with an inordinately large bowl of ice cream. Either way, she understood that she was the oddball among her social circle. And if that meant she never met a man who satisfied her, then so be it. It would give her more time to concentrate on her goals, and how the hell she was going to make them realities.
Chapter 3.
Though he had indeed come up to his hunting lodge for solitude, Franklin found that he rather enjoyed spending time with Marlin, which was indeed strange, as he barely liked to spend time with anyone. After a night of rather companionable drinking together, Franklin found that he was staying at an inn on the other side of town and invited him to come for a jog the next morning. Marlin took it as a challenge and showed up with bells on at 7 a.m. sharp, prompting Franklin to rush to rise from bed and join him. He had always liked people that surprised him, and Marlin kept him guessing constantly. He found out that the man was on indefinite work leave from a position in the media that he abhorred, but was very successful at. On his profession, Marlin wouldn't say much more than that, which meant that Franklin was constantly trying to get him to divulge. Marlin, in turn, distracted Franklin by asking him a bevy of questions about who exactly he was, and for once Franklin didn't mind answering them. Marlin was not trying to interview him, that much was obvious. He wasn't out to curry favor, and he certainly hoped that Marlin wouldn't try to marry him. But as the man wasn't overly touchy-feely with him, Franklin found himself meeting him at least once daily for a meal and drinks, during which he detailed the less glamorous aspects of being part of the modern British nobility. So, let me get this straight, Marlin was gazing at him skeptically over their dinner one night. The Queen is your cousin. Your second cousin. Franklin made a face. Don't remind me. It's enough that I have to show up to half the ruddy functions they put on every year, and pretend I'm enjoying myself. But you don't, Marlin added helpfully, chuckling. Not the fancy suits, the amazing parties, people bowing and scraping to getting to you, women literally throwing themselves at your feet. Yes, but what kind of women? Franklin interjected. Have you ever stopped to consider that, Marlin? Certainly, they want the titles and the money, but none of them ever stop to think that they'll actually get to know me if they want to marry me. And therein lies the rub. Physically and not metaphorically, I hope. Franklin merely grinned at the raunch. I dare say women don't find a man quite as interesting if he's not fawning all over them. And I can't fawn all over a woman I don't find the least bit appealing. That was the truest he could tell it. Franklin didn't get laid that often for lack of options, he merely had ridiculously high standards at least, that's what everyone told him. So what exactly is it that you look for in a woman then, Mr. High and Mighty? Franklin rolled his eyes before taking a sip of his beer. Honestly, he didn't think he was half as picky as people insisted he was. I just don't like to be bored. Honestly, Marlin, there are things that every woman has. I'm not interested in what every woman has, I'm interested in the extra bits. Marlin smirked as he set his fork and knife aside. Maybe you'd be better suited with someone less female then. Franklin chose to ignore his snark for the moment. I'd like some wit, a little fire. Complacency is as boring as cleavage. The man thinks cleavage is boring. Marlin was shaking his head in disbelief. You're an animal. A damn animal. It's called culture, Marlin. Something an American wouldn't understand. His companion merely grinned at him cheekily. I understand a pair of breasts when I see them, Frank. You're telling me you're immune to that? Breast or breast? Breasts that can quote Shakespeare or have a conversation about the current refugee plight in the Middle East. Well, those would interest me a damn sight more than just breasts. Marlin was merely shaking his head, digging into his steak once more. Man, I don't know what confuses me more, that you're important and that you don't care, or that you're pretty much convinced that you know everything there is to know about everything. You should meet my family. I'm pretty certain I exemplify confusion for them as well. Speaking of, Marlin's face suddenly lit as he gestured to their waitress for another beer. My sister wants to go on some weird charity picnic thing tomorrow, and I don't want to go. Will you come with me? Franklin did a double take. Your sister? Do you have an English sister? How the bloody hell didn't you mention this sooner? Marlin only laughed at his incredulity. She's not English, she's American. Moved here a few years ago, so of course I'm obligated to spend some time with her. Franklin merely eyed him in warning. Doesn't mean you're taking me to your bloody picnic. Oh, come on, Franklin, it would earn me some street cred with her. Bringing the handsome, dashing Franklin Darwell to her thing will make me Brother of the Year. Come on, man. Do me a solid. A what? Franklin arched a brow, perplexed. Marlin merely blew out a breath, shaking his head. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if we speak the same language. Of course we do. I just speak it better than you. Franklin caught the roll that Marlin threw at his head with a good-natured smile as he contemplated the pros and cons of accompanying the American. On the one hand, he thought quite highly of Marlin. The man was something of a comfort to him when friends were few and far between. It had been a good long while since he could be himself with anyone outside his family, and it was nice to know that he wasn't half as abhorrent as most people thought he was. He enjoyed Marlin's company, and that in and of itself was enough for him to want to pay the man a favor. On the other hand, there was the actual event itself. It would no doubt involve a crazy amount of schmoozing on his part. He would have to pretend to enjoy himself when he was pretty certain that he wasn't going to. Atop that, there were going to be women there, and Franklin found it most difficult to deal with women who were constantly vying for his attention. If only there was some way for him to attend the event without Marlin revealing who he was. But Franklin knew that, in and of itself, was part of the bloody favor. Blowing out a decisive breath, Franklin drained the rest of his pint in a single gulp before replacing his glass on the table. Fine, he proclaimed, repressing a groan at Marlin's triumphant grin. But don't try to foist any women on me, all right? This is the first and last favor I'm going to pay you, understand? Despite his warnings, Marlin was still smiling like an utter and complete loon. You're going to have a good time. No, I won't. Franklin gestured to the waitress for another pint. I utterly and completely refuse to enjoy myself. Marlin snorted. Don't be a baby. I'll be there. You'll be fine. Franklin had to give him that, even if he would never admit it out loud. At the very least, if all the women bored him and he was forced to regale people with boring stories, he could always get drunk and embarrass Marlin. In fact, that might just be the highlight of his afternoon. It was an absolutely gorgeous fall day, the kind that made Pam resent that she had to spend the entirety of her waking hours in an office. She had to stop by the park on her way to work, and that only made her even more cognizant of what she was missing. Laura Beth, one of her friends, had left a sweater at her house that she insisted on wearing to some picnic something or other she was attending that day, and so Pam had a mission to find her before she could begin her day. When she pulled up in one of the few vacant parking spaces at the park, Pam got out to a cool breeze as the sun warmed her face. Gosh, she'd like nothing more than to join her friends at their picnic, but she had to ride out this temp job if she wanted to pay her rent on time this month. Pam. Almost as soon as she began making her way toward the park's entrance, her attention was drawn to Laura Beth, who was waving her over toward a line of cherry trees that were slowly shedding their leaves. Over here. The coppery twang of American accents never ceased to amaze Pamela. She could pick Laura Beth out of a crowd instantly owing to the distinct way she spoke. The American transplant had been in the UK for the better part of 4 years, and constantly attested that she wasn't the one who had an accent, which Pam and her other British friends always thought was pretty cute. With a small smile, Pamela hurried towards her. Laura Beth had recently cut her deep mahogany hair into a fashionably short pixie. She wore a woolen jumper and jeans that hugged her slender legs. Pam was sure she was bent on breaking a few hearts that afternoon. Of course, Laura wasn't alone. She had invited Rosario and Janice as well, and the three were dressed to the nines despite the picnic being an outdoor affair. If Pam hadn't had to go to work, she thought she might have been very content in a pair of sweatpants and a nice woolly top, but then she had never been overly fond of showing off her figure. Are you sure you don't want to skip work today? After taking her sweater, Laura enfolded her in a quick embrace before pecking her cheek. Pam merely groaned in response as she hugged each of her friends in turn. I wish I could trust me. But I need the extra hours. I swear. Rosario was a pretty tan-skinned girl with dark eyes and a profusion of mid-back length curls. You're a workaholic, love. Pam had told them time and again that her workaholism was out of necessity, but it was something her more privileged friends never really seemed to understand. After all, they were lawyers and doctors, people whose supreme level of book knowledge bought them a high place in society. It wasn't as if she could blame them. Her own aspirations had never taken her that high. There's always the weekend. And you'd better show up, Rosario piped up, pinching her arm playfully. In Pamela's opinion, that was one way to make sure that she didn't get any drunk texts from the smaller woman in the wee small hours of the morning. I'll do my best. You really don't know what you're missing, Pam. Laura was pouting now. She was probably the only woman her age Pam knew who could pull it off without looking distinctly childlike. She leaned in conspiratorially to whisper lowly. Apparently, Marlin met some guy who is British royalty, and he's bringing him to meet us. Well, in that case, Pam felt a little less guilty about rushing off to work. She had never really gotten along with affluent men. They showed her a good deal more disdain than her own friends, while at the same time, trying to get into her pants. An awful combination if she'd ever heard one. Not that she would expect to catch His Royal Highness' eye when there were women like Laura Beth, Janice, and Rosario around. I'm sure you'll have a good time then. Don't break his heart, Laura. With a jaunty wink, Pam bid all of them farewell and hurried back towards her car. The last thing she wanted was to be there when an important figure arrived. That Pamela decidedly wanted nothing to do with. She'd rather face all the mouthy managers in the office than simper to a man who thought he made panties drop at his slightest whim. For all she cared, Laura could have him. Franklin had to hand it to Marlin that the picnic wasn't as bad as he might have imagined. As his sister wasn't part of British high society, the event wasn't plagued by stuffy idiots who were all obsessed with asserting their own importance. Of course, once Marlin all but announced that Franklin Darwell had come to the function, people flocked to him like moths to a flame. Luckily for him, Marlin had steered him towards the picnic table before he exposed him. Franklin managed a hot dog and a burger, along with a single beer, before people flocked to him, cutting off his path to food. Where they had formerly been interested in milling about trying to part with what money they deigned to donate, now they surrounded him, asking him numerous nonsensical questions that made his head hurt. Franklin caught Marlin's eye and glared at him, but his friend only grinned from the other side of the crowd. He was proud of his handiwork, the smug creep. At that moment, Franklin wanted nothing more than to throttle him, but Marlin had been sure to put a healthy distance between him and his friend. And the afternoon was only getting started. If he was honest with himself, Franklin had to admit that things weren't too bad. These people didn't really seem to know what to do with him when they got him. A few harried questions, and then they were pushed aside by the next group of eager beavers. He was beginning to think he could handle an afternoon of this well enough when Marlin finally rescued him, pulling him to the side with a smug smile. Enjoying yourself, Frank? The taller man just glared at him. I thought I was supposed to be. If I'd known you planned to abandon me and have your own private party, you wouldn't have gotten me here. Oh, relax. Marlin slung an arm around his shoulders companionably. This is hardly one of your hoity-toity parties. No one's tried to drag you away yet, have they? Relax with us common folk for a while. Besides, he nudged Franklin's side knowingly, you haven't even met my sister yet. The way he said it, Franklin was glancing at him suspiciously. Was that supposed to be the main event? Franklin thought he was supposed to be here to help Marlin escape from his sister, but apparently that wasn't the game Marlin was playing. Before he could protest, Marlin was dragging him over to the edge of the picnic, where three women were obviously waiting to be introduced. To their merits, they were all very pretty, and he didn't see any part of them he wouldn't be better fantasizing about. He could instantly tell which one was Franklin's sister. If Jacqueline thought the man himself was attractive, his sister was a pretty good female representation of him. She was shorter, with dark hair cropped into an alluring pixie, and a curvaceous figure silhouetted by clinging jeans and a jumper. Next to her was an even shorter woman, who looked to be of Hispanic heritage, with long dark curls and a thin waist. The third member of their party was blonde, and she wore a dress that he was sure she was freezing in. Her legs were exposed from knee to ankle, and he thought it a pity that such nice legs should be broken out in gooseflesh. "Frank, this is my sister Laura Beth and her friends Rosario and Janice." He expected the women to titter, and they did. Franklin had dressed to impress, or at least as much as he dared on a cool autumn day. Wool slacks, a dark overcoat, and a light-colored sweater, he looked about as much like the gentry as he was ever going to on any given day. "Heard a lot about you." Laura Beth stepped forward to shake his hand, and the scent of Gucci perfume wafted over him. "Marlin didn't mention that you were such a looker, though." At that, Franklin smirked. The flirting had already begun. "I would hope not. That would be strange, to say the least. Why don't I get Franklin and you ladies a few drinks, while you get acquainted?" If Franklin had been suspicious that Marlin was trying to foist his sister off on him before, now he was downright certain. Nonetheless, he watched as Marlin slipped away back towards the picnic tables, leaving him alone with three very earnest-looking women. "So nice of you to take a day off and spend it with us." Laura immediately gushed, reaching forward to cling to his arm. Franklin fought his burgeoning smile. He supposed he hadn't thought the woman would be so straightforward, but she was Marlin's sister. Marlin was one of the most forward people Franklin had ever met, and more often than not, he found he liked him all the more for it. But Franklin was pretty sure Marlin wasn't trying to ride him into the sunset. All it took was one look in Laura Beth's eyes to see what she wanted. But for the time being, he would play the gentleman, something his brother Russell might have applauded him for if he could ever catch him. "I was already in the area on holiday," he replied with a small smile. "It was nice to run into someone as like-minded as Marlin. I can intimidate people at the best of times." That was a rather nice way of putting it, honesty. "I can't imagine how." Laura batted her eyelashes at him, and Franklin chuckled in amusement. This was priceless. Marlin was actually trying to set him up with his sister, and by the looks of things, the woman had been prepared to try and seduce him. "Oh, I've been assured that I'm a rogue by anyone of good company." At that profession, all three women laughed in obvious disbelief. They obviously had no idea what they were getting into. "I think the fact that you even wanted to come to this little shindig is proof enough that your intentions are golden." Rosario and Janice were standing back to give Laura Beth room to work her charms, but that didn't mean they weren't making eyes at him as well. "I didn't really want to come, to be completely honest." Well, he had been polite for all of 5 minutes. That had to be a record for him. "But Marlin's gone a long way in alleviating my boredom, so I thought I would do him a favor." It was clear by the looks on their faces that they weren't quite sure how to react to this. Janice laughed nervously, and Rosario gave a little half-smile. Laura, however, recovered the quickest. "I'm sure you must be tired of my brother trying to start a sparring match with you every time you turn around. He's regaled you with stories of how he used to be an MMA fighter, I'm sure." "Oh, I quite like that he's got a strong right hook. Keeps me on my toes. You know, Marlin and I met after a good bout, in my favorite pub." Janice's eyes widened in shock. "You fought in a pub?" "Well," Franklin corrected himself succinctly, "outside a pub. Beat the stuffing out of each other, really. It was glorious." Now they were really lost, and for the first time that afternoon, Franklin found himself actually having fun, even if Marlin was probably going to kill him for his efforts. "So then you like to brawl Mr. Darwell?" Rosario asked in confusion, somewhere between shock and disgust. "In public places?" "Some public, some not so public," Franklin clarified for her. "I do find the crunch of a man's jaw beneath my fist particularly invigorating, though I must say that your brother has a particularly hard jaw, Laura." By now, all three women were gaping at him. Franklin found himself quite partial to the attention, at least this type of attention. He was by no stretch of the imagination going anywhere near Laura in a romantic sense, so this was the next best thing. Punch for you, ladies. It was at that glorious moment that Marlin chose to return. His smile, however, faded the moment he saw that his sister and friends were looking at Franklin with something more akin to horror than admiration. He looked from his sister to Franklin, and then back again before frowning. "How are things over here?" Franklin merely grinned cheekily at him. "Oh, I was just telling them how I beat your ass when I first met you." Marlin's eyes widened, as did Franklin's grin. The man should have known him better, honestly. Shoving his sister at him and expecting him to cooperate? "You did not beat me up," Marlin returned with an exasperated sigh, "and this is hardly a subject we should be discussing around women." "But they're hardly gentlewomen, Marlin. I rather enjoy that I don't have to worry that I'm being groomed for marriage, or matchmaking, or something as silly as that." He saw the comprehension dawn on Marlin's face a moment before the shorter man groaned. Taking Franklin's arm, he glanced briefly back at his sister with a sheepish smile. "Excuse me, ladies. I need to talk to Frank alone for a moment." Oh yes, he was certainly in trouble. But it had been worth every moment. Even hours after the picnic, Laura Beth and her friends were still reeling. Though Marlin had taken Franklin away for what Laura could only assume was a firm interrogation, she was still a little shocked. She had no idea that was what men from the British upper crust acted like, even if Janice and Rosario hurried to reassure her that Darwell was simply one strange customer. "But he's supposed to be the Queen's cousin or something like that, right?" she asked them later over her third glass of wine. "She lets him act like that?" "Well, I've heard the Darwells are a strange bunch," Rosario whispered furtively as if she were afraid someone might be listening. "Franklin's supposed to be the heir, but he apparently has no interest in getting married whatsoever." Janice's mouth suddenly dropped open in shock. "You don't think he's, for Marlin?" The prospect definitely gave all three women something to mull over. It was a perfect explanation for why Franklin hadn't seemed interested in any of them, even though Marlin himself had hinted that he was interested in meeting Laura. That can't be it. Marlin's not gay, and he wouldn't indulge in something like that. Laura recovered quickly, waving her friends off before she frowned deeply. Despite the fact that she had hoped, rather desperately in fact, that she and Franklin would hit it off, Laura was forced to admit that the man was rather odious. Talking about fighting and admitting that he'd only come to the picnic as a favor to Marlin after her brother made it seem like he was genuinely interested in meeting her. No wonder he wasn't married. If he was that much of a horror with every woman he met, they must run screaming in the other direction. Maybe he's one of those men that likes to play hard to get? Or maybe he's just a jerk. Laura snickered, taking another sip of her wine. She was just tipsy enough to feel very secure in the fact that she was simply too much of a woman for Franklin Darwell, whatever the reason. "Does that mean you don't want Marlin to set up another meeting?" Janice arched a brow, even as she looked at a waiter to bring the menu. The small bistro they were in was bustling, and it was a good thing they were open so late. Laura hadn't been too fond of the half-burnt food at the barbecue. "I can't think of any woman that would want to meet that one again. You two are very heartily welcome to him." Janice merely grimaced. "If I can't even get a good lay out of it, I think I'll pass." Rosario merely smiled wistfully. If only he wasn't gay. "Hey love, sorry I'm late." It was at that moment that Pam chose to make an appearance. Dumping her things carelessly on the floor next to the table, she took an empty seat. As always, she looked completely disheveled. For a long while after she'd met Pam, Laura Beth had tried to take her under her wing. Unlike Janice and Rosario, the slightly older woman was helpless when it came to dressing herself, and she wore the same work uniform every day, a shapeless skirt, jumper, and thick glasses. No one would possibly know that under all that ridiculousness was a pretty attractive woman. But that was the way Pam liked it. "How was the barbecue?" Pamela looked at each of them in turn, and they each came up with their own excuses to avoid her gaze. This wasn't exactly the triumphant story she'd hoped to tell the blonde. In truth, Laura had been looking forward to showing Pam what could happen when one took pride in one's appearance. But not only had Franklin Darwell not noticed her, he'd told her far more about her brother than she cared to know. It was wonderful. She finally acquiesced, smiling a bit more harshly than she might have naturally. Darwell was amazing. She ignored the nonplussed look that Janice and Rosario shot her. Quite the English gentleman. At that, Pam laughed. I can't quite get over how enchanted you are over English gentlemen. They're ruddy gits, the lot of them. Charming on the outside, but that's about all. Well, it was pretty easy to see why Pamela had trouble getting a man if that was her attitude. Well, Pam, I honestly think this one might be your type. The words left her before she could really think about them, and in the next moment, Rosario and Janice were staring at her as if she'd grown another head. For a moment, Laura was quite in agreement with their idea. She must have lost her mind. She'd met Franklin Darwell, and hadn't even given it her all. But by the same token, she didn't find the man half as alluring now that she knew how his mind worked. Truth be told, she wanted to punish the man. He shattered any dreams she had of ending up with the royal family, in literally a few sentences. He wasn't suave, kind, or gentlemanly. Quite the opposite, in fact. Which meant that he and Pamela were perfect for one another. You've got to be joking. She plunked down her own glass of wine on the table before taking a sip. I don't have a type. Pam, when is the last time you got laid? At Rosario's question, Pamela almost spat out her mouthful of wine, looking at the dark-haired woman incredulously. What the hell kind of question is that? A serious one. Janice piped up almost immediately. We're trying to figure out why the hell you're so grumpy all the time. Pamela, ever the clever one, only flushed, redirecting the conversation. And you think some rich royal is the one to solve the problem for me? It seems you ladies don't know me very well at all. Pam attempted the comment with a healthy dose of good humor, but Laura could tell by the way that she gulped her wine that this particular line of questioning was making her uncomfortable. Oh, come on, Pam. You're always working, Rosario emphasized halfway through her fourth glass of wine herself. You never get, the urge? At that, she simply laughed, shaking her head. You make it sound like I'm a bloody tigress in heat or something. Laura Beth might have been a bit tipsy, but she was plenty sober enough to put two and two together in her mind. Franklin Darwell didn't want her, did he? She was a successful lawyer with her entire life ahead of her, and she was smoking hot to boot. If the man didn't want her, then Laura would love to see how he fared with someone like Pamela, a self-declared man-eater. Maybe we should get Marlin to bring Franklin around again. This time, Janice and Rosario were a little more discreet when they stared at her in disbelief. We could ask him out to dinner with us ladies. Introduce him to Pam. No, Pamela rebutted her almost before she finished speaking, but that much was to be expected. Pamela Livingston didn't date, and the rare occasions that she did spend with men were often work-related. I think I'll pass. Come on, Pamela. Laura automatically began to wheedle. As her brother Marlin had pointed out to her many times, and with much exasperation, she was pretty damn good at it. It's not like you'll be alone with him. You're right. I won't even be without 10 kilometers of him, because I'll be at home in bed. Damn it. Laura might have forgotten how stubborn Pam could be when she set her mind on something. If she wanted her at this dinner, she was going to have to come up with something to pigeonhole her into participating. Don't you owe Lauren a favor for that time she covered for you? It was at that moment that Janice decided to be a genius. Laura could have kissed her for her sudden revelation. There had indeed been one particular situation in which Pamela cited an emergency but couldn't call out of work. It had been Lauren's day off, and feeling generous, she offered to cover for her, never forgetting to cite that Pam would owe her one day. She'd forgotten about it until Janice mentioned it. At the reminder, Pamela looked to each of them in turn in disbelief. Why, you want to use that for this of all things? He's just a rich git. Pam would find out just how right she was as soon as Laura could plan this out properly. It was just too good of an opportunity to pass up. It's more for your sake than anything else, really, Pam. You might just like him. Pam looked like she believed she'd rather add bleach to her glass than agree to Laura's request, but the younger woman knew she had her back into a corner now. She blew out a long breath, before groaning as she drew a hand over her face in exasperation. You're really not going to let me get out of this, are you? Not on her life. You'll be thanking me this time next week. Laura's smile was sweet, even as she began to plot. This was, without a doubt, going to be a night for the history books.
Chapter 4.
No. Franklin was bent over a snooker table, in one of the only parlors in the small village. He was already in a bad mood, because his brother had called him that morning from an unknown number, and he had foolishly picked up, which resulted in an entirely unexpected 10-minute conversation with Russell that might or might not have killed him. The man was so ridiculously happy that Franklin could taste it. The only way to alleviate the pain was to demand to talk to Alice, which was only slightly more bearable. She, of course, had demanded that he come down to visit, after which he had conveniently promised to call her back. After all that nonsense, he had almost killed himself during his morning run, when he had stepped into the hole of an unfortunate hibernating rabbit. He had twisted his ankle so badly that for a moment, he feared he'd broken it. In the end, he ended up hobbling back to his cabin, whereupon Marlin had called him to see if he wanted to go out. He should have known the man had ulterior motives. After the picnic, he had sworn that he'd be more careful about trusting Marlin with anything, no matter how much they had in common. Franklin, come on. It's just dinner. Right. The taller man glanced over his shoulder at his companion suspiciously. Like the other day was just a picnic. Those women all had stars in their eyes, Marlin, especially your sister. You should have known better. What, are you saying my sister's not attractive? Not smart? She's a lawyer, Franklin, and she just wanted to meet you. All you had to do was be nice for an hour. Franklin merely smirked as he took his shot, sinking the 5 and 6 balls. Like I said, you should have known. Any other man in his right mind would have throttled him. Franklin knew his own mother could have cuffed him around the head, regardless of his age. Marlin only exhaled a long sigh, before a reluctant chuckle worked its way from his chest. You're right. I should have. He took his own shot, sinking an equal 2 balls to even the score between them. So how about, he mused, leaning on his cue stick as he watched Franklin prepare for his next move, we make a wager on the outcome of the game. If I win, you come to dinner. Franklin eyed Marlin dubiously, sensing a trap. And what if I win? You'd better make it good, if I'm wagering another interlude with your sister and her minions. Marlin scowled at him. You're exactly the opposite of a gentleman, you know that? What? Franklin eyed him, obviously affronted. Are they not minions? Pretty minions, but geez, Marlin, all they did was stare as she tried to have her way with me. He knew the smaller man wouldn't be able to argue with him on that point, and true to form, Marlin didn't. Instead, he just glared warningly at his friend. After Franklin made his shot, and a good one at that, Marlin acquiesced with extreme prejudice. I'll take Jacqueline out if you win. At that, Franklin grinned widely. Despite the fact that both of them knew that it wasn't really physical interest that had their favorite bartender after them, Jacqueline had been hinting that she'd enjoy a night out with Marlin. He was, of course, reluctant, but that was only because he didn't know Jacqueline very well. Franklin was pretty sure that Marlin would find a date with Jacqueline far more interesting than with anyone their own age. I suppose that settles it then. Prepare to lose. Marlin, much like Franklin himself, hated the mere mention of the word. Their match was fierce, or at least as fierce as a snooker match could be between two extremely competitive friends. A few snooker balls ended up on the floor and Marlin broke his cue. He was very irked about having to pay for a replacement. Ultimately, his patience paid off. Franklin still couldn't believe it when the game was over. Marlin had beat him by a margin of exactly 2 points. 2. Looks like you're my dinner date. Christ, the American was insufferable. The moment he uttered the words, Franklin merely cut deeply colored eyes at him, his mouth pulling into a frown. Does that mean I can tell them I'm gay? Marlin's expression was horrified. Damn, Franklin, grow up. Aren't you supposed to be a member of the gentry? He was. The problem was that the gentry were all too stuffy and self-absorbed for their own good. All Franklin wanted, all he had ever wanted, was to live his life the way he pleased. He hadn't yet met a woman who understood that, and he doubted Laura Beth was going to come around anytime soon. Don't you ever take time off from looking down at people to, I dunno, buy Maseratis? Visit Dubai? Things rich people do? But Marlin, Franklin replied with a wicked smile, looking down on people is so much bloody fun. Even as the girls dragged her out towards the waiting car, Pam reminded herself for the umpteenth time that she didn't want to be at this dinner. She was being forced to, against her will. Not only that, her friends were making a huge to-do about it, which only made her more uncomfortable. They'd come to pick her up from work, before spiriting her off to the mall to buy a dress she really couldn't afford on her salary. Then, they had barged their way into her flat under the pretense of helping her get ready. There were far more women in the same place than Pamela had been used to for a good long while. All the curling, makeup application, leg shaving, and obsessive plucking, she had thought she might go mad. But in the end, she supposed she didn't look half bad. Laura Beth, Rosario, and Janice, of course, were all equally stunning. They liked to wear clothes that showed off their choicer bits, and they knew just how to accentuate their features with the right amount of makeup. While they had been shoving her through the mall, however, Pam had refused almost every dress they'd picked for her, until she finally encountered a navy number that showed neither too much leg nor too much of her bosom. In fact, it hugged her figure in all the right places, and with a pair of black pumps she actually thought she looked quite nice, if a little tall and gangly. Laura Beth had done her makeup and done her best to make her wear contacts, but in the end Pamela stuck with her glasses. She had managed to wrestle her hair into some sort of submission, and half of it was piled atop her head, while the rest draped almost elegantly over her shoulders. There was no way she could do this every night, but she supposed it would work for a night out. But this was not, Pamela reminded herself, a date. She would be with Marlin and the girls, so it didn't matter how charming Franklin was, there was no reason she would have to interact with him directly. Absolutely none. Despite the fact that Laura was all but tittering, Pam couldn't help the distinct feeling of doom that lay heavy in the pit of her stomach. She didn't know this, Darwell, but she was already certain that she wouldn't like him and that she would have to pay for a fancy dinner to boot. She might look good, but by the end of the evening she was sure she would learn her lesson. Don't ever take favors from Laura Beth Doles. The restaurant Laura had chosen for their little get-together was one of the best in town. One look at the elegant French double doors at the entrance, and Pam knew her wallet would be hurting for weeks to come. Even if her friend had good intentions, Pam was always a bit annoyed at the way Laura seemed to conveniently forget that she wasn't as monetarily endowed as Rosario or Janice. Even if she could bring herself up to the American woman's standard of living, Pam didn't know if she could. She was rather fond of living modestly. When she and her friends stepped through the door, Marlin was already waiting for them at the hostess desk, and beside him. Oh my gosh. Pam's eyes widened so flagrantly that she was surprised they didn't drop from her head. She knew that man. Well, she didn't know him per se, but she definitely recognized him from Jacqueline's pub. The moment she laid eyes on him there a few weeks ago, she'd known she'd never forget him, not that haughty, angular, handsome face, the long hair, or his piercing blue eyes. He was dressed a little less casually today than when she'd first seen him, in a button-up open at his throat and a pair of slacks that hugged lean legs and hinted at the strength of the powerful body beneath. When she realized she was staring, however, Pam quickly averted her eyes. The last thing she needed was to raise suspicion here. Come in out of the cold, ladies. Marlin himself was attractive enough, with an easy smile and dark hair. Laura had never told Pam what he did for a living, but the blonde woman had always considered him far from her realm of interest because he was her friend's brother. There was code there that she really didn't fancy breaking. "You all look amazing. Thanks for agreeing to come to dinner with us, Marlin." Laura beamed at her brother, wrapping him in a tight embrace a moment before she stepped back to turn her smile on the man beside him. "Mr. Darwell, it's a pleasure to see you again too." His smile was slow and indulgent, so much so that for one wild moment, Pam was certain that the man had already fallen for her friend. But then he opened his mouth. "I should think so. After all, you're the one who initiated this little soiree." At his comment, Laura flushed darkly in embarrassment. It was, of course, inherently understood that she had arranged the meeting, but that didn't mean that Franklin had to remind her of it. It took the wind right out of her sails, and Pam found herself hiding a small smile of amusement. Perhaps he wasn't as charming as her friend thought. Laura, however, recovered remarkably quickly. "I did indeed. Thank you for coming. You remember my friends Janice and Rosario?" She gestured to the ladies at her side, who smiled at Franklin flirtatiously, and he simply nodded curtly. And then, the inevitable happened. Laura took hold of Pam's arm and forced her forward, almost as if presenting her to the man. "Mr. Darwell, this is Pamela Livingston. She's another friend of mine, who couldn't make it to the picnic the other day." "I see." Franklin gave her a once-over that made her cheeks flush slightly. "Out shopping, were you?" "Working, actually." The retort rolled off of her tongue a moment before Pamela turned from the man. "I'll get the table." It was something she could do anyway, rather than embarrassing herself by simpering to this man just because he looked good. And he did look quite delicious, especially that V of flesh exposed at his throat and the hint of muscle at his chest. "Reservation for Laura Beth Dole's party of 6. "Of course, ma'am. Right this way." Pam was the first one to follow after the hostess. She wanted to be seated as far as humanly possible from Franklin, but she found her plans thwarted when Laura tampered with her intended seating arrangement. She purposefully sat a single seat away from Franklin, before patting the empty space between them. "Come sit by me, Pam. I need your company." Bloody hell, she was conniving. In the current situation, however, there was little more Pam could do other than grit her teeth and comply with her friend's wishes. When she received her menu, she buried her face in it, vainly hoping it would shield her for the night. An extremely shallow dream. "So Pam, why don't you tell Mr. Darwell what you do for a living?" Pamela winced as Laura prodded her again, not 5 minutes after she sat down at the table. She glanced over at her friend with a forced smile. "After you, Laura." The dark-haired woman beamed. "Well," she turned to smile at Darwell, batting her eyelashes rather rapidly. "I'm a lawyer, and Rosario here is a doctor. Janice is a lawyer too. We work at the same firm." At each of their moments in the spotlight, her friends preened, and Pam fought the urge to gag. Franklin only looked slightly amused. Turning to her, he arched a brow. "And what are you, a neurosurgeon?" His flippant tone made her bristle slightly. "A secretary, actually. And I'm part of an illustrious and star-studded temp agency. So, let me know if you need any documents typed up." Franklin's brow raised even further. "I certainly will. Do you happen to have a business card so I can contact you in the future?" Well, he was certainly flippant enough. "I'm sure you'll be able to find me, with all your considerable resources." With a sweet smile, Pam went back to her menu and looked for the cheapest thing she could find. She was desperate for a glass of wine, but she'd be damned if she was paying £20 for one. They had to be out of their minds. "So," Marlin cleared his throat, obviously eager to clear the tension in the air. "Franklin's in town on holiday. Desperate to get out of London for a while, aren't you, Frank?" "Oh," Janice interjected with starry eyes, already sipping on her own wine. "I love London, though. All the shops, restaurants, and nightlife. Why would you ever want to get away?" "Well, it's loud for one. Crowded for another. Franklin raised a surprisingly slender hand and began to tick off the reasons. People are pretty much obsessed with status and money, and everyone follows me around like I'm a bloody celebrity. But you pretty much are. Rosario piped up. You're related to the Queen. She spoke in a hushed tone, almost as if she were worried the woman herself would hear her. At that, Franklin snorted. Not so closely as most people would think. I can't introduce you or anything. His tone was enough to tempt Pamela to look up from her menu. She had thought, if anything, that this man would be one of two extremes, either extremely pompous and completely unbearable about his station in life, or to be polite to the point of being mind-numbingly boring. Curiously enough, Franklin Darwell seemed to be neither. But you've met her, of course. Rosario rebutted, her eyes wide. The Queen, that is. At that, Franklin chuckled. I have. Very nice woman. I think she may have spoken all of 10 words to me. Pam glanced at Marlin to find him very visibly stifling laughter, as Laura Beth stared at Franklin as if he were from another planet. He, however, hardly seemed ruffled by her obvious disapproval. In fact, after ordering his drink from the waitress, he changed the subject abruptly. So, how much have you all been following the incidents in the Middle East? It was clear from the looks on all three of Pam's friends' faces that they hadn't been following any such news in the slightest. Why would they? They were busy spending the money they earned in their high-class towers, at expensive luncheons and fancy retreats. Pamela knew from first-hand experience that trying to talk about world news with her friends was like having a conversation with a brick wall. Are we discussing Syria, mainly? I mean, in my opinion, that's where the epicenter of all the terror is. When she answered casually, Franklin turned his attention to her once more. This time, his expression held more genuine surprise than snark. You've read about the conflict? Read about it. Watched news segments, seen the floods of refugees pouring in on boats in which they can barely survive. You'd have to be blind not to see it. Pam tried not to direct this jibe toward her friends, but she couldn't help letting out just a little of the frustration that had been pent up inside of her for so long. Do you get many refugees this far outside London? When Franklin spoke again, his voice held vested interest, and for a moment, it was almost as if everyone else at the table had disappeared. You might not see them on a day-to-day basis, but there are a few places where they're being put up in the village while their paperwork is being processed. You also see quite a few families at the food banks, if you get up early enough. I've volunteered once or twice. Have you now? At the sudden intensity of Franklin's stare, Pamela remembered that she wasn't wearing the most modest dress, and found herself flushing slightly. It wasn't, she quickly reminded herself, as if he was looking at her, really. He was just interested in the current line of conversation. Much more interested than he was in regaling them with stories about how he met the Queen anyway. When I have the time, I usually take whatever position the temp agency has available, and a lot of the firms are close to the food bank. And are they all from Syria? Franklin was now leaning towards her, and Pam noticed, with no small amount of heat rising in her belly, that he was a scant 6 inches from her. They were so close their knees could have touched under the table. Well, I wouldn't know, don't speak the language or anything like that. But I assume many of them are from Syria, yes. Quite a few from North Africa as well. Oh, I've been to Egypt. Janice immediately latched onto that particular point to work her way into the conversation. Beautiful country. And the pyramids, absolutely glorious. Franklin cast her a slightly irked look. Did you happen to read about how their government is oppressing their people? Or the rioting going on in the streets? I'm pretty sure they kept the tour buses well away from those parts of town. Janice was shut down immediately. Pamela knew that she was a horrible person. That Janice was her friend and she should have come to her defense, but how many times had this happened to her? She was having drinks with them at some bar or the other, and they were going on about designer bags and shoes. When she broached a real-world subject, she was shut down faster than she could blink, and though she had never admitted it, the brush-off hurt her. I feel like Egypt has a history of unrest. She chose a rather diplomatic statement to divert attention from Janice's red face. Their most peaceful times were ancient times. Ever since then, they've been the battleground for someone else's war, and now they're fighting their own. I wholeheartedly agree. Franklin's words made her heart swell unexpectedly as his gaze met hers. There seems to be a problem with that in the Middle East in general. I do wish the UK would do more to assist. Well, Mr. Darwell, I'm sure you could put a bug in the Queen's ear. Pam knew she had no right, but she couldn't help teasing him. Not after the way that the girls had all gushed over him. Marlin snorted into his wine at her jibe, as Pam just smiled sweetly. To her great surprise, Franklin merely smiled back. Though perhaps mere was far too light a word. When the man was truly smiling, not smirking or chuckling, it lit up his handsome face and made him absolutely gorgeous. Though Pam hadn't come to dinner that night interested in him at all, she couldn't help but be attracted to that smile. Also, she grudgingly had to admit that he could hold a decent conversation. "What are you going to have for dinner, Frank?" Marlin suddenly inquired, looking far too knowingly from Pam to his friend and then back again. "I want the prime rib. I'm starving." "I'll have the prime rib as well." Franklin then looked to Pam, almost as if he'd been waiting for her to speak. "What will you have, Pamela?" Almost no one called her by her given name. To Pam it had always sounded a bit stiff, and hearing it used at work always made her irate, but the title rolled off Franklin's tongue in a way that made her shiver. What the hell was wrong with her? "I'll have air." She scanned the menu frantically, and found the only thing that was under 20 pounds. A garden salad. At that, Franklin scoffed. "A salad, really? Bloody hell, woman, eat something. You've got a brilliant figure, don't worry about it." Strangely, Pamela was torn somewhere between indignation and pleasure at this comment. "And have some wine? How is everyone drinking except you?" She flushed slightly in embarrassment. "I'm perfectly fine, thank you." Pam, when Lauren Beth called her name in a tone fairly dripping with pity, she turned with extreme reluctance to look at her. "I can loan you a few pounds if you need it." She spoke lowly, but not near lowly enough for anyone at the table to be ignorant of what she said. "Go ahead and splurge." Taking a deep breath, Pam resisted the urge to chuck her water glass at the cheeky American woman. Did she really think she was helping? She'd felt self-conscious about being in this fancy place before, but now she could feel everyone's eyes on her, including Franklin's, and she didn't like it one bit. In fact, she would have preferred to sink into the ground and cease to exist than to be sitting where she was at that particular moment. Usually, she was the first person in the room to come up with a witty comeback, but Pam hadn't been expecting such a low blow from someone who was supposed to be her friend, so she floundered. "I'm covering the party's bill." When Franklin spoke, he didn't do it gently, nor was there one iota of pity in his voice. He sounded as if he was doing nothing more exciting than commenting on the morning weather. "So, personally, I couldn't give two chits what any of you order, only hurry it up. Marlin's starving, remember?" And just like that, the queasy tension of the moment was dispelled by Marlin's laughter. Pamela's stomach unclenched, and she stared at the pristine white of the tablecloth. Though deep down there was a part of her that wanted to be grateful to Franklin for his generosity, and also for helping her save face, somehow his kindness only made her even more aware of how thrifty she had to be. This was why she couldn't spend time with men of wealth. Seeing the way they spent money blew her mind. Pamela got her salad and drank water. If she was really hungry, she could make herself some eggs and bacon later. She wasn't too worried about it. As dinner went on, her friends picked at the fish and pork chops they had ordered, preferring to guzzle wine and gush about the shopping excursion that they had planned. Marlin, for his part, was completely and totally absorbed in his steak, which meant that Franklin was her only choice for conversation. Somehow, the man made it easy. He resumed speaking about the Middle East, as if their discussion had never been interrupted. From there, he moved on to trading with India, something that Pam was far less versed in but more than willing to listen. Franklin detailed to her the factors that went into the prices of certain spices, and she, in turn, told him about a documentary she watched where people in small, rural Chinese villages found the truffles eaten in five-star restaurants in the West and were paid just a fraction of their selling price. Franklin immediately demanded the name of the program and even took it down, surprising her. By the time everyone but she had moved onto the desert course, Pam found herself quietly fascinated by the man, if incredibly wary. She didn't know much about him as a person, but she had at least heard of his family. He might not be the best chums with the Queen, but she and his father were certainly related, which made him important and ridiculously wealthy. Just the kind of men that she tended to avoid. That being said, she rarely encountered moneyed men who seemed to know as much about the world as Franklin Darwell. Dear Lord, I'm stuffed. And drunk. At his sister's proclamation, Marlin, who had quite a few himself, grinned at her. Oh, shut up, Marlin. Pam ignored their exploits, choosing instead to sneak glances at Franklin as he took care of the check. He made no big to-do about it, merely slipping the waitress his card discreetly and tipping generously. There was more to this man than met the eye, but this was the first and last time she would ever meet him, so it was none of her affair. She checked her watch and found that it was close to 11 in the evening. When Laura Beth ushered her out of her apartment earlier that night, Pam had been sure that the affair would drag on and she'd be desperate to leave. Now, oddly, she found that feeling had somehow abandoned her. But she did have an interview for her next temp job early the following morning, which meant that she had to get going. Well, I need to dash. She stood, feeling Franklin Darwell's gaze boring into her acutely. Thank you for inviting me, Laura. She turned to him briefly to see a small smile playing about the corners of his lips. And thank you for dinner, Mr. Darwell. It was wonderful. You should come with me for an actual dinner. His casual suggestion rooted her to the spot in shock. Instead of rabbit food. 3 hours ago she might have slapped him, but now Pam found that she couldn't do very much at all. Had Franklin Darwell just asked her on a proper date? In front of everyone? What the hell was she supposed to say? Pamela looked from Franklin's ungodly handsome face to each of the people around the table in turn. Marlin looked as surprised as his sister, and Laura Beth's mouth was slightly open in what could only be described as shock. Janice was staring at her with eyes as wide as saucers, and Rosario suddenly became very interested in her wine. I have to go. It was the only thing she could come up with, and Pam knew it was no answer at all. Good night. With that, she fled the restaurant, making her way quickly to the salvation of her car. She didn't relax until she was several kilometers away from the restaurant, headed towards home. Had that been a disaster, or something else entirely? Somehow she wasn't quite sure. Predictably, Laura called her when she was only about halfway home. Pam would have assumed that she, Janice, and Rosario would have gotten drunk and gone out to a bar afterward for more debauchery. She put the phone on speaker only reluctantly, wanting nothing more than to be warm in her bed on her way to unconsciousness. Pam, what the hell are you doing? Her gaze concentrated on the road and Pam sighed. I'm going home, Laura. I have an interview tomorrow. Are you out of your mind? Laura's elevated, incredulous tone echoed around the car, making Pam wince. Franklin Darwell asked you on a date, but you didn't even answer him. Of course I didn't. Pam returned almost immediately, turning into her flat's community parking lot. You know he's not my type, Laura. Not your type? If anything, the American girl's voice only grew more shrill. He's rich, gorgeous, and part of the nobility. What's not to like? Parking her car, Pam scowled as she answered her friend. Seeing as how I'm pretty anti all of those things, I can't see why you're so upset. Geez, Pam, does that fact that you're struggling not matter to you? The man could be your ticket out. Now that they weren't in front of 5 other people and Pam wasn't feeling distinctly exposed, she didn't hold her tongue. Has it ever occurred to you that I like making my own way, Laura? That I don't need you to embarrass me by throwing a pity party every time I go out with you? Her accusation was enough to make Laura fall silent for a brief moment, and that moment was enough for Pamela to fear that she might have offended her irreparably. Groaning, she merely shook her head as she walked up the steps to her door before apologizing. "You know what? Forget it, Laura. I'm sorry. I know you mean well, but I just can't see myself keeping Darwell's interest for long, so I'd rather not waste either of our time." Laura made a frustrated sound in the back of her throat. "You do know how stubborn you are, don't you?" Pam's lips twitched. "I'm fully aware, thank you." As she slipped into her foyer, her little piece of heaven, she found that she didn't really have the energy to continue this line of conversation. "Laura, I'm tired and I need to be early tomorrow. Let me call you later." "Think about this, Pam. Really think about it." Yes. Good night." She hung up before Laura could start listing more reasons it would be beneficial for her to date someone in the gentry. Steadfastly through her evening routine, Pam refused to dwell on any part of the dinner. She showered, worked on her hair, and slid into bed before thoughts of Franklin Darwell drifted back to her. He really was completely different than she had imagined. Nothing like an uppity, self-absorbed man she'd met in his societal bracket. Atop that, for some reason, he seemed interested in her. Not gorgeous, successful Laura Beth or exotic Rosario, but her. Maybe he was out of his bloody mind. That would certainly explain a lot. With a sigh, she rolled over and shut off the lamp, closing her eyes. What did it matter, really? She'd never see the man again. Unless you counted the handsome, snarkily grinning face she saw when she closed her eyes to try and sleep. Franklin had to admit, somewhat reluctantly, that he was disappointed in how the evening had gone. While he had known that he was going to be subjected to a gaggle of chattering women he didn't like, what he hadn't anticipated was Pamela Livingston. It had been worth the charade of a dinner party just to meet her, and he'd be lying to himself if he didn't admit that he'd been immediately drawn to her. Unlike her friends, there was little artificial about Pam. The moment she'd seen him, her reaction had been completely genuine and hardly stifled. She had been uncomfortable, to say the least. As if she, like him, had been forced into this particular situation. He felt almost sorry that he had continued to underestimate her. The first sharp reply from her alluringly full mouth had put that to right, and for the rest of the dinner he had barely paid attention to anyone else. He only sat next to her for 2 hours, but in those 2 hours he'd learned quite a bit about her. First off, Pamela was unmistakably attractive. She was tall, perhaps an inch or two shy of 6 feet, with long legs, a generous bosom, and a minute waist. Her face, rather than being overly painted, was instead stark in its natural beauty, with only the smallest bits of makeup to enhance it, and that glorious sweeping dark blonde mane of hair. The moment she started talking about Syria, he ached to run his hands through it. He was, no doubt, a very strange customer. Franklin could think of very few men who had to hear a woman talk before they could be physically attracted to them. Even Marlin, whom he held in high regard, liked to decide whether or not he would sleep with a woman before he'd actually spoken with her. Sheer ignorance didn't dissuade him as much as hips that were slightly too wide, or hair that was a bit too short. Though Pamela suffered from neither of these issues, it was her mind that drew Franklin to her, or at least it had before she'd all but fled from him. Franklin couldn't say he was a stranger to women walking away from him, but he had never seen one do it with such stark wariness as Pamela Livingston, almost as if his asking for a date had been what scared her away. Before Franklin left, he asked Marlin what might have scared her away, and his friend's answer had been slightly discouraging. It turned out that, among her group of friends, Pamela was the professed man-hater. This behavior, of course, hadn't been so apparent during dinner. If anything, he might have thought they were enjoying one another's company. He had even gone so far as to wonder if she might consent to visit his cabin the next time they got together. In fact, it had been a long time since Franklin had wanted a woman so badly, so instantaneously. Since the days of his rather reckless youth. Despite his cool, calm demeanor, the Darwell heir could be a very insistent romantic partner. When he wanted a woman, he wanted her. He was willing to spend all night showing her just how much he wanted her, to devote his full and undivided attention to diverting hers. And though Pamela Livingston had run away from him, though there was little chance that he would see her again, that didn't stop him from imagining what might happen if she came home with him. It had been so long for him that he doubted Pamela would be leaving for several days if he could convince her. And he was sure that he could. Franklin thought churlishly that his brother Russell's tendencies must somehow be rubbing off on him because he was struck with a sudden eager urge to please. He had saved her face at the dinner because he couldn't stand to see her lovely face so distorted in obvious embarrassment. It was obvious that, even if she counted Marlin's sister and the other women she'd arrived with friends, they obviously didn't hold her in as high regard as she held them. He had to wonder why a woman as obviously intelligent as Pamela was working at a temp agency in the first place. She had to see some benefit in it if she stubbornly refused to let her friends lend her money and avoided extravagance, even when others were paying. Franklin was still contemplating that particular quandary when he reached his cabin. All was quiet at the hunting lodge, and he was prepared to make himself a drink and prepare for bed. When Franklin went for his key, however, he was surprised to find that the door opened the moment he rested his hand on it. It was unlocked. He never left his cabin door unlocked. It wasn't as if the lodge was dangerous, but Franklin was always wary that one of the many animals wandering around would get into his things, or perhaps a transient vagrant would decide that his bed looked inviting. He was expecting to see evidence of one of those things when he pushed open the door, but instead, Franklin was met with a scene straight out of a mystery novel. His entire cabin had been ransacked. The desk in the front room was in complete disarray, the drawers ripped from the body and thrown on the floor. Papers were strewn everywhere. Armchairs were turned over and his suitcase had been rifled through. His lips pressed together in a tight line, Franklin ventured cautiously through the rest of the apartment. The kitchen drawers were on the tile floor, silverware sorted through, and various documents from his checkout tread upon. The bedroom was perhaps the worst, as the mattress had actually been slit open and turned out, and his clothes were on every available surface. Surprisingly, however, his passport was still in the bedside table drawer, along with a book full of traveler's checks. Several expensive watches he'd brought with him were on the floor, but they hadn't been stolen. This meant that the object of this break-in hadn't been robbery. Franklin didn't panic. He wasn't the kind of person who panicked easily. He didn't even leave the cabin to speak to the management. Instead, he sat on his ruined bed and sank deep into thought. Relatively few people knew that he was here. Of course, he'd met a large number of people at the picnic, but none of them knew where he was staying. On that number, there was only his mother, Marlin, and perhaps Alice, but he couldn't see any of them dropping the information casually. Whoever had entered the cabin had, no doubt, been looking for something. Franklin had to assume they'd been misinformed. There weren't many things that would be of anything beyond monetary value to anyone that he carried constantly on his person. He would, of course, inform the police, but he would try to do it as quietly as possible. The last thing he needed was his name all over the papers, and his private retreat was spoiled. What on earth could they possibly want? It would have been more to their advantage to try and catch him unaware and threaten him if they were looking for something he might not be carrying, but they had obviously known he was out, or they wouldn't have made such a ruckus. Franklin was quickly acquiring a headache. Surprisingly, his first impulse was to pick up the phone and call someone, but he suspected Marlin would be immediately alarmed and insist he call the police, a completely unnecessary gesture. Whoever had ransacked the cabin was long gone. He wondered vaguely what Pamela Livingston would think of this. Laura Beth had offered him her number before leaving, but Franklin declined out of respect for her privacy. Now he was regretting it. Somehow, the feeling of unease churning in his gut might have been alleviated by talking to someone who wouldn't treat him with kid gloves simply because of his station. And with Pamela, there was no fear of that.
Chapter 5.
Ultimately, Franklin decided against calling the cops and instead contacted a single detective who he knew through his mother. He was sure it was the best way to keep things quiet and maintain his privacy. The man arrived at the lodge alone and took Franklin's statement before the management. Gratitude that he hadn't chosen to take the incident public, he went about helping him clean up the mess. Surprisingly, Franklin was less occupied with the fact that someone had broken into his cabin than he was with the prospect that they expected he was carrying something of import enough to steal. If they didn't want his passport, his watches, or any other commonplace valuables, what exactly were they looking for? He pondered the question as he showered and readied himself for bed, several hours later than he had anticipated. And then, strangely enough, as he settled into bed, his thoughts returned to Pamela Livingston. If she knew that someone had broken into his cabin, would she be concerned? Would she care in the least? He had the distinct impression that, while interested in him on some level, she had every intention of keeping him at arm's length. Would it matter to her if he were hurt? If he fell off a cliff and broke every bone in his body? Geez, his thoughts had become so suddenly macabre it was depressing. Why, Franklin wondered, did the opinion of a woman he'd met literally a single time matter so much to him? She didn't know him, he didn't know her, and one conversation didn't change that. Even if, in the space of that one conversation, he'd decided that he wanted her badly enough for her to invade his thought process for the rest of the night. If his mother found out, he had no doubt she'd be thrilled. By this point, she might have convinced herself that he was asexual. Franklin wasn't one to bring his romantic life home. Indeed, he tended to be very secretive about almost every aspect of his life, which drove the media mad with frustration. Perhaps it was the fear of ending up as a tabloid subject that kept Pamela away from him. If she knew who he was, then she also had to know what it meant to be seen with him. She didn't occur to him as the type of woman that fed on fame. Laura Beth Doles and her friends, however, he was pretty certain that had been their aim the first time they met him. Exhaling hotly, Franklin ran a hand through his still damp hair. If he knew what was good for him, he'd drive all thoughts of Pamela from his mind. If she wasn't open to him, then that was that, and he had no interest in pursuing a woman who wanted nothing to do with him. Except that wasn't really the case with Pam, was it? She was interested. If she wasn't, she wouldn't have spoken to him at all. With a low curse, Franklin rolled onto his side, shutting his eyes in frustration. After all that had happened that evening, he needed sleep. The last thing he wanted was to be consumed by thoughts of a woman he didn't even know. When he finally slept, however, his dreams were a good deal more lurid than usual, and the woman pinned beneath him had a luxurious head of silky dark blonde hair. As a result, Franklin woke up the next morning in a foul mood. He found himself running twice as far as he usually did, as he couldn't stand the thought of being alone in the cabin with only his own consciousness for company. A little after noon he went to Jacqueline's pub, but she was so busy that she couldn't spare a moment for him. Marlin wasn't answering his phone, and by evening Franklin was so irritated that he contemplated borrowing one of the lodge's hunting rifles just to fire a few shots into the air. He had come here for peace, quiet, and solitude. After meeting Pamela Livingston, all of that had somehow been ruined. Franklin was sulking, though he himself would never have called it that, as he contemplated an early dinner when his phone rang. He stared at the buzzing device on the kitchen table for a long moment, as if daring it to continue, before it finally went to voicemail. He needed to get out of the cabin again. If he stayed here for too long, he might do something stupid, like try to get Pamela's number from Marlin. He had no idea if his friend even had the number, but Franklin couldn't even bear to go into his bedroom by this point. Every time he did, he pictured what Pamela's lovely sheet of blonde hair would look like spread across his pillows. What things might have been like if she had accepted his invitation to dinner. It had been almost a year since he'd been intimate with anything other than his left hand, and remembering the fragrance of Pamela's perfume wafting over him the previous night was only reminding him of that particularly painful fact. When he reluctantly took up his phone to try and reach Marlin again, he started as it began to buzz in his hand. His sister-in-law's face scrolled across the screen, and the blonde man frowned deeply. He didn't think he was in any state to be a pleasant conversationalist to one of the few people in the world he could tolerate, but if he ignored her, well, when Russell caught up to him, he was going to give him an earful over it. And he didn't even want to think about his mother. "Hello?" Despite the sour tone of his voice when he answered, Alice was thrilled to hear it. "Franklin? I've been trying to reach you for ages. Where on earth are you?" At her inquiry, he sighed long-sufferingly. "Still not in London. I'm taking a little hiatus from the so-called social scene. I need some space to think." "Oh, come on." All the good humor dropped from Alice's voice as her tone turned suddenly pleading. "Don't you realize what you've done? Left me in London with all these stuffy New Age aristocrats, and no one to laugh at them with me? You're a monster, Franklin. An absolute monster." It was the first thing anyone had said in a long time that actually lent him a pang of guilt. It was true that he often enjoyed going to social functions with Alice because they could laugh at the pomposity of the occasions. While Russell, Janine, and his mother were busy trying to make nice, Franklin and Alice often stood in the shadows, snickering at people who were making up reasons to flaunt their obvious wealth. Alice was very much like him in the fact that she came from a wealthy and noble family. Her situation was slightly worse than his, however, in the fact that her parents had always been on the lookout for someone their children could grow old with. Of course, it was for station's sake more than it was for love, but somehow, Alice and her brother both ended up with mates they were completely crazy for. Even if Franklin couldn't possibly comprehend how anyone could be crazy over his brother. "Well, I'm your monster-in-law, so watch how you talk to me, young lady." Alice scoffed at his bad joke. "Really though, Franklin? When am I going to get to see you? You can't stay up there forever." Franklin was of the opinion that he really could if he wanted. In fact, there were many occasions during which he'd contemplate skiving off completely and never returning to London. The only thing that kept him from pursuing those plans was the knowledge that his mother would probably come after him like a rabid dog. His guilt was almost enough to make him want to take off for London that instant, to see Alice if nothing else. But Franklin couldn't help feeling that, if he did so, he'd be leaving something quite undone. And that something was blonde, witty, and quite mouth-watering. "I might have to catch you the next time you visit, Alice. Or else I'll come and see you. I've got a bit of business to take care of." Alice gave a sigh that was a pretty good imitation of the one he'd emitted when their conversation started. "Victoria has started walking. You know that Rose is determined to drag her to every social function that we have to attend. More unwanted attention that I have to suffer without you to disperse it. You owe me, Darwell. You do realize you can't really insult me by last name when our last names are the same?" "Oh, sod off." There was good humor in the insult. "Enjoy your business then, but please don't be a stranger, Franklin." "Course not," he replied gruffly. "I'll visit soon." He hung up soon after placating her, staring at the phone for a long minute. If he had been thinking straight, he might have asked Alice for advice on approaching Pam. Franklin didn't think he'd ever been so distraught about a woman running the other direction, and if it were anyone else, anyone at all, he wouldn't have given two wits. But Pamela piqued his interest as no woman had in a long time, and Franklin found himself unwilling to give up on her before he'd seen her at least once more. When Pam's phone rang for the 5th time since 9 that morning, she was determined to ignore it. Since the fiasco with Franklin Darwell 2 nights ago, her friends have been calling her what seems like every other moment, and Pam has no desire to listen to them trying to convince her to go out with Franklin Darwell. She had already made her decision, and if she never saw him again, it would be too soon. Just thinking about him was enough to make her cheeks flush, and Pam was having enough time to concentrate. "Pamela, have you finished those documents I need?" When Stanley poked his head out of his office, Pam was almost glad to see him. Glad to see Stanley. She knew that admission painted her a nervous wreck. It took her a blessed few seconds to get the papers to him, before she was back at her desk, steadfastly ignoring her cell phone and wondering how she was going to get through the rest of the day. Pam supposed she should be savoring her last days here. After the interview she had that morning, the temp agency had already scheduled her next placement. She would only be with her current company for a few more weeks before she switched to another. Then she would be consumed with trying to learn an entirely new routine, a new set of names, and trying to please another boss. When the office phone rang, she answered it promptly. Finley Communications, this is Pamela. How may I help you? You can answer your phone. You know you can't avoid me forever, Pam. It was Laura Beth, and Pamela had to resist the urge to slam the phone down immediately. This was playing dirty if she'd ever heard of it. This is an office phone, Laura, she repeated through gritted teeth. You're holding up the line. Then answer your phone, or I'll hold up your office line all damn day. Pam swallowed a few choice words that rose to her tongue before hanging up promptly. The next time Laura Beth's face showed up on her caller ID, she picked up with a low snarl. What do you want? Oh, come on, Pam. Laura was playing innocent, after threatening her only moments earlier. I just want to talk about Darwell. Have you given him any more thought? Pam had. And what she thought was that her friends only wanted her to date the man so that they could live vicariously through her, and damn what she thought. Laura, how many times can I say I don't like him? He's not what I'm looking for. Oh, that is such horse crap, the American countered. He only had eyes for you at the dinner and you know it. He asked you out. That doesn't mean You know, for someone who is absorbed in people's perception of how much money she has, you're really quick to judge Darwell just because he has a lot of money. Has that ever occurred to you? Her words had Pam's mouth snapping shut in surprise. As much as she hated to admit it, Laura had a very valid point. She'd gone into the dinner with certain expectations of Franklin Darwell, and honestly, he had met none of them. When all was said and done, she had to admit that the reason she'd run out was because the man intimidated her. But there was no way she was going to tell Laura that. Before she could come up with a suitable retort, however, she was saved from embarrassment. Pamela? We need you to run down to Human Resources. She didn't think Sheila's call had ever come at a better time. Listen, Laura, I have to go. I'll call you back later, okay? Don't think you're getting out of this conversation, Pam. I'll leave you 1,000 voicemails. Pamela was pretty okay with that threat, considering that she could just delete them. She hung up, tossing her phone in the top drawer of her desk before hurrying towards Sheila's office. As she acquired the stack of files she needed to take down to HR, she found herself considering Laura's words. Whether or not Laura wanted to live vicariously through her was rendered moot if she considered that neither of them really knew what kind of person Franklin Darwell was. Pam couldn't lie to herself and say she wasn't intrigued. She'd been intrigued the moment she'd seen him in the pub, before she realized who he was. But just because she was curious didn't mean that she was free to date the man. It wasn't as if she could just ignore that he was who he was, and there was a small, very small part of her that was scared of what it meant if someone with that much money could make her happy in any way at all. Despite all of Laura's protests, she would stay away from the man, far away from him. And she would breathe easier once he left the village to return to London. Then she could go back to being safe in her preconceptions, and he could do whatever it was that the nobility did when they were being nobility. Franklin was in the middle of his morning jog, attempting to exhaust himself into forgetting about everything that had happened in the past few days. The break-in at his cottage, the dinner he'd had with Marlin and his sister's friends, and most of all, his almost obsessive curiosity about Pamela Livingston. By this time, he reasoned with himself, she'd forgotten that he even existed, and that didn't sit well with him. He was breaking his 15th kilometer, and it wasn't enough, so Franklin pushed himself harder. Maybe he was getting old, but he wanted to see her so much it was almost like a physical pain. He barely even knew her, but he so seldom encountered a woman that piqued his interest like she did, that every fiber of his being told him to pursue her. Even if she didn't want to be pursued. Now, Franklin might not be the most polite of a gentleman, but he certainly wasn't a brute. He wasn't going to force his presence on her, but maybe there was another way. When Franklin got to the top of a nearby hill that provided a pretty view of the village below, he finally stopped to catch his breath. He was supposed to be forgetting Pamela, not stewing on her. Though honestly, he knew that might as well be a lost cause. If he were dwelling more on her than the fact that someone had broken into his cabin to steal God knew what, then he knew that forgetting her would be an exercise in futility. So now, he just had to figure out what the most tactful method was to get her to spend time with him. It would probably, Franklin realized with a sinking feeling, involve spending more time with the women she called her friends. As loath as he was to expose himself further to them, it was the only method he could think of in which she might be comfortable enough to accept any kind of invitation from him. And that invitation had better be something that he knew she would have a very hard time turning down. "You want to what now?" It was hard enough for Franklin to say it the first time, so repeating his request to Marlin just about killed him. The two of them were on the porch of his cottage drinking whiskey, and Franklin supposed it was as good a time as any to talk about his plans. "I want to invite Laura Beth and her friends on a cruise. Down around North Africa, supposed to be a top-of-the-line ship." He shrugged, trying to seem as casual as possible. "Figure I might as well live up to what they think I am, brighten their dreary daily lives a little." "Right." Marlin eyed him with no small amount of amusement, sipping from his third drink. "Your cottage has been broken into, and you're more interested in sponsoring my sister and her friends, who you don't even like, I might remind you, on a super expensive cruise. Forgive me if I'm a little bit skeptical." Franklin had gotten around to telling his friend what had happened the prior week at his cottage, and he was surprised when Marlin seemed a lot more disturbed than he was. He suggested that he might do better to call the police and get them on the case, but Franklin rebuffed him by reminding him how little he liked publicity. "Well, I like safety, and it looks like yours is being threatened. Geez, you're so damn stubborn." Franklin didn't mind Marlin decrying his stubbornness, as long as he wasn't trying to force his hand. "Franklin, you can cut the crap, I know this is about Pam." Franklin should have known better. Marlin was enough like him, that he knew when he was trying to pull off a scheme. "I have to say, I'm impressed that you're so into her that you're willing to brave the minions again." At the mention of Laura Beth and her friend's unofficial title, Franklin smirked. "I thought we weren't supposed to call them that." Marlin chuckled. "We're not, but I'm 3 whiskeys in and you're talking about dropping thousands of pounds on them. As far as I'm concerned, pigs can fly at this point." Franklin rolled his eyes, pouring his 4th glass of whiskey. He had been counting on alcohol to make this better, but it wasn't helping out nearly as much as he might have hoped. "So, does that mean you're going to ask them?" Marlin choked on his whiskey, looking at Franklin incredulously. "What the heck? This is your plot. Why can't you tell them?" Franklin merely glared at him, as if the answer was obvious. "They don't know me from Adam. It'd be better if you talk to them. I'm sure I'll have to entertain them plenty if they agree." Marlin chuckled. "When they agree. I don't think there's any question that they will." Franklin groaned, drawing a hand through his hair as he contemplated 7 days on a boat he couldn't escape, with women who were very clearly out to make him their own. He could hardly think of anything worse, but he supposed it would all be worth it if he could get at least a few hours alone with Pam every day. "So, get back to me tonight? Let me know how it goes." Marlin was eyeing him strangely. "All this over Pam?" He sighed. "No offense, man, but I'm not sure you're chasing the right girl. Janice or Rosario would fall all over themselves to date you, if you're not interested in Laura. And that's precisely why I'm not interested in them." Franklin quipped, checking how much whiskey they had left. "Are you going to help me, or aren't you?" He gave Marlin a smile that was entirely too wicked for his own good. "If you want to insist that I ask myself, then I'll find some way to do it that embarrasses the bloody hell out of everyone involved." Marlin blanched. He'd never known Franklin to be a man to make empty threats. Fine. I'll ask them. But I'm not responsible for the consequences, he groused. Franklin graced him with one of his rare, genuine grins. I do appreciate it, Marlin. You're a true friend. At that, the American rolled his eyes. Of course, I'm a true friend when I do what you want. Christ, you British are manipulative as heck. It wasn't, Franklin told himself later, as if he didn't trust Marlin to go about his task properly. It was simply that he just wanted to see the way Pam reacted to the prospect of spending time with him. That was why he showed up at a pub closer to the center of the village, where Marlin had mentioned that he was meeting all the girls. He didn't go in. Rather, he bought a coffee and lingered outside the pub on the pretense of drinking it. As it was only a Tuesday night and not terribly crowded, he could hear fairly well from his place in the doorway, and with the hat pulled low on his face, no one recognized him. Janice walked right past him with a flounce of her wide hips, and Franklin merely chuckled. Pamela was the last to arrive, and she apologized for being late. It was the first time Franklin had seen her since she fled the dinner 2 weeks ago, and at the sight of her, his stomach clenched powerfully. She was dressed nowhere near as carefully as she had been that night. The loose jumper she wore did no justice to the succulent form he knew lay beneath it, and the skirt she wore might have been better suited to his mother than a younger woman. Even so, none of these things could detract from her innate beauty. Her glasses had the effect of magnifying her lovely green eyes, and he wondered how such eyes might look filled with anticipation of his kiss. I need to do some extra work tonight, so I'll only be able to stay for one drink. Pam apologized as she sat down. The dowdy skirt she wore rode up so he could see the creamy length of her thigh above her knee, and Franklin felt his body react instinctively. Laura just glared at her, and Franklin was left to wonder what had happened between the two women to earn her such a dirty look. Well, I just wanted to let you ladies in on a little secret. Despite the fact that they had been drinking all day, Marlin seemed to require more liquid courage. Franklin has been talking about taking a North African cruise during the first week of December, and when I mentioned that's the kind of thing you ladies are into, he suggested that he might like you to tag along. All of the girls immediately burst into excited squeals, all that was except Pam. She looked like she had swallowed a rather large lemon. North Africa? Laura was gushing excitedly. I've always wanted to go. Well, that was pretty interesting, considering that when he asked her how much she knew about the region, she had nothing to say. What ship is it? Janice looked as if she was dying to know. Is it the Majestic? I've heard it's one of the most luxurious ones sailing. It was, in fact, the Majestic, and the fact that she knew it told Franklin that, if nothing else, she was at least versed in the more expensive things in life. It is. Marlin was smiling now, clearly amused. And he doesn't want anyone to have to worry about anything. He has all the expenses covered. At this, Laura Beth looked as if she had died and gone to heaven. Janice and Rosario seemed to be silently rejoicing at their good fortune. Pamela, however, had only gone even paler. As much as Franklin assumed that she didn't like other people footing the bill for her, this was a holiday that few people ever got to take. It was going to cost him a pretty penny, and in reality, the entire event was just a bid to spend some time with her. He had hoped that even she couldn't resist an opportunity like this. So, mark your calendars, ladies. Marlin was raising his glass in a toast. We're shipping out in 2 weeks. Pamela was the only one who didn't join in. She tugged her lower lip between her teeth in a nervous gesture that Franklin found inexplicably attractive before clearing her throat. Marlin, I can't go. It was enough to cut through all the joy that surrounded her, as everyone at the table looked at her like she had lost her mind. Can't go? Franklin could see that Marlin was trying to handle the situation as delicately as he could. Pam, I'm not one to tell you what to do, but this is going to be epic. When's the last time you had a vacation? It was clear from the expressions of everyone around the table that it had been a very long time indeed. In fact, Franklin would be willing to bet a sizable chunk of money that Pamela took very little time for herself. You can thank Mr. Darwell for me. Pamela remained firm but polite, and Franklin felt his heart sink. But I have a prior engagement. A prior engagement? Laura Beth burst, clearly incensed. What engagement could be more important than an opportunity like this, Pam? You're off your rocker. She only answered her with a stiff smile. Well, if you're really interested, I had plans to take in a prestigious antique show that's coming to town. For a long beat no one at the table spoke, and oddly Franklin found himself fighting a smile. It was the kind of thing he might have said, only he would have been joking. He was pretty certain that Pamela was absolutely serious. Antiques, Janice repeated lamely. You'd rather go to an antique show than on an all-expenses-paid cruise? It wasn't the cruise, as the silly woman obviously failed to see. It was the connotation behind it, and that realization impressed upon Franklin that he had just made a very expensive mistake. Well, Pamela explained in a perfectly level-headed tone, cruises can come and go, but you never know what kind of gems you can find at a show like this. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Franklin had to leave. He crumpled his empty coffee cup and managed to make it around the next corner before he burst into laughter. This woman was entirely too much. Antiques. He didn't doubt that she actually planned to go, but the way her mind worked was both ridiculously amusing and intriguing as all hell. He decided at that moment that he would have to see what this show was all about if she was so unbelievably anxious to see it. He cared little about the cruise, really. It had just been part of his plan, and he was sure that Marlin, his sister, and her friends would be content to go on it whether he was present or not. Far from discouraging, this latest turn of events only made him even more determined to secure a date with Pamela. If he didn't at least get to talk to her in person, then he wouldn't have given it his all, would he? And Franklin liked to think he gave anything worth its salt, his absolute all.
Chapter 6.
When Pam rose leisurely from her bath, glancing at the clock, she realized that it was nearing 6, which meant the antique show would be starting soon. By this point, she thought, almost smugly, Laura Beth, Janice, Rosario, Marlin, and their incomparable host would be halfway across the Mediterranean Sea. She honestly thought she'd done pretty well to get out of that one. She had seen through the ploy in about 5 seconds flat, though she had to commend Franklin on his tactics. He had spent what had to be an ungodly amount of money trying to get another opportunity to speak to her, and she wriggled out of it. At least, that was what she assumed. Perhaps she was wrong. Perhaps he had just converted to Laura Beth overnight, and even now they were schmoozing on the upper decks of the Majestic. Pam surprised herself by frowning, instead of laughing at the image that rose into her head. Somehow she had hoped that, in light of what he'd shown her, Franklin wouldn't be so shallow as to fall in with Laura Beth so easily. She had rather hoped. Well, it didn't really matter what she hoped now, did it? Franklin Darwell was now far beyond her reach, and it would be better off if he were with Laura Beth anyway. That would mean Pamela herself would feel guilty enough thinking about him to stop doing it altogether. Now that would be a boon. To her frustration, she found herself thinking about the man at the most inopportune of moments. When she needed to be concentrating at work, when she was taking time to meditate in the safety of her apartment, Franklin Darwell was none of her affairs, and the sooner she accepted that, the better things would be for her. At least tonight, she could hope to forget about him for a few hours. While she knew an antique show was a sad excuse for why she might not like to take a cruise, Pam had been completely sincere. The show was coming to a library in the village, and she had saved what she could for the past 6 weeks in hopes that she might find some particularly juicy Asian antiques that she could add to her apartment. With Laura Beth and her other friends out of sight, Pamela could put them out of mind. She knew very well that Laura Beth wouldn't have approved of the sweatshirt and jeans she opted to wear to the antique show, but she couldn't give two bloody wits. She was damned comfortable, and she was going to enjoy herself. She wasn't going to worry about her friends, and she certainly wasn't going to worry about Franklin Bloody Darwell. Nibbling on a digestive biscuit, Pam locked up and hopped in her car to drive downtown. By the time she arrived at the library, there were already a large number of cars in the parking lot, and she felt her heart leap in excitement. She only hoped that all the good pieces hadn't been scooped up while she was lounging in the bath. Walking into the library was like discovering a piece of heaven. The bookshelves had been pushed aside in favor of a grouping of tables and a wide range of antiques, most of them Asiatic in origins. Pamela's face lit up as she immediately gravitated towards the nearest table, which held a number of delicately made lamps. She didn't have much money, but she was determined to make it stretch as far as she possibly could. She picked up a gorgeous red and black lamp at a bargain £30, before a small dragon statue caught her eye halfway across the room. Pam admired the workmanship for a good 5 minutes, before she even began to speak with the proprietor about pricing. She had a lifetime of bargaining behind her, and managed to get him to let it go for £45. Beaming, Pamela continued to wander about the other tables beyond pleased with her purchases. She already knew where she was going to put them. There was a space that was somewhat empty on her coffee table, and the lamp could go in her living room. Quite the spread here, isn't it? At the low comment behind her, she nodded eagerly. Lovely. Better than I expected. I should think so, considering what you gave up for it. Pam's eyes widened. That voice was terribly familiar. She whirled to find none other than Franklin Darwell, smiling cheekily down at her. You! She burst at a complete loss for words. What are you doing here? Even as she struggled to come to terms with the fact that he was right in front of her, Pamela's body reacted considerably more violently. Her stomach tightened, and her breath shortened as she took in his tall, lean form. He was dressed like the first time she'd seen him in the pub, in a dark t-shirt that complemented his blue eyes and a pair of jeans worn with age, along with a pair of leather boots that looked as if they had seen better days. The outfit lent him a careless, edgy, masculine allure that made every part of her stand up and take notice, whether she wanted it to or not. I came to look at the antiques. Heard they were going to have some fairly good pieces. For a moment, all Pam could do was gape at him. Had he utterly lost his mind? But what about Africa? The cruise? You're supposed to be in the Mediterranean right now. Franklin shrugged casually. I'm sure Marlin's having just as much fun without me. More maybe. Pamela had no idea what to say. She'd spent the past few days well and truly convinced that she wouldn't have to worry about Franklin, at least for a little while, and here he was. Stranger still, some small part of her was pleased. Pam didn't believe for 1 second that the man had come to see antiques, and that wasn't just because there were only a handful of men at the library to begin with. That meant that there was a good chance that he, like her, had skived off an African cruise. And for what? Certainly not to talk to her. Mr. Darwell, forgive me if I don't believe you're very interested in antiques. At her deadpan accusation, Darwell's lips twitched. You don't beat around the bush, do you? You might have heard, I'm a workaholic, she returned dryly even as her heart fluttered. No time. Well then, I'll get straight to it. Slipping his hands into his pockets, Franklin rocked slightly on his heels, his eyes never leaving hers. I'd like you to have dinner with me. Pam had been prepared for this, even though, as she answered, she watched the man's face carefully. No. To her surprise, Franklin seemed far from perturbed. May I ask why? The question threw her for an unexpected loop, and Pamela felt her cheeks flushing. It was then that she remembered that she was wearing a dowdy sweatshirt and jeans, and probably looked a terrible mess. Though she prided herself on the fact that she didn't put much into what other people thought of her, at that moment, she wished she at least used chapstick before she left the house. I don't think I'm required to explain myself to you, she fired back at him, eyes blazing in her own defense. I simply don't want to. Isn't that enough? It is. Franklin nodded, seeming to genuinely consider her statement. Generally speaking. But I was under the impression that we enjoyed one another's company at the dinner a few weeks ago. Was I so horrible then? Why did he have to look at her like that? with an earnest interest that Pamela wasn't sure had to do with her looks at all. It made her acutely nervous and self-conscious. "Look, Mr. Darwell. Call me Franklin." He cut her off succinctly. "Mr. Darwell," she repeated, emphasizing his title. "I don't know what you think you're playing at, but I'd hope you could take a hint. I'm not interested. I'm sure you're not used to women telling you such things, but I assure you I'm being completely honest." "Are you?" Pamela's eyes widened at his obvious doubt. Was she really so easy to read? "Yes," she burst, loud enough to draw the attention of several people nearby, who eyed her with disapproval. She noticed almost immediately, her mouth snapping shut as her coloring heightened. "Come this way." Darwell caught her completely unaware when his hand wrapped around her forearm, steering her from the library and into the crisp autumn air outside. When he let her go, she turned to face him, incensed. "You were being rather loud. And you're being rather too forceful." She could still feel his hand where he touched her, and her whole body was aware of his nearness. "What part of no don't you understand?" "The part where I don't ever get to see those lovely green eyes of yours again, or hear you drag me verbally across the coals so I can feel the burns for ages." Pamela couldn't help it. At that line, she burst into laughter. This was utterly ridiculous. Her lovely green eyes were probably close to invisible behind her Coke bottle glasses, and if he was implying that he liked hearing even her rejections, that was a major stretch. But he was clever, she had to give him that. Clever and handsome and horrendously glib. "Come on." As she managed to calm down, smiling for God knew what reason, Franklin spoke again, his own smile now spreading across his face. "Tell me, what will it take?" "One date. I'll take you anywhere you want to go." Pam was pretty sure she was dreaming. She would wake up in her bed, cursing herself for falling asleep with Franklin Darwell on the brain. But if she wasn't, was she really going to run away from this again? The man had followed her to a damn antique show. He had blown off a cruise he had probably paid thousands of pounds for, and he didn't appear to be fazed at all. Finally recovering from her mirth, Pam took a deep, steadying breath before looking him directly in the eye. "I abhor fancy parties and pretentious gatherings. I don't like fancy restaurants, and I'm pretty sure that if I had to sit through a ballet or an opera, I'd expire from boredom." "Glad we're in agreement there." Franklin chuckled with a surprising amount of good humor. "Now that we know what you don't like, what do you want? Tell me, if you could do anything you pleased, absolutely anything, what would it be?" The conversation had taken a pretty unexpected turn, but nonetheless, Pam found herself answering without hesitation, as if the answer had always been on the tip of her tongue. "China." Franklin arched an inquiring brow, making her blush slightly. "I mean," she drew herself up to her full height, which, while not inconsiderable, certainly wasn't equal to his. "I've always wanted to go to China since you asked." For a long beat, silence reigned between them. It was enough time for embarrassment to settle over Pam, as she regretted her words. What the hell was she doing? She didn't even know this man, and here she was, telling him what she had only told a handful of the people closest to her. She didn't know why she had done it, and half of her expected him to laugh. How was she supposed to get to China? She could barely afford her flat in the village. What part of China? She snapped back to reality when she realized Franklin had asked her a question. "I what?" "I asked what part of China you wanted to visit." His face held genuine interest, enough for her to answer his question, albeit reluctantly. "Beijing. Shanghai. Guangzhou. Hong Kong, the major cities at least. I'd like to see all of it, but I'll settle for whatever I can get." She expected him to ask why. If she ever got to this point with a friend or, God forbid, a potential romantic partner, they always asked why she was so interested in a place she'd never been. "All right then. Let's go." When his hand wrapped around hers, a jolt of heat shot up her arm, and Pam didn't recover until he dragged her halfway across the parking lot. Her heart leapt into her throat as she stared up at him incredulously. "What the hell do you mean, let's go?" I mean, we're going to the airport. We're going to catch the next flight to Beijing. He said the words as if he were talking about the evening's weather patterns, and Pam stared at him as if he'd lost his mind. She was almost certain that he was joking, until he hailed a taxi at the side of the road and proceeded to direct the man to Heathrow Airport, 3 hours away. What? Franklin, we can't. He was serious. He was absolutely serious. Pamela jerked her hands from his before he could get into the taxi, her breath coming in great gusts. This was insane. Franklin merely fixed her with his steadfast, calm blue gaze, one hand on the roof of the cab. Why can't we? Because I have work. I have rent to pay. I can't leave my flat. My car, and I don't have any money. I need a visa. I'm not prepared to go on a trip at all. Franklin merely exhaled a long breath, letting go of her hand so she felt an odd sense of loss. I know you don't think much of my being a noble, but you know it does have its advantages. He chuckled at her nonplussed expression. You might not want to go to Africa, Pamela, but you've just told me that China is your heart's desire. Are you really going to say no to this? I'm telling you, I can get you there. I don't give two wits about money, and if you want to tell me not to spend it on you, I'm telling you I'd spend it anyway. Better on you than on something ridiculous and material. I like you, Pamela Livingston, and if taking you to China is the only way I'll get to spend time with you, I'll kidnap you if that's what it takes. She blinked, rendered utterly speechless. Franklin only grinned. Of course, I'd prefer you go willingly. I've never committed a felony. At least, not purposefully. He was rapidly wearing away her resistance. As odd as all of this was, as impossible as it was, Pam found she'd never wanted anything more in her life. To leave the doldrums of her day-to-day behind, and have a genuine adventure, was something she had dreamed of since she was little. The man was offering her exactly what she'd always desired, just to go on a date with her. He was telling her he'd kidnap her if that's what it took, and she might be insane, but Pam found it a rather romantic gesture. At least the most romantic one she'd ever encountered. I don't have any clothes. She finally managed, her lame attempt at a last resort. I need to pack some things. Franklin made an impatient sound, and the next thing Pam knew, he scooped her up into his arms. Mr. Darwell. Just get in the car, Pamela. He shuffled her into the back seat effortlessly, barely giving her a moment to appreciate the surprising strength in his long, hard limbs. Within a trice, he slid into the cab beside her, closing the door behind him. And call me Franklin, for God's sake. You're making me feel old. As insane as this entire experience was, Pam found herself smiling. Actually smiling. She had hoped to spend the evening finding a few unique Chinese antiques, but now she was on her way to the airport. She didn't even have a spare change of clothes, and she wanted, with every fiber of her being, to argue with the impulsive, commanding man who really was all but kidnapping her, but she couldn't. Because she was finally going to China, and she would get the chance she'd been waiting for all her life. To find what she'd lost so long ago. Laura Beth didn't know if she'd ever been so content in her entire life. She'd just come from a spa treatment overlooking the bow of their beautiful cruise ship. She'd gotten in a bit of shopping, and now she was sunning herself on the aft with Janice and Rosario as they sipped at mimosas. They didn't call the Majestic the ocean's jewel for nothing. It was, without a doubt, the most beautiful ship she'd ever been on. That any of them had been on. They had 4 more days of beautiful weather and laziness to look forward to, and to top it all off, Franklin Darwell hadn't even come with them. To say she had been surprised when Franklin invited them all on a cruise was an understatement. Laura had been under the distinct impression that the British nobleman didn't care about any of them, except for Pam. But he couldn't be so bad if he was footing the bill for a trip that would have cost thousands of pounds per person otherwise. Even though she knew of Pam's hatred for charity, Laura found herself flummoxed as to why she hadn't accepted this trip. Laura didn't know when the last time she'd even taken a vacation was. And why the hell was she so opposed to Darwell's interest in her anyway? If it were Laura, she would milk it for everything she could. Enjoying yourselves, ladies? As Marlin stretched out on a chair next to her, Laura rolled her eyes. She supposed that the only downside to this trip was that she had to deal with her brother. Though she loved him dearly, it would have been nicer if this had been a ladies' trip. Then they would have been free to gossip about Pam and Darwell, their very generous benefactor. Laura made a face, as Rosario eyed her brother with no small amount of interest. The two had hooked up in the past, and Laura supposed they would again. Marlin wasn't bad-looking, she supposed, but she had certainly never looked at him that way. Are you enjoying yourself, Marlin? Lauren's brother smiled at her. Always, Laura. Pays to have friends like Russell Darwell, doesn't it? Laura merely grinned mischievously at him. It certainly did. If there was one quality that she liked best about Marlin, it was that he was far more like her than he liked to let on. I'm glad you're in a good mood. Marlin brought out a pair of expensive Ray-Bans to slide on. I'm sure you'll be happy for Pam. Laura smirked. Happy she's still in the UK, you mean? Marlin chuckled, very amused by something or the other. No, that she's on her way to China with His Highness. Laura bolted upright. She what? Marlin laughed at her outraged expression. Yeah, he just called me. Pretty proud of himself, that guy. Apparently, he snatched her from the antique show. They're on their way to the airport as we speak. Laura stared at her brother hard and long. And this doesn't bother you? Lord knew it bothered her. She'd thought that Darwell might have given up on Pam at this point. The woman was dead set on being away from him. Or at least Laura thought she was. And then Marlin had his own issues with Franklin leaving the country. Don't look so upset. Her brother folded well-muscled arms behind his head. He'll be back. That was true, of course, but when he would be back was a pretty open issue. Laura was about to pursue the matter further, when she realized that Rosario and Janice were listening a little harder than was warranted in the situation. She would drop it for now. Enjoy the rest of her trip. There was always time for stress when she got back to England. Pam was still pretty sure she was dreaming. She had to be. She'd gone traveling relatively few times in her life, but when she did, it was in economy class, packed shoulder to shoulder with whoever else was flying. Franklin had booked them first-class tickets to Beijing without batting an eye, and she was thereafter treated to what was easily one of the most luxurious experiences of her 30 years. She had the equivalent of her own cubicle in the plane, with a seat that reclined and became a bed, a private television set, blankets, and all manner of other gadgets she would never have imagined could fit in a plane. Atop that, the flight staff referred to her by name and, when she wasn't asleep, stuffed her full of delicacies she had only ever imagined trying. Franklin, for his part, was rather smug about the whole thing. When Pam attempted to argue that he had spent too much money on the flight, he had merely pressed her with more wine and then promptly rolled over in his own seat to take a nap. Pam couldn't very well be angry at him while he was sleeping, so she took the time to watch a movie before enjoying a selection of chocolate, wine, and cheese. It was, of course, easier to enjoy everything without Franklin's discerning eye on her. Pamela found herself torn between trying to detach herself from the VIP treatment and indulging in luxuries she had never known before. Part of her wanted to order everything on the menu, to drink herself into a coma and sink into a sleep unbothered by how early she had to get up the next morning. From the airport, she had called her temp agency and told them, with no small amount of reluctance, that she was taking a leave of absence. She had half expected them to con her on the spot, but instead, they just wished her well and told her to enjoy her time off. It was then that it occurred to her that it had been a very, very long time since she had last taken a day off. Pam always tried to work as hard as she could to make sure that she could make ends meet, and that meant there were very few spontaneous vacations. But in the end, she supposed this one certainly made up for it. The few glasses of wine she had soon made her drowsy, and the young woman found that when she reclined her seat, it gave her a perfect view of Franklin's broad back. His t-shirt was so thin that she could see the definition of his muscles right through it, and a tiny thrill zipped through her at the memory of how he'd hauled her into the taxi. Pam was not a small woman. Certainly, she wasn't gargantuan by any means, but for him to pluck her up like she weighed nothing? She wondered where all that strength came from. Would he be the type of man to toss her around during other activities? The very prospect made her face redden, and Pam quickly ducked under her blanket. She needed sleep. It was very obvious that the wine had gone to her head, and she still had 8 more hours on the plane, sitting right next to a man she was undeniably attracted to. Pamela had no idea how she managed, but somehow she slept. She didn't wake up until they were landing in Beijing, and upon arrival, it was suddenly impressed upon her that she didn't have a visa, something she had expressed to Franklin before they left. She was surprised, however, when they were whisked away to some official-looking offices. The moment they deboarded the plane, Franklin greeted the middle-aged Chinese man in charge as if he were an old friend. "Pamela, this is Mr. Wang. He's in charge of visa processing for America and most of Western Europe. We've also tackled a few projects together in the WHO Chinese sector." In a daze, Pam shook his hand. The WHO Chinese sector. Franklin had connections with the WHO. She would never have thought. "Usually, we don't process visas on such short notice," Mr. Wang explained, though his smile never wavered. "Though I supposed I do owe Franklin a few favors." A few favors? This was a little too much for her. Franklin instructed her to take a seat, as he began to chat with Wang in Chinese while he processed their paperwork. Completely flabbergasted, the woman stared at him as if seeing him for the first time. Geez, she'd been completely had. When she told Franklin that she wanted to go to China, he'd merely whisked her away on the pretense of adventure. He hadn't seen fit, not for the entire 15-hour flight, to reveal to her that he'd been here before. That he knew Chinese? It was about 20 minutes before he returned to her side, extending "Your passport. Here you are, my dear." Pam just stared at him, unblinking. "You know Chinese?" Franklin nodded once as if this was no big surprise. "Makes things a bit easier. Hate to have translators dithering about all the time." "You've been here before." Pam went on carefully, no question in her words. "Several times." Franklin's expression became more cautious then. "You're not angry, are you?" And surprisingly, Pam found she wasn't. A little irked, perhaps, that he hadn't seen fit to share this little tidbit with her, but not angry. In fact, once the shock wore off, there were 1,000 questions bubbling up inside her that she wanted to ask, but she didn't want to seem childish. "No, but you could have mentioned all this before you." She searched for the proper term. "Kidnapped you?" Franklin provided with a grin, and Pam couldn't help the way her lips turned upwards. "Yes." "Well, you didn't properly give me a chance, did you? This being our first date and all." He winked cheekily. "I assure you, there's loads you don't know about me, Pamela." Even if she wanted to be angry, Pam was pretty sure the rage wouldn't come. Even after seeing the way Franklin treated people he didn't like, she couldn't help but notice that he was being perfectly charming with her, if a tad bit forward. Taking her passport, she followed him through customs, where they made it through in about 2 minutes flat because Franklin knew someone else there, and then they caught a cab to the city. And Pamela's world opened up. She wanted to look everywhere at once, from the small, hand-built houses on the outskirts of the city to the traditional buildings that wound down the side streets alongside huge skyscrapers and thousands upon thousands of cars. The traffic was awful, but their cab driver operated with an ease that told them how used to the conditions he was. Twice they narrowly avoided being hit by buses, but the driver just laughed, and Pam found herself strangely exhilarated. The streets thronged with people, and not just pedestrians. There were tons of vendors buying and selling a delicious-looking assortment of food, souvenir stalls on wheels, and little carriages for two pulled around by single, hearty men. It was like every picture she'd ever seen, and somehow it was much, much more. As they made their way towards the center of the city, she found herself pressing her nose against the window, awed at every new sight that greeted her eyes. Fat, gleaming roasted ducks hung in windows to tantalize passers-by, vegetable carts full of fresh produce from the countryside, businessmen and children alike, squatting on their haunches in a position that hurt just to look at but seemed completely natural for each and every one of them. Wouldn't suggest that. Franklin noticed her staring and smiled knowingly. Takes a bit of getting used to, and very, very strong ankles. Pamela grinned, before looking past him excitedly at a street hung with lanterns that wound backward among a bevy of alleys before disappearing from sight. That's a hutong, Franklin provided for her, his tongue sliding easily over the unfamiliar syllables. A traditional neighborhood. They're working on modernizing the city, but there are still hundreds of them right alongside business districts. Here. All at once his arm was around her, and he was guiding her gently but firmly over him to point out the window. For a brief moment, Pam forgot everything beyond the car. As Franklin's spicy, clean scent enveloped her, and the warmth of his body pressed against her shoulder, her mouth grew dry. There was nothing innately intimate about his touch. It was just his arm around her upper back as he spoke lowly, explaining the juxtaposition of rich and poor in the city. But as interested as she was, Pam found she had a hard time paying attention. He smelled so good, and she could feel the hard lines of his chest brushing feather light against her. She was assaulted by the sudden desire to bury her face in his shoulder and take him in. To wrap her arms around his neck and feel the full length of his body against her. She ached for him so suddenly and so powerfully that it took her breath away, and all from a simple touch. Pamela? A low sound of surprise escaped her, and she returned to the present to see him looking down at her with a small smile playing about the corners of his mouth. Are you quite all right? Fine. Pam jerked back into her seat as if burned, feeling a color rush to her cheeks. Thankfully, at that moment, the driver pulled into the drive of their hotel, and Pam found herself gaping at yet another Chinese wonder. The Shangri-La Beijing. A nice little oasis in the center of everything in my opinion. Franklin slid from the car after her once he'd paid the taxi driver, and laughed softly at the look on her face. I take it you approve? Pam's first instinct was to insist that she couldn't afford to stay here. But she was swiftly reminded by her guilty conscience that she couldn't really afford to come to China either. Franklin was footing the entire bill, something she was still struggling to come to terms with. The Shangri-La was in a magnificent building, decorated with at least 100 gleaming dragons that seemed to dance in the sunlight. The lobby was done in black marble with gold scrolling, and as she walked through it, Pam was wholly mortified by the prospect that her shoes might scuff the gleaming floor beneath them. As Franklin checked in for them, she looked around, becoming more and more desperately overwhelmed until he finally spoke to her. Pamela, you're a little pale. Turning to him, she did her best to put her feelings into words. It's a little, isn't this a bit pricey? I mean? The man before her merely smiled knowingly. It's already booked. You wouldn't want me to lose my deposit, would you? No, of course not, but this seems a bit much. She finally finished, somewhat lamely. Franklin only smirked, his blue eyes gleaming with mirth. Well, it's our first date. If I don't impress you, how will I get you to come on a second? He was out of his mind. Completely and totally chuffed. But incredibly, Pam found herself smiling. I thought I told you I hated ostentatious displays of wealth. Oh, so do I, Franklin reassured her winningly. Don't worry, after we've taken care of business, I'll take you away from this terrifyingly luxurious hotel and into the dark hutongs of old. Pamela swallowed her laughter. How could he always make her laugh when she was supposed to be making a point? Wait, what business? Franklin's smile was far too smug for his own good. Just you wait and see. No, Franklin. No way. I'm not going in there. He couldn't say he was surprised. There was a reason he hadn't told her where they were going. All things considered, Franklin believed that she was taking this whole trip pretty well. He'd only booked one room, but it was a suite, and at the sight of the single bed, she had immediately eyed him skeptically. He was more than willing to sleep on the couch if that was more to her liking. It was more than comfortable enough, and he hadn't expected that she would welcome him into her bed with open arms. Not at first. But now they had to deal with the fact that both of them had come with little more than the clothes on their back, which meant there were a few things they had to purchase. Franklin was pretty certain that Chinese street markets wouldn't have a lot for either he or Pamela. They were both too tall, and she was certainly a far-sighted sight, more curvaceous than most of the minute women wandering around the city. Unfortunately, that meant brand-name boutiques, and he might have guessed she'd balk at the very idea. They now stood in one of the most lauded shopping malls in all of Beijing, surrounded by Louis Vuitton, Gucci, and Fendi, and Pamela looked like a deer in bloody headlights. It was more than a little endearing. "So, are you going to wear those clothes the entire time you're here?" He gestured at her sweatshirt and jeans, and Pamela winced, her green eyes flashing dangerously. "We'll just have to leave tomorrow then, won't we?" Franklin exhaled a long breath. "You may decry the way I throw money around, Pamela, but it would be an obscene waste if we came all this way for nothing. Are you really prepared to give up on your dreams for a single change of clothes?" Really, he was completely intent on buying her more than that. They would need more than that if they were to spend any amount of time in China. But if he could get her to consent to one, then hopefully she would consent to more. Franklin found it rather refreshing, actually, that Pamela seemed so taken aback by luxury. The few times he dated women in the past, it seemed like all they wanted was to get him in a shopping mall to foot their expensive bills. Pamela was obviously not that kind of woman. He could see her struggling with her conceptions. "I'm going to pay you back. I swear I will." The thought made Franklin slightly uncomfortable because he didn't doubt that she'd do it, not for a second, and he couldn't in all good conscience see himself taking her hard-earned money when she could barely make ends meet as it was. Lovely. For now, he wouldn't argue. They'd been doing quite enough of that, and as much as he enjoyed these little bouts, he hadn't come to China just to trade witticisms with her. "Let's go then." The first time he had ever taken her arm, something akin to panic had spread across the young woman's face. Now, after 24 hours spent with him, she was a little less startled every time he took her hand, and that was certainly progress. They were bum-rushed by Chinese saleswomen in the first shop they entered, and they proceeded to ooh and ah over Pamela's green eyes and blonde hair. Franklin made it a point not to translate those details, as he knew they would only embarrass her. Once they settled down, the saleswomen were actually very helpful, and they left the shop with 3 dresses. Franklin was careful not to let Pamela see the price he had paid for them, as he wasn't too keen for her to hit the roof so soon. The next shop they went into had a collection of Chinese-inspired clothing, and the young woman's face lit up the moment they stepped inside. She ran her hands almost reverently over the brocade fabrics and handmade shoes, and to her merit, offered very few protests when the saleswoman began suggesting things for her to try on. Franklin sat back on a readily available couch and enjoyed the flush that colored Pamela's cheeks every time she was paraded in front of him in a new outfit. The smooth lines and bright colors of the clothing suited her quite well, and Franklin found himself purchasing a jacket as well. There was no fuss when they left. Pamela was far too absorbed in the gorgeous peach silk dress she was wearing, and Franklin was hard-pressed to take his eyes off her. The color was gorgeous against her pale skin and golden hair. "What?" She caught him looking at her as they made to enter another shop, and Franklin didn't bother to hide his attention. "You look lovely in that dress. It suits you." Her cheeks pinkened slightly. "Oh well, thank you." Maybe if he kept her flustered with enough compliments, she wouldn't be able to argue with him. That would be convenient indeed. Despite Pamela's initial reservations, they spent quite a companionable afternoon shopping. While she blanched away from most things aside from clothing for the first hour or so, Franklin eventually got her into the task with gusto. He himself wasn't a man prone to long shopping excursions, but he was certainly enjoying it with Pamela. Especially when he got around to shopping for himself, Franklin could have very happily worn the same 2 pairs of pants and 3 t-shirts for as long as they were in China, as long as he had access to a washer and dryer. But afterward, he bought Pamela so many items that they had to send the packages to the hotel to avoid weighing themselves down. Why not? She crossed her arms over her ample chest, glaring accusingly at him after he politely refused to go into a shop for men. You made me buy all those things for me, and you won't even get anything for yourself? Franklin shrugged. Women need to feel comfortable. They like options, at least that's what my sister-in-law always tells me. Her green eyes narrowed. Darwell, get in that shop. He arched a brow in intrigue. Franklin wasn't totally opposed to her ordering him around. He merely resolved to get back at her for it somewhere along the road. Ultimately, he let her usher him into the shop, and their roles were reversed. It was she who sat primly on whatever chair was provided for her while he tried things on. To his surprise, she was fairly vocal about what she did and didn't like. She was like Alice in that way. But unlike his sister-in-law, Pamela didn't have an affinity for fine silks and expensive materials. She liked the simpler things. Oh, that's lovely. She commented on a brown wool sweater and a pair of black slacks that fit him admirably well for being made for a man much shorter than him. I mean, they look good on you. She looked away the moment he met her gaze, and he couldn't help but tease her. What's so nice about them? He made a show of doing a complete 360 for her. Does my ass look good? Yes, Pamela answered without thinking before her entire face turned cherry. I mean, they fit you well. The colors are good. She was so fun to fluster. I always thought brown was rather dowdy. Makes me look rather skinny. Oh, bite your tongue. Her coloring was still high, and Pamela retorted almost instantly. No one in their right mind would call you skinny. It was obvious that she had never met his brother and brother-in-law. They were in a completely different bracket than he was, but it definitely bolstered his pride when Pamela told him that he looked good. Janine liked to tease him that if he just beefed up his regime a bit, he could be like Russell, knowing that was the last thing that he wanted. If his brother wanted to be a muscle model, that was his affair. Franklin was quite content with his own body composition. He bought the sweater and the slacks, along with a few other pieces, and then a handsome leather belt and a pair of shoes, just in case they ended up at a higher-class restaurant, though he hardly believed Pamela would allow such a thing. For lunch, he introduced her to jian bing, a famous Beijing street food that consisted of a layer of egg, crispy fried tofu, duck, chili sauce, and scallions. Franklin had often seen tourists turn their noses up at Chinese street food, most often those with a lot of money. Certainly, hole-in-the-wall restaurants and carts weren't known for their cleanliness, but the food was unparalleled. Oh my gosh! The moment she bit into her bing, Pamela's eyes slid closed as a low sound of pleasure escaped her. This is amazing. Nothing like the takeaway at home. I should hope not, Franklin returned, doing his best to keep his body from reacting to her. She really had no idea how alluring she was. Especially in that dress, with her hair thrown into a messy knot at the base of her neck with a pair of decorative chopsticks, she made quite the fetching picture. Even her glasses, which he knew most men weren't partial to, appealed to him. In Franklin's mind, they alluded to the sharp intelligence behind her gorgeous visage. Is this a breakfast thing? A lunch thing? More of a whenever-you-please thing. Franklin chuckling, ordering another one for them to share. Pamela had rather a hearty appetite when she wasn't worried about what she could and couldn't afford. Franklin led her to one of Beijing's most prominent street food streets, and they spent a good 2 hours eating their way through select stalls. Pamela asked him shamelessly what everything was, and surprisingly, didn't blanch at even some of the most exotic dishes. She tried stinky tofu, even though she held her nose while she took a bite. A tiny shop at the very back corner of an alley sold a murky liquor that came from a bottle in which a whole snake was curing, and Pamela's eyes widened at the sight of it. Is that a snake? Franklin nodded, barely suppressing a grin. Is that alcohol? Yes. He half expected her to run for the hills, screaming. Can we try some? Franklin looked at her like she'd grown another head. Did she want to try snake liquor? This woman was truly an anomaly. You really want to? Bloody hell, yes. I might never get another chance. He liked the way she thought. Franklin bought 2 shots of the frightening-looking alcohol, and they held them aloft before drinking. To China, then? Franklin nodded in assent. To China. It was revolting, burning down his throat and sitting heavy in his stomach. Franklin made a face. That is foul. Yeah, on this point Pamela didn't even attempt to argue. It certainly is. It was the most eventful thing to happen their first day, and the entire way back to the hotel, Pam peppered Franklin with questions about everything she saw. He was happy to point out temples, markets, and the prestigious Beijing University to her. By the time they got back to the hotel, it was close to 7 in the evening, and Pam, unused to major jet lag, was nodding against the window of the cab. Tempted as he was to just hoist her into his arms and carry her up to the hotel room, he highly doubted she would approve, even half asleep as she was. So, instead, he just roused her and led her to the elevator. Their 13th floor suite had a lovely view of the city below, and Franklin admired it for a moment before he closed the curtains to give them a semblance of privacy. Pamela was slumped against the couch, her breath already deepening. No, you don't. Franklin wrapped an arm around her waist, hoisting her up and helping her to the sprawling king bed in the next room. As she settled there, he lifted her feet onto the mattress, removing her shoes to find pink-painted toenails. Pamela sighed, rolling onto her side as he worked the covers from beneath her form before spreading them over her. Comfy? She murmured, closer to sleep than wakefulness. Franklin had to swallow the urge to climb into bed with her, to feel her curves against him and inhale the scent of her hair. Those were, of course, his tamer impulses. Instead of touching her, however, he merely reached down to remove her glasses gently, placing them on the bedside table. Without them, she was more relaxed, and infinitely more vulnerable. Franklin took a deep, measured breath as his pants tightened slightly below the waist. He needed a shower, a very cold shower. And if he was going to spend any amount of time in this country with Pamela, he might need the same treatment every hour, on the hour. Hesitating slightly, Franklin leaned down to brush a stray strand of hair from her brow. He wondered when she had last relaxed, really relaxed. He decided he would make it his priority to see her with her guard down. That would be worth far more than anything he had spent on this trip. Franklin was out like a light that night, and he slept a full 12 hours before being woken at 8 in the morning by a call on his phone. Yes. He groaned into the receiver, still half asleep. Jet lag had always been his least favorite part of traveling. Mr. Darwell. A curt voice in Chinese answered him. I heard you have returned to the country. I'm sorry to interrupt your vacation time, but is there any way you could come to the Sui Wu building downtown for a quick meeting? We won't take much of your time. Yeah, Franklin checked his watch. Give me an hour, all right? I'll be there. Thank you very much. After hanging up, he lay on the couch for a long while, contemplating. He should have known it was only a matter of time before they called him in. He had no problem meeting with them. Of course, the question was, what should we do with Pamela? He rose from the couch, stretching, and strode over to the bedroom, bare-chested. Franklin opened the door soundlessly to the sight of Pamela still slumbering deeply, one slender arm dangling from the bed. Her hair had come loose in the night, and it hallowed around her head on the pillows, catching and reflecting the sun's early morning light. Franklin swallowed thickly. He was loath to wake her, and yet if he didn't, he might do something incomparably stupid, like kiss her in every place that he could reach. Steeling himself, he crossed the room to the bed, and perched on the edge before shaking her shoulder gently. Pamela. She made a soft sound of discomfort, her face screwing up cutely as she rolled over beneath the blankets. Pamela, I need you to get up. When he spoke a second time, her expression softened and she sighed, long and low. Franklin? The way she said his name had every muscle in his body taut and his mouth dry. She was obviously trying to kill him, even if she didn't know it. Carefully, Franklin leaned down so that his mouth was scant inches from her ear, and it took every iota of willpower he possessed to keep him from tasting the delicate line of her neck. "Pamela, wake up." This time, his words had the desired effect. Pam bolted upright, her head almost colliding with his. For the briefest moment, he read the confusion in her eyes, then she remembered where she was. Her gaze fell on him, and her eyes widened. It was at that juncture that Franklin remembered that he was clad in only a pair of boxer briefs. Rather than be self-conscious, however, he let her look her fill. The heated interest in her eyes sent a thrill through him, and he had to force himself to clear his throat after almost a full minute. "Good morning, Pamela." Gosh, he loved to see the way the color rushed to her cheeks like that. "Franklin, you're naked." She immediately held up a pillow before herself, in an attempt to block her view. "For heaven's sake, put some clothes on." "My apologies." Franklin couldn't stop himself from grinning. "I didn't mean to frighten you." "I'm not frightened, I just pants." "Please put some pants on." It was probably a good idea, considering that he would rapidly be in danger of giving her a good eyeful of the effect she was having on him. All right. That didn't mean that he wasn't going to tease her, though. "It's rather comfortable, though. You might like to try it." That got the pillow thrown out at his head. "Out? Out?" Franklin got out, fairly shaking with laughter. He couldn't recall the last time he'd had this much fun. It was even better than the weeks he'd spent with Marlin. Of course, he hadn't been pursuing Marlin romantically. He supposed that made quite a bit of difference.
Chapter 7.
The WHO headquarters in Beijing was always full of people, some coming, some going, and all with their own separate agendas. Franklin was a good 10 minutes early for his meeting, and the boon made him appreciate Pamela, who had only taken about 5 minutes to get ready herself. She hurried behind Franklin in a pair of brand-new Chinese slippers, jeans, and a silk shirt, her damp hair in a braid she tossed casually over her shoulder. Franklin knew that he should be getting himself in the proper mindset for this meeting, but all he could think about was what she must have looked like in the shower, water sluicing indulgently over her body. To distract himself, he started to talk. "So this is the WHO headquarters for China. We're headed up to the 15th floor for a meeting with the director." Pamela's eyes shot wide. "The director? My brother and I do a good deal of organization and help the British Center communicate with Beijing. The meeting shouldn't take long," he provided, turning to her once they were in the elevator. "You can just wait outside the office if you like. I'll have them make you some tea." "Actually," she piped up before he could continue, "I'd like to sit in, if I may. I'm curious." "Of course." Franklin couldn't say he was very surprised. He had thought she might want to know what exactly her holiday was being interrupted for. Well, honestly, he was pretty certain Pam might be interested in the organization in general. She, like he, seemed to have a large affinity for any and all things foreign, the more different the better. World issues kept him up for hours every night, and he'd written a number of papers on his interests. He'd met very few women who appreciated this particular hobby of his, but Pamela's interest didn't seem to be in danger of waning anytime soon, and that nudged his pride more than a little. They preferred to conduct the meetings in Chinese, so when they started, Franklin leaned over to explain to her briefly what they were discussing every 10 minutes or so. The WHO is currently working with other non-government organizations in China to increase their workforce for humanitarian efforts, particularly in rural areas. In the past 5 years, Franklin's family had donated more than $5 million to their cause, and they intended to double that in the next 5 years. Franklin promised to speak to several of their smaller satellites, as he took Pamela to visit other cities in China. He thought 2 weeks should just be sufficient to do all that he had planned, and his itinerary fit in perfectly with what Beijing was asking of him. His only regret was that they couldn't spend more time in the capital. Pamela seemed to like it more than he would have even imagined. "I'm not sure I was supposed to hear half of that." She seemed slightly dazed, as they made their way back out of the building. "I'm just a secretary." "Nonsense," Franklin brushed her off with a single word. "You're here with me, aren't you? I highly doubt you'll go blabbing to any terrorist organizations." His eyes narrowed on her playfully. "Unless that was your goal all along, to get on my good side, seduce me, and steal my secrets." Pamela blushed. "Well, if I was supposed to seduce you, I'm not doing a very good job of it." Taking her forearm gently, Franklin steered her out of the building. "Better than you might think." He murmured the words close to her ear, gratified at the shiver he received in return. He was pretty sure Pam had begun to seduce him the first time she had turned those knowing green eyes on him. The first time she refused him. She made him work for what he wanted, and that was something Franklin relished. "So we have to leave for Shanghai tomorrow?" He nodded. He had told her as much towards the end of the meeting. "But that doesn't mean I can't show you a few more things here, if you're not tired, that is." "I'll soldier through." She didn't even hesitate before answering him. "I wouldn't miss this for the world." Franklin grinned widely. "We can certainly agree on that." After promising herself that she'd do her best not to let Franklin Darwell continue to impress her too overtly, Pam found that she couldn't keep her promise to herself for more than a few hours. Their last evening in Beijing consisted of a visit to a hutong on the edge of the city, one lined with canals on which fishing boats slid in and out of the major waterways, and children smiled and waved from the banks. Pam couldn't stop herself from wanting to look everywhere at once, from houses Franklin told her were hundreds of years old, to the fish markets strung up in the doorways of supermarkets and taking up large portions of the walkways. Whenever she managed to come back to herself for a moment, she couldn't help but wonder, would she find what she was looking for in Beijing? Would she find it in Shanghai or Hong Kong? Perhaps she wouldn't ever find it at all, but at least she could say that she had finally come here. She finally got to see the place where it all started. "So why China?" She looked up, startled at Franklin's question. They had rented a small boat, and were being rowed through the small canals, offering a glorious view of the setting sun over the horizon. Immediately, her stomach twisted in nervousness. A lie rose to her lips, perhaps a little too easily, but then she was used to telling it. "I'm not sure, really. I've always had an interest, I suppose. Always wanted to know what the other side of the world was like." "And how are you finding it?" Pamela gazed at the man sitting across the narrow boat from her. He looked utterly and completely relaxed in his sweater and jeans, his long blonde hair flowing loose over his shoulders. His legs were spread casually wide, and the sprawl of his long form was, quite frankly, mouth-watering. It would have been much easier not to be attracted to him if he wasn't so damn beautiful. Pamela had always thought the British nobility stuffy and full of themselves, but Franklin was something worlds apart. And though she was loath to admit it, she certainly liked that something. "It's wonderful," she replied in complete honesty. "More than I ever could have imagined." "So, I take it that means you're enjoying our date?" His slow smile made butterflies wing to life in her stomach, and Pamela's mouth dried slightly. "Very much." "Lovely." He had dimples. Deep dimples that came out only when he genuinely smiled, and a strong cleft in his chin that she ached to run her tongue along. She felt heat suffusing her face at the thought, and she turned away, desperate to look anywhere but at him. "You know, I'm really not anywhere near as terrifying as you think me." His comment had her gaze flying back to him as she immediately leapt behind her defensive wall. "I'm not frightened of you." "Of course not," he returned blithely, his gaze piercing. "That's why you never look at me." He was right. It was hard for her to look at him now, but that wasn't because she was afraid of him. Her misgivings came from somewhere entirely different. As she stared hard at the bottom of the boat, the craft shifted, and then all at once Franklin's warm weight was pressed up against her side. "I'm not going to bite you, Pamela." The words were whispered low against her ear, and even though he wasn't touching her per se, he might as well have been. "Not unless you want me to." Her head jerked around, and she fixed him with her incredulous gaze as her heart stuttered in her chest. Their mouths were just a hair's breadth apart, and she wanted to kiss him so badly that she ached at it. Why on earth would I want you to bite me? Her question made Franklin chuckle lowly. He lowered his head ever slightly to scrape his teeth over the ridges of her lower lip in a motion so quick she might have imagined it, if every nerve ending in her body hadn't been sizzling from the contact. You might like it. Before she could even properly react to his low purr, the boat bumped against the bank. Their ride was over, even though she wasn't sure she could stand. In a trice, Franklin stood, holding a hand out to her as if they had been doing nothing more entertaining than talking about the migratory patterns of seagulls. Shall we? She took his hand with surprising steadiness, and let him help her out of the boat and back onto dry land. If she suspected him to make another move on her, she was sorely disappointed. Instead, he pointed out a nearby restaurant he'd been to before and suggested they stop for dinner. She could do nothing to disagree. As awed and thankful as she was to be in Beijing, it was a little hard for Pamela to concentrate on being there for the rest of the evening. She was far too consumed in the memory of Franklin's mouth brushing against hers, however brief. She wasn't even supposed to like the man. Now she was all but ready to climb him after one kiss. Well, that wasn't even a kiss. She didn't even know what to call what he had done to her, but one thing was for sure, she didn't know if she'd ever encountered a more sensual gesture. Once they returned to their hotel room, she headed out onto the balcony to take in her last views of the city, only to jump when he slid back the door and came to join her. I could see if we could come back if you like. Before we go back to England. She glanced over at him, and almost had a heart attack to find that he had shed his sweater and was standing there completely shirtless. Pamela had been too drowsy that morning to really enjoy his mostly naked form, and by the time she was awake, she had been preoccupied with avoiding personal embarrassment. Now she felt tendrils of heat zipping down to pool between her legs at the sight of his leanly muscled bare torso. She could see how the man would have been an effective boxer. His physique spoke of speed, agility, and endurance. It was the kind of body she was most drawn to in a man, despite having never been with anyone close to Franklin's level. Must you walk around half-naked all the time? She managed, swallowing thickly before she trained her gaze on the sparkling skyline once more. The sweater was itchy. Would you rather have me suffer? Pamela rolled her eyes. You're such a child. Well, I am the youngest in my family. Franklin rested his forearms on the railings, leaning over so the muscles of his shoulders and abdomen contracted delightfully. You'd probably do with a little more childish humor in your life, Pamela. The jibe had her glaring at him. I'm fine just the way I am, thank you. Are you? Franklin's words were casual and careful all at once. You seem to me to be a bit tense. Perpetually tense. I have everything taken care of here. It won't hurt you to relax. She gazed at him as if he'd lost his mind. Relax around a man who obviously wants in my pants. That's the most awful advice I've ever heard. She had always been blunt. Everyone in her life told her so, but even so, Pamela regretted the words the instant they left her. She couldn't help it that she had a defensive mechanism against men and their attentions. They rarely did more than waste her time. Franklin, however, didn't seem angry at the accusation. Instead, he straightened to meet her gaze steadily, his blue eyes darkening in obvious hunger. You're right. I do want in your pants. Quite badly, as it were. His words sent a jolt of molten lust straight to the core of her, and Pamela swallowed a very unbecoming whimper. But you'll find I'm a very patient man, Pamela. And I'm not in the habit of asking women to do things they don't want to. So I won't touch you, not unless you ask me to. Ask you to? She intended for the words to come out scathing, but instead, all Pam could manage was a frightfully hoarse whisper. Yes. When he reached out to run a thumb delicately over the curve of her jaw, she found herself rooted to the spot, completely transfixed. Maybe then, if you beg, I'll give you exactly what you want. The way he said it made her want to beg him right then and there. The physical tension crackling between them was almost palpable, and there was a gigantic bed in the suite that was more than big enough for two. But that confident little smirk playing about the man's lips served to bring her back to earth, and Pamela jerked away, glaring at him. "I'm going to bed." That was all she could think of to say. Turning on her heel, she marched back into the suite and all the way to the bedroom to slam the door behind her. Once she was safely isolated, however, she pressed her back against the door and forced herself to take a deep, steadying breath. Whatever she wanted. That was a tall order. It had honestly been so long for Pamela that she wasn't quite sure what she wanted, but she knew that she wanted Franklin. And that much was dangerous. She couldn't give in to him. She still had her pride to contend with, and her pride would never let her beg this man or any other for anything. Not as long as she still lived and breathed. When the young woman made her way into the bathroom to change for bed, she was embarrassed to find her panties uncomfortably damp. Between the little bite he'd given her, the hutong, and his heady promise outside, Pamela was beginning to wonder if she hadn't bitten off a little more than she could chew, agreeing to come on this trip. She supposed that only time would tell. They woke early the next morning to take the 2-hour high-speed railway trip to Shanghai. Franklin behaved no differently than he usually did, which was almost enough to have Pamela believing that his actions the previous night had been a dream. The man was almost completely platonic if very gentlemanly, carrying her newly acquired bags to the car and holding the door open for her once they arrived at the train station. When they boarded the train, impressive with its sleek seats and spacious interior in the VIP section, he took a seat in the row across the aisle from her, and she bit her tongue to keep from inviting him to sit next to her. She refused to be baited. She didn't speak to him, reading a book on her tablet until her bladder screamed at her. When she rose, however, the train suddenly jerked forward, and she lost her balance to come tumbling down in Franklin's lap. "Why, hello there." Damn him and his charming smile. "Come to say hello? You are incorrigible, you know that?" She squirmed out of his lap and back into a standing position before hurrying off to the bathroom. When she came back, however, she hesitated before dropping into the seat next to him instead of her original place. He glanced over at her and made to speak, but Pam beat him to the punch. "You paid for this trip. It would be rude for me to ignore you." "Indeed it would. You could make up for it by sitting right here." Franklin gestured to his left thigh. "It's quite comfortable, I assure you. And I could make sure you don't fall again. Also, in the event of a train crash, we would die together, which would be quite the epic story to tell to our families." Pam burst out laughing. She wanted to be angry, she really did, but he was just so bloody ridiculous, she couldn't help herself. It was impossible to be upset with him for very long. "How on earth can you say that with a straight face?" Franklin chuckled as she did her best to stymie her mirth. "Because you find it so terribly funny, and I like to see you laugh." There it went again. The butterflies in her stomach. "Stop that." Her demand had him arching a brow. "Stop what?" "Saying things like that." She twisted her fingers together, her nervousness relegating her to teenage levels of anxiety. "That I like to see you laugh? Why? It's true. You're a lovely woman, Pamela, but you're radiant when you smile." She just stared at him for a long beat, unsure of what to say, before she finally opted for settling back in her seat, pulling out her tablet once more as her cheeks burned. "Fine, you win." The train ride to Shanghai was a short one, and once they arrived, Franklin pronounced himself properly starving and whisked her away to their hotel so they could freshen up for lunch. Pam was pretty sure her jaw was on the floor of the cab as they neared the center of the metropolitan city. The weather was gorgeous, and many skyscrapers stood out against the background of a clear blue sky. "That's the Shanghai TV Tower," Franklin indicated, a building with a bulbous purple sphere close to its peak, and this entire area on the banks of the river is called the Bund. The Bund was a bustling hub of business and shopping on one side, with radiant views of the river on the other. Pam soon realized that their hotel was on the Bund as well, and she threw open the curtains as soon as they reached their suite to marvel at how glorious the view was, even better than it had been in Beijing. Where are we going for lunch? She managed, unable to keep the breathless excitement from her voice. Top floor. There's a lovely restaurant in the hotel. When Franklin answered her, she turned around to beam at him, only to shriek in surprise when she found him in the process of unbuttoning his trousers. Franklin? What are you doing? Her hands flew immediately over her eyes, but she could hear him chuckling. Changing. I would have thought you'd be used to this by now. Do you have no modesty at all? Well, I have to be honest. There's a part of me that hopes, naively, that you'll take a bit of interest, become smitten, and throw yourself at me. She could see the sweeping, hard lines of his abdomen through her fingers, and guiltily, Pamela continued to look, listening to the rustling sounds of his clothing. You're entirely too full of yourself. She managed, her tone slightly unsteady. Perhaps? You can open your eyes now. Pamela removed her hands and inhaled sharply. The man was dressed, but only just. A button-up shirt hung open over his chest, and his pants were still undone. She couldn't stop her eyes from being drawn along the sparse line of blonde hairs down his flat belly, to the hem of his underwear beneath his pants and beyond. Pam. She jumped, straightening immediately to find the man grinning at her, cat-like. What? He jerked a thumb towards her suitcase on the floor behind him. You should probably change as well. They like a bit of formal attire. Right. She was glad of the reason to flee, and did so immediately, changing hurriedly in the bathroom. She definitely wasn't going to survive this trip. She was pretty certain that if she saw Franklin Darwell stripped down to his skivvies one more time, she was going to keel over. Either that, or she was going to do exactly what he wanted and throw herself at him. She quickly changed into a white cotton dress, and slipped on a pair of heels before splashing cold water on her burning face. Lunch. She needed to concentrate on lunch. And Shanghai, for God's sake. She was in one of the biggest and most lauded Chinese cities. One would think that would be more than enough to get her mind off her host. But it was quickly apparent to her that this was fighting a losing battle. Lunch was a fabulous affair in a restaurant at the top of the hotel that actually rotated, giving its patrons 360-degree views of the city. Franklin ordered several Shanghainese specialties for them, and it took until their food came for Pamela to realize that they were two of only a few customers. If she didn't know any better, she might think Franklin was trying to be romantic. What's wrong? Is the food all right? When she didn't immediately begin to eat, Franklin's voice snapped her from her reverie. It's fine. Perfectly fine. She immediately dug in with great gusto, much to Franklin's amusement. Where to after this? Well, I thought we would go to the top of the TV tower, and then head to the traditional shopping district. I'm sure you'll find some antiques there to your liking, and you can ship them home. Pamela frowned automatically, setting her chopsticks down. Franklin, we've already discussed this. I don't have very much money. Clothes are one thing, but I certainly am not shopping on your dime. I refuse. Perfectly fine. The blue-eyed man raised his hands innocently. We can just go to look, then. But there was something mischievous in his gaze that she wasn't sure she liked, and Pamela soon found out exactly what he had to be so smug about. When he said she'd be able to find some antiques to her liking, the man meant the entire bloody shopping district. It was like her library antique show multiplied by 100, with more variety than she had ever seen, and all genuinely handmade. Pam didn't know where to look first. She flitted from store to store, picking through little trinket boxes, lamps, chairs, and cushions, lamenting each time she realized that she could currently afford none of it. Every time she thought of the balance in her bank account, she reminded herself that she was going to have to compensate for a few weeks of not working, and she cringed. And so she looked. She looked with a heavy heart, and wondered if she would ever be able to come back and buy some of the things she absolutely adored. It was the first time in her life that she thought that perhaps she was upset that she hadn't chosen a higher-paying career. Pamela. After she left the fourth store looking absolutely crestfallen, she found Franklin looking at her with an irate expression on his face. You're being completely unreasonable here. It's not as if you're going to buy the whole street. I can. I don't need it. The words came out unbidden, because she had been uttering them her entire life. I'll be fine. It's not as if I need them. For Pete's sake, she jumped when he swore foully, raking a hand through his hair. She hadn't seen him so obviously perturbed yet, and it put her a little on edge. This isn't charity, Pamela. I don't pity you, and I'm not trying to belittle you like your dithering idiot friend, Laura Beth. If you really expect me to follow after you for the rest of the afternoon with that forlorn expression on your face, then you're sorely mistaken. Well then, her chin went straight in the air, we can do something else. Franklin merely glared at her in a way that had her backing carefully away from him. She was both intimidated by that dangerous stare of his. I take back what I said. He finally deadpanned, crossing powerful arms over a broad chest. If you don't buy anything, I will kiss you right here and now, and I won't stop until you relent. Pamela's mouth dropped open. He had to be joking. This was horribly petty. Over things that she didn't even need. You wouldn't. Franklin's eyes somehow narrowed even further. Try me. Pamela found herself torn. Part of her wanted to fly back into the shops and buy as much as her arms could carry, and then another part of her wanted to defy him just to see what he would do. Ultimately, however, when he began towards her with a predatory glint in his eye, she fled back into the nearest store and grudgingly bought a magnificent dragon wall hanging that she could already see in her bedroom. When she came back outside, Franklin was waiting for her with a triumphant grin. That's a gorgeous piece. Now let's go. When he turned away from her, Pamela stuck her tongue out at him. Childish as she knew it was, she couldn't help herself. The man was far too controlling for his own good. Unfortunately, she soon became far too absorbed in her antique hunting to devote much energy to her affront. She found a set of gorgeous little bamboo carvings that depicted a Chinese legend, and pounced upon them once more. There was a silkscreen painting of a hutong that had her breathless with its beauty, and a lantern made of wood and rice paper that could be electrically wired and hung like a chandelier. By the time they headed to dinner with all of their packages, she couldn't stop herself from smiling like a loon. She didn't even care that Franklin was smiling as well, commending her on each and every purchase. Over dinner, she detailed to him where she was going to put each piece in her apartment, more excited than she'd been since she realized that she was really truly going to China. She was sure that Franklin found all this information rather useless and boring, but he paid rapt attention, even filling in a few blanks for her, giving her the history of several of the items she'd bought and telling her how Chinese people use them. Pamela was already partially familiar with one piece that he lingered on, a round jade pendant strung with old Chinese coins. She remembered vividly seeing a similar charm hanging from a splintering wooden mantelpiece from her childhood. She had loved to watch it glint in the light, had asked time and time if she could take it down and play with it just one more time. Tired, are you? When she spaced out, she allowed Franklin to interpret it as he would and nodded heartily, glad that he couldn't judge her mood as acutely as he thought he could. We should head back then. By now, Pamela had realized the pattern and was ready for it. The moment they returned to the hotel, she bolted to the bedroom and closed the door behind her lest she catch some peek of Franklin in anything less than a decent state. She was, however, thwarted when he knocked on her door mere minutes after she had sequestered herself. Pamela? Are you decent? I just want to use the shower. She was in a silk robe she'd bought that day, and was still wearing her underwear beneath, so she was about as decent as she was going to get without being fully dressed. Yes. She took a deep breath before opening the door. She was, however, surprised to see that Franklin was still fully dressed. At the expression on her face, he smirked. Disappointed? Pam merely rolled her eyes, moving aside so that he could move through the bedroom to the bathroom. In a trice he was gone, and she waited until she heard the shower running to lie down and slip beneath the covers. She closed her eyes tightly and tried to will sleep to come. That way she wouldn't see when he left the bathroom and it wouldn't matter what he was wearing. After lying in the semi-dark room for a good 15 minutes, Pam stopped trying to force herself to fall asleep and actually began drifting off as jet lag caught up with her. She had a full belly, the bed was wonderfully soft, and she found herself utterly content. When Franklin finally came out of the bathroom half an hour later, a towel wrapped around his waist, she was on the cusp of complete sleep, and in her drowsy state, was half certain that the gorgeous male standing over her was a dream. The young woman smiled drowsily. "Hello." He smiled back at her, amused, and it made him even more lovely. "Hello. You look wonderful." She mused drowsily, turning fully onto her side to see him better. He was tall and sinewy, and his freshly showered scent was absolute bliss. "You smell wonderful." "Thank you. I appreciate the compliment." Almost lazily, Pamela patted the spot next to her on the bed. "Come sit here." The figure above her hesitated slightly. "Pamela, you're tired. You should go to sleep." "I'm not worried," she replied softly, her eyes drifting shut. "You won't touch me unless I ask, right?" A beat passed before he answered. "Right." Then the bed was sinking next to her, and he was wonderfully close. With a contented sigh, Pamela shifted until she could wrap her arms around his waist, pressing her cheek indulgently against the bare skin of his back. He felt so good. So warm. "I like you." This was the best dream she'd had in a good long while. The man beside her made a low sound in his throat. "I like you too, Pamela, though I suspect that might be the understatement of the century." She was poor. Her flat was the size of a matchbox, and at 30 she had few proper career prospects. She had to be dreaming that this man, this moneyed, witty, intelligent man, was interested in her over her far more eligible friends. "Franklin?" She murmured lowly, her eyes still closed. "Would you kiss me if I asked?" All the breath whooshed from his lungs. Hell yes. If all she had to do was ask. "Kiss me then." It would make her dream perfect, beyond perfect. After a brief moment, Pamela felt the bed dip, and he slipped from her grasp. She pouted, thinking that he planned on leaving her. And then it happened, the slow brush of his mouth against hers, leisurely and heated. Pamela reached for him immediately, her arms winding around his neck in an attempt to deepen the kiss, but before she could do so, he was straightening, gently sliding her hands from his shoulders. The kiss had been far too brief, far too subtle for her liking, and yet it was all he gave her. "Good night, Pamela." He whispered the words against her forehead, placing another kiss there before he receded completely, and Pam felt herself drifting into a deeper sleep. Her last coherent thought was that he tasted exactly as she hoped he would, and she wanted nothing more than to sample him again.
Chapter 8.
The next few days were busy ones. Franklin took Pamela with him to an outer district of Shanghai to help an organization there give vaccines to children who had yet to receive them, and then he showed her around the city. They had lunch in the French Quarter, took a tour of the Bund with a private tour guide, and had drinks at a bar right on the harbor. Then there was more of the same wonder and curiosity on her face when he took her to the Serenity Park, and then to the Shanghai Zoo. The same amusement when strangers asked to touch her hair, almost as enthralled with her as he himself was. By the third day after they had arrived in Shanghai, Franklin was certain, without a shadow of a doubt, that she didn't remember asking him for a kiss. But he remembered. How the hell could he forget? The way she had clung to him, the way she lay back against the pillows with her lips parted, waiting for him to devour them. But she'd been asleep, or close to it. He couldn't really kiss her when she was like that. He wanted her like he had never wanted anything else, but he'd be damned if he took advantage of her, at least, if she didn't want him to. On the morning of their third day, they boarded a plane to Xi'an, where they would for the first time be staying in the countryside. Franklin was in the process of sending an email to his brother, who was pretty much demanding to know where he was, when Pamela's head fell onto his shoulder. He shifted slightly to accommodate her, reveling in the scent of her perfume, assuming that she had fallen asleep once again. So, he was understandably surprised when she spoke with perfect clarity. "Franklin?" He glanced over at her to see her looking at him with a surprisingly open expression, and arched a brow in inquiry. Before she spoke, there was only the slight flush of her cheeks to warn him what was coming. "Did I the other night, did we? You asked for a kiss." In his opinion, honesty was always the best policy. "But I assumed that you were half asleep, so I barely obliged you." The corners of his mouth turned up in a teasing smile. "Don't worry, I wasn't a heathen. Your maidenhood is intact." When she frowned, he had a split second to worry that he had offended her before he went on. "I'm not a maiden. I'm a woman grown, and I knew what I was doing." Franklin swallowed whatever words of apology had risen to his lips and remained silent, waiting for her to go on, every muscle in his body taut. "Franklin, I want you to kiss me again. Properly this time." "Properly?" he echoed, hardly daring to believe his luck. Pamela nodded, her expression almost comically sober. "Please." Franklin didn't think he'd ever gotten so hard so quickly in his life. If he'd been thinking straight, he might have looked around the first-class section of the plane to make sure that no one was paying undue attention to them, but the moment the words left Pamela's lips, he was reaching for her. Tugging her out of her seat and into his lap, regardless of the fastened seatbelt sign that blinked above their heads. His mouth came down on hers hungrily, as her fingers immediately delved through his hair. This was what he'd been waiting for. This was what he wanted. When his tongue slid against the seam of her lips, she parted for him automatically, shuddering when he nibbled at her lower lip before delving inside. She was sweet, so bloody sweet he was certain he might lose his mind. The last time Franklin kissed a woman was messy and hurried, a friend of his who had agreed to assuage a mutual need between him. "Excuse me, sir?" Franklin looked up, his eyes still glazed in want, at the sheepish-looking airline stewardess who stood next to them. "I'm sorry, but Miss Livingston will have to return to her seat until the fastened seatbelt sign has been turned off." It was a beat before his voice returned. "Right. My apologies." Gently he eased Pamela's form from his lap and back into her seat, though her face remained hidden against his neck in obvious embarrassment. She didn't straighten until a full minute after the stewardess had gone, and even then her face was bright red. I'm sorry," she murmured in a quiet tone. "I didn't mean to get you in trouble." Franklin immediately scoffed, shifting in his seat to alleviate some of the pressure at the crux of his muscular thighs. "You didn't get me in trouble. I'm a man grown, Pamela. I make my own trouble." The admission only made her flush darker, as she scrabbled for her tablet to find something to do with her hands. Her lips were swollen from where he had tasted her, and Franklin swallowed a groan at the prospect of doing it again. "I knew what I was doing." So she had been more aware that night than he. Franklin was glad he hadn't known. If he had, he might have done something that made Pamela's perception of him as a gentleman disappear entirely. For now, he had to keep his word. She had asked him to kiss her, so he had, breaking the days of physical tension that had loomed between them. But if she wanted more, she was going to have to ask for that as well. Which would make it all the sweeter when she did. When they deplaned in Xi'an, Franklin was surprised to find no less than 3 women from the organization outpost they planned to visit waiting to greet him. 3 young, very pretty Chinese women, who proceeded to make eyes at him the moment he saw them. Admittedly, he couldn't bring himself to care much. Not when he could still taste Pamela on his lips. She, however, glared daggers at the women, even if she couldn't understand what they were saying. "It's so nice to meet you, Mr. Darwell. Our supervisor has told us so much about you. We'd love to show you around the city, as soon as we discuss your business." He certainly hadn't expected any type of special greeting, though it certainly wasn't unprecedented. The last time he had been in Xi'an was years ago, and he happened to be with Russell when he arrived. Though they didn't come to meet him at the airport, the moment they arrived at the outpost, they were swamped by eligible young women, all looking to make a husband out of them. Thankfully, That had been pre-Alice, or his sister-in-law might have blown her proverbial top. To her merit, Pamela acted with as much grace as a woman could in their particular situation. After all, they had only kissed once. They hadn't even slept in the same bed, at least not yet. So she didn't try to stake her claim on him. But there was no lack of murder in her eyes, as the youngest of his entourage clutched at his arm eagerly. "We can't wait to show you what we've achieved in the past few years." Pamela muttered something under her breath that sounded strangely like slattern, which was a word he hadn't heard in a good long while. It made him smile. He didn't want to admit to himself that her expression bolstered his pride, but it certainly did it no harm. Their 3 guides were named Mei Lin, Shui Li and Julie, and upon exiting the airport, they insisted on taking him to one of the best restaurants in Xi'an. They were about halfway there in the cab, when the women realized that there was another occupant in the vehicle, and they hurried to introduce themselves. "This is Pamela. We're traveling together, and she's integral to my work," he introduced her in Chinese. "I hope you'll treat her with just as much hospitality as you give me." At Pamela's surprised expression, he winked at her, and almost immediately, the Chinese woman's attentions were diverted from him to her. Within 2 minutes, she was completely overwhelmed, and Franklin was almost sure she would have preferred he deal with them. He'd be willing to wager that not a single one of them was over 25, and this was the first time they'd seen a blonde woman up close. All through their lunch, the girls chattered endlessly, interrogating Pamela about everything under the sun and using Franklin as a translator. By the time they got back in the car, Pamela was feigning sleep in an attempt to escape, and Franklin was trying not to laugh. She cracked her eyes open on the way out of the city to gaze at the rice paddies and people working in the fields. Franklin found one of the most fascinating things about Chinese culture to be the juxtaposition of modern and metropolitan, with rural and underdeveloped. He liked going out to the countryside not only to help people, but because he found it gloriously, quietly beautiful in a way that the cities couldn't necessarily capture. In his opinion, London was the exact opposite of the Chinese countryside. Certainly, he had been born and raised there, groomed to become what his parents believed he ought to be in certain respects, but the first time he walked barefoot among Chinese rice paddies, he'd found a peace that existed not even in his Leeds getaway, a peace he found in few other parts of the world. Of course, he didn't get to go on a barefoot trek right away. The moment they reached the compound, there was a meeting during which he conveyed to the people in charge what processes Beijing wanted them to carry out. Then there was a welcome toast. And then another one. Frank was reminded of how potent Baijiu Chinese rice liquor really was. After the 3rd toast, he managed to get away and back to the small inn where he and Pamela were staying. He meant to find her alone and perhaps initiate a repeat of what had happened on the plane, but when he arrived at the inn, he found her outside in the garden, surrounded by no less than 10 Chinese children. Inwardly, he groaned. It wasn't as if he didn't welcome curiosity, but he was sure that Pamela had to be exhausted after being questioned for the entirety of the afternoon. It had been his hope that when he left her, she might be able to rest a bit while he saw to his business. But apparently, that wasn't the case. He was prepared to rescue her, to send the children back to their parents as gently as he could, until Franklin took in the expression on her face. She was smiling. One of the most genuine, warmest smiles he'd ever seen grace her lovely features. It softened her face, opened her up, and had him momentarily in awe at the mere sight of her. The young woman sat in the center of a circle of children, who were all chattering away at her in a language she didn't understand, smiling and laughing nonetheless. Every so often, they would present some object or the other for her inspection. A paper crane, a ball, a book of simple English terms, and Pamela treated each and every one of them like they were no less than the ultimate treasure. She let them touch and braid her hair, let them sit on her lap and play around her. The sight of it made Franklin a bit dizzy. He had never been one for children. His sister-in-law had a niece, and the few times they'd brought her around, he had no idea what to do with himself. He certainly couldn't hold the baby, as he was fairly certain that he'd drop her, but that made him look like a complete lummox when the little thing reached for him. Alice laughed at his discomfort, cradling the baby as if it were second nature, and the entire time, his brother gazed at her as if he wanted nothing more in the world than to give Alice a child of her own. At the time, the idea had been fairly mind-boggling to him. But now, he supposed he understood the sentiment a little bit better. Not that he wanted to impregnate Pamela on the spot. That wasn't the type of person he was, and he'd only really known the woman for a matter of weeks. But he could appreciate her easy way with children. She seemed to have far more tolerance for them anyway, than she did for their older counterparts. Franklin slowly advanced on her, as he watched her point out a few pictures on her tablet, as a gaggle of girls continued to braid her hair into increasingly confusing tangles. Having a good time? At the sight of him, she looked up in surprise, and the children laughed at her goggled expression. They talked amongst themselves about how pretty she was, how handsome he was, and how they must be married. Franklin saw no need to correct them. Children were precocious that way, and they would believe whatever they wanted to believe. "I'm a little overwhelmed, but they seem to be pretty interested in me," Pamela admitted, her expression rather fond. "Most of them have never left this village. You're quite the anomaly to them." "I can only imagine." "All right now," Franklin uttered authoritatively in Chinese, "Big sister needs to rest. Go find your parents, all of you." They all groaned and complained as if he'd taken away their favorite toy, but Franklin stood firm. "Go on now. You can see her tomorrow." They dispersed with extreme reluctance, until only he and Pamela remained in the courtyard. "Good Lord, there are so many of them." Franklin chuckled. "That was only about half of them. Once they tell their friends, I'm sure there will be more tomorrow." "Oh hell." Pam stood, brushing the dust off her jeans before arching a brow at him. "How did everything go at the center?" "Marvelously," he relayed, running a hand through his hair casually. "Everyone's ready to carry out our plans, and hopefully there will be a new school or two in the area by this time next year." "Lovely," Pam beamed, looking past him at the dust cloud the children were kicking up as they found their way home. "I'm sure they'll appreciate it." "They will when they're older at least. What child enjoys school as a child?" "I suppose you have a point." Pam laughed softly, the action turning her hair into gleaming spun silk and lighting up her face with a rosy glow. Franklin stared unabashedly at the plump lines of her lips. He wanted to kiss her, more at that moment than he had all morning, and that was quite a stretch. "Don't do that." At Pam's embarrassed words, he merely raised his gaze to hers innocently. "Don't do what?" He knew very well what, but could he help it that he liked to bait her? "Franklin Darwell, you know very well what." She called his bluff, rolling her eyes before she turned her back on him to enter the inn and make her way upstairs. Franklin had managed, mostly, to keep from being enticed by the single bed that had been in every room they stayed in, but this inn was the village's only accommodation, and so there was none of the luxury there was in large cities. Franklin wouldn't have minded, but the room was barely enough to accommodate a bed, a few chairs, a mini fridge, and a TV. The bathroom had a squat toilet, which Pam was remarkably level-headed about, though he suspected that behind closed doors she might panic a bit. But it was that bed that was bringing his panic to the forefront. There was no sofa for him to sleep on, which meant that there was no way he could avoid sleeping next to her. Such a thing would have been hard enough if he hadn't known how eagerly she would cling to him when he kissed her, if the taste of her didn't linger on his lips even hours later. Franklin found himself tempted to get another room. It was hard enough to watch her now, bustling about the small space and looking for something to wear to dinner that night. "You look like a bloody deer in headlights. What on earth's the matter?" At her concerned question, Franklin forced himself to release the breath he'd been holding. "There's only one bed." There he went with being bluntly honest again. Franklin didn't know any other way to operate. Pam merely blinked. "And?" Franklin felt his chest tightening. "Shall I sleep on the floor then?" She laughed at that. "Please, Franklin? I'd like to think you're capable of keeping your hands to yourself." He'd like to think he was too, but when it came to Pamela, Franklin wasn't entirely sure. "I'd like to negotiate." Pamela stopped rifling through her luggage to look up at him curiously. "What do you mean, negotiate?" "If I'm going to have to sleep in the same bed as you, I'm going to need some placation beforehand." "Placation?" she deadpanned in reply, her gaze carefully neutral. "Explain." Franklin's lips twitched. "Not what you're thinking." "What am I thinking?" She shot back immediately. That was an invitation that Franklin couldn't ignore. "That I want you to wank me off. Or maybe use your mouth." Pamela's mouth dropped open, and Franklin was torn between laughter and the arousal that threatened the mental image of either of those things. "But that's not what I was implying, so don't get excited." Despite his warning, he thought she looked a little too excited for her own good, and his pants were suddenly tighter. "What were you implying then?" It took her a moment to regain her composure, and when she did, her next words were slightly unsteady. "Just a kiss. One kiss before bed should do me quite well." "Oh?" Now she definitely looked disappointed, and Franklin patted himself on the back mentally. "Well, I suppose I can accept that." "Most gracious of you." He dipped a little bow, and Pamela merely smacked him on the arm on her way to the bathroom, making him wince. Gosh, he wanted her. "Dude, where the hell are you?" While Pamela was in the shower, Franklin's phone buzzed, and when he saw it was Marlin, he picked up. At his friend's question, he chuckled. "Finally back from the lap of luxury, are you?" "Yeah, yesterday." Marlin returned, "Thanks for that, by the way. The girls enjoyed themselves." "No problem. Glad to be a benefactor." "Oh, buzz off. You were trying to get to Pam, and now you have. The question is, where have you spirited her away to now?" At that, Franklin chucked. "We're still in China. And I haven't spirited her anywhere. I might remind you that she agreed." "Right. You charmed her into it. Charmed your way into a man-eater's pants. You impress me more and more every day, Darwell." Surprisingly, Franklin found himself bristling at Marlin's careless language, but he managed to hold his tongue. This was Marlin after all. He was just being Marlin. "I'm not as charming as you give me credit for," he finally provided, as neutrally as he could. "Maybe I should take lessons from your sister." "Touché, man. Touché." Franklin groaned inwardly at Marlin's solemn tone. "Sorry. That was uncalled for." He had no idea why he'd been so suddenly defensive. It was completely and totally unlike him. "I guess I'm still just a little jet-lagged. Tired as bloody hell." "No worries. It's cool, man. Look, when are you going to be back?" Trying to figure out when the best time to go to London would be. At that, Franklin flinched. Don't force me back before I'm ready. I could stay in Leeds forever if I was allowed." "I know, but I need a guide. Who's going to show me all the best places to get absolutely wasted and find cheeky ladies?" At that, Franklin snorted. "Right. Because I'd be the utmost authority on that." He glanced at the bathroom to see if Pamela was done. He noticed that she had left the door cracked, and swallowed thickly as he wondered what he might be able to see if he were sitting at the head of the bed. "Well, maybe I just need the emotional support." Franklin rolled his eyes. "We'll probably be back in another week or so. I'll do my best to keep you updated." That meant a lot, coming from him. Franklin hadn't even told his mother he was leaving the country, which meant that he would probably get a stern lecture when he came home, but Alice knew. That would have to suffice. "Appreciate it. See you then, man. Enjoy the man-eater." Franklin merely hung up, having no proper answer for that. Pamela Livingston wasn't anywhere near as much of a man-eater as people suspected. Every woman had her standards, and Pamela's were simply higher than most. But Franklin liked a challenge, he always had. Particularly blonde-haired, curvaceous, intellectual challenges. Pam was certain that China couldn't get any more beautiful until she spent the next few days in the countryside. There was a completely different feel here than there was to the city. People weren't in such a rush, and while there was little luxury, there remained an abundance of heart. Everyone was kind, and despite their rocky beginning, she found that Mei Lin, Shui Li, and Julie were more than happy to show her the ropes. Alongside Franklin, Pamela visited the sites where they planned to build the new schools and watched him negotiate the prices for land and costs for the building. She didn't understand much of what they were saying, but soon enough, she was whisked off by a group of teachers who were proud to show her their tattered English books and speak to her the best they could. By the time she got back to Franklin, he was watching a football match between 7-year-olds and doing his best to avoid joining in, even though they asked at least once every minute. Ultimately, Pamela solved the problem by joining in, though sports were far from her forte, and baiting Franklin until he joined in. Of course, his first order was to make sure she regretted teasing him, as he led his team into a sound victory against hers by a 10-1 margin. He gloated all the way back to the inn, and gave her enough time to be nervous while he showered and prepared for bed. 3 days after he'd made his demand, it now seemed ludicrous to Pamela that she had ever been disappointed, that all Franklin wanted from her was kisses. Kisses, she had soon found, could be quite deadly where he was concerned. Though why she hadn't learned that on the bloody plain was beyond her. When he came out of the bathroom, she hurried into it so she wouldn't have to speak much, and showered as slowly as possible, as a mix of anticipation and apprehension built low in her stomach. By the time she finished and had donned her robe and her most modest nightgown, it was around 9 in the evening. And Pamela knew she couldn't delay any longer. She took a deep breath before heading back into the main room, where Franklin lounged on the bed, reading a Chinese paper. He looked absolutely decadent, wearing a loose pair of flannel bottoms with his shirt nowhere in sight, his hair loose and damp over his shoulder. He barely raised his gaze when she sank onto the opposite side of the bed and slithered beneath the covers before shedding her robe. How on earth did she feel so vulnerable when she was still entirely clothed? It was completely unfair. Before he could speak to her, Pamela switched on the television. She couldn't understand a word anyone was saying, but it was far better than sitting in silence, waiting for Franklin to announce that it was time for his kiss. Flipping through channels, she found a drama that she didn't really have to understand Chinese to follow. It was slightly ridiculous, some princess that had fallen head over heels for a prince and fell to pieces every time he came near her. Yes, terribly silly. Tired, Pamela? After a few weeks, she still hadn't gotten used to the way he said her name. Yes. I think I'll just kiss me goodnight? What an excellent idea. Pamela stifled her groan as she squirmed slightly beneath the coverlet. Why did he always have to be so bloody chipper about it? Fine. She poked her head from beneath the blanket before removing her glasses to sit on the table beside the bed. Almost immediately, she shivered. Though it was still quite warm during the day, it was chilly at night and the room had no heater. Closing her eyes, she turned toward Franklin as every nerve ending on her body rejoiced, tingling in anticipation. She dreaded this, she wanted it, she was completely confused when it came to Franklin Darwell, and somehow that was okay. Am I that terribly ugly? Pamela's eyes flew open in shock at the mere notion. Don't be ridiculous. When his blue eyes met hers, she found her entire body suffused with an acute ache. She wanted more than kisses, far more. But she'd be damned if she'd admit it. Franklin's smile was slow and indulgent. Just asking. Your honest opinion means the world to me. Pam rolled her eyes. He was so unbelievably silly that sometimes she wanted to chuck him upside the head. Before he could beat her to the punch, however, she leaned over to place a hand on his shoulder and molded her mouth to his to shut him up. And as she had the previous 3 nights, she lost herself completely. Though she might have been the one to take the initiative, Franklin dominated the kiss from the moment it started. But then all at once he was pulling away, putting distance between them once more as he migrated back to his side of the bed. Pamela was nowhere near foolish enough to believe that the kiss hadn't affected him, at least as badly as it had affected her. The heat in his gaze was enough to steal what remaining breath she had, and she swallowed thickly, barely able to keep from throwing herself at him. But she already knew how this was going to go, and unfortunately, there were no surprises. Franklin turned his back and picked up his paper, settling back against the pillows. "Good night, Pamela." It was times like this that she found him the most infuriating. It was a foregone conclusion now that they wanted one another, but the man was still bound and determined to have her ask for it. It had been hard enough for her to ask for a single kiss. How the hell was she supposed to ask for the additional debauchery she wanted so damn badly? Pamela turned from him, incensed, and burrowed beneath the covers to stew. 30 minutes passed, then an hour, and still, he continued to read that damn paper. Pam switched off the TV, before tossing the remote onto the table beside her glasses. She was having a tantrum like a bloody teenager, and she found that she cared little. She had never met a man that both infuriated her like Franklin Darwell, and for the first time in her life, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Pamela had spent her entire life dealing with herself. After she lost her guardian, she did the best that she could with the resources that she had, and she had always made do. To add a man to the mix made things unpredictable. That the man was Franklin Darwell threw an entire other element into an already unpredictable endeavor. "You seem a bit restless, Pamela. Would you like a nightcap?" The woman turned over to glare daggers at him. "No, I would not like a nightcap, Franklin." Gosh, she both hated and loved that smug grin of his. He knew exactly what she wanted, damn him, but there was no way Pamela was going to give in when he was so obviously challenging her. She was just as stubborn as he was, perhaps more so. "If there's something you want, Pamela, all you have to do is ask." He had no business looking at her like that, with that darkly alluring gaze that promised pleasure she couldn't even fathom. "All I want," she managed softly, her tone hoarse, "is to get some sleep." And with that, she turned away from him once more, shutting her eyes tightly, and wondering how on earth she was going to sleep when her panties were soaked through.
Chapter 9.
Once their business was done in Xi'an, they were off to southern China, where the weather was balmier and more humid than in the north. It was nearing Christmas, but nearly everyone was still in shorts and t-shirts, and Pamela found herself needing a few short-sleeved shirts to ensure that she didn't overheat as they explored the city during the day. They were back to immense luxury suites, and on their first night in the Hyatt Guangzhou, Pam cursed herself at least 10 times as she lay in the immense king-size bed alone. Why was it so hard for her to abandon her pride and go to Franklin? She gave herself a bevy of excuses, that she had only known him for a few weeks, that all he really wanted was to get into her pants, but she knew each and every one of them was completely futile. She'd slept with men she knew for less timeless charming, less generous men that she had only been pressured into being intimate with, and she always regretted it. If Franklin only wanted to get in her pants, he could have pursued her back in England. There was something more at stake here, though she was loath to admit to herself what it was. Pam found herself facing a problem that she had dealt with many times in her life: fear of the unknown. There was so much that she wanted to do, so much she had always wanted to do, but she had never been able to get over her own trepidation. She always had a secret fear of failure, and that was what kept her from reaching her full potential. She remembered her first day at the temp agency, and the realization that, while she would never make a career out of it, she would be as comfortable as possible, and that would have to be enough. Franklin had given her more than she had ever dreamed in one fell swoop: an opportunity to visit the country she had always longed to, an adventure that she couldn't achieve herself, and he'd given her intrigue in a man that she had never truly known. And now she was balking at the idea of taking what she wanted. Rolling over, she buried her face in the pillow and let out a long sigh. What the hell was she supposed to do? Barge into the living room and demand that he meet her physical needs? Somehow that just made her cringe. There had to be a better way. After a meeting with several city officials the next day, she went with Franklin to explore some of the old Guangzhou hutongs, her mind still whirling with how to ask for what she wanted. It wasn't half as simple as her host purported it was. After an hour of wandering through numerous alleys and sipping on fresh sugarcane juice, they found themselves at the edge of the city. A drop of about 5 stories revealed a gorgeous view of the suburbs laid out below them, streets winding through small parks and a few temples rising towards the second level of the city above. For a long moment, Pamela just stared. Was he here somewhere? Somewhere in one of those small houses, or praying in a temple? Was he right under her nose? So maddeningly close and yet far at the same time? What are you looking for? She looked up in surprise as Franklin came to stand next to her. It was pretty shocking how easily he could read her. It made her wonder if her face was an open book when she had struggled hard for a long time to prevent such a thing. She swallowed thickly, I don't know. It was half true at least. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. Not all questions need answering, you know. He slid his hands into his pockets, quietly taking in the view beyond the plateau. I can understand that. Pamela allowed herself a small smile. The great Franklin Darwell doesn't answer questions? I can't say that I'm very surprised. Well, there's a time for it. Now just isn't the time. He implied that there would be another one, that after they returned from China they would spend more time together. And Pamela couldn't necessarily deny him. Despite the infuriating, argumentative nature of what was between them, she was drawn to him. And after spending time with him, getting to know him, she was loath to give that up. It didn't matter how much money he had or who he was, she found herself being uncommonly selfish in wanting to be with him for as long as she could. Perhaps Laura Beth had rubbed off on her more than she thought. You're beautiful, Pamela Livingston. Her gaze jerked to his in surprise at the sudden compliment, but for once her cheeks didn't burn. Franklin wasn't smiling. Instead, he merely stared at her as if she was the only thing in the world that existed, and she felt her knees go weak. She, Pamela Livingston, admitted man-eater and man-hater, was going soft over a man. What was the world coming to? And you're ridiculous, Franklin Darwell, she returned in a whisper, shaking her head slowly. I don't understand you. His lips quirked. Most people don't. Sighing, Pamela placed a hand on his shoulder, rising onto her toes to do what she wanted before her pride could get in the way. The moment was far too stereotypically romantic for the likes of her, but that didn't mean she wasn't going to take advantage of it. Kiss me. And for once, he didn't say anything. He merely did as she wished, kissing her until she was breathless, until all the want she always thought she could keep at bay came screaming back, and she was certain she would die from it. Her fingers sifted through his hair, and she pressed herself against him, until all she could feel were the hard lines of his body against hers. Franklin, please. She murmured desperately against his mouth. Please, I need. She wanted to say it, more than anything, she wanted to say the words. What do you need? He asked her huskily, pressing her backward until she was pressed flush against the wall of a shop that had to be at least 200 years old. The rough stone caught on the fabric of the t-shirt she wore and dug into her spine, but she barely noticed. They were in a very public place, and it still took all of Pamela's skill to keep from climbing the man like a damn tree. I need? She swallowed thickly. I need you. Once the words were out, it was like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders, and public place or not, she was justly rewarded. If she thought the way Franklin kissed her before was tortuous, that was nothing compared to the way his mouth came down on hers now. Pamela gasped as he bit at her lower lip, before capturing her tongue. Her fingers slid against his scalp, as she kissed him back desperately. She ached so intensely that she felt as if her legs would soon give out, and a low whimper escaped her when Franklin's mouth left hers to burn a path down her throat to the point of her pulse. Franklin? She gasped, clinging to him like a port in a storm. Wait, hold on. He growled. Actually growled. It was by far the most attractive thing she had ever heard. What? Pamela found herself laughing breathlessly. We're in public. In the middle of a hutong. Can't we go back to the hotel? A low, frustrated sound escaped the man a moment before he straightened, his expression primal. Right. With that, he took her hand and all but dragged her out of the hutong and onto the first available public road. Even when they got into the cab, he didn't let go of her hand. Pam found herself staring down at his fingers intertwined with hers as her face, and choicer parts of her, burned in anticipation. The ride back downtown seemed to take forever, and the ride in the elevator was somehow even longer. Finally, however, they reached the room, and once the door shut behind them, Pamela gasped as she was wedged up against it, her mouth taken in another searing kiss. Pamela's fingers found the hem of the shirt he wore, and pushed up underneath it. How many times had she watched him parade around their shared space, and wanted to run her fingers over the ridges of his mouth-watering body. It was much, much better than she had imagined. He had soft skin over steel, and she wondered for a crazy moment what he did to get as fit as he was. The thought left her mind, however, the moment he nipped at her earlobe before trailing a series of sharp bites down her throat. A shuddering groan escaped her, and God knew she couldn't help it. It had been so long since a man had touched her, so long since she had even touched herself. She gasped as Franklin took hold of her thighs and hoisted her high against the door, settling himself between her legs. His enthusiasm only served to spike her arousal, and Pam, who was far from used to being tossed around, found herself arching against him greedily. "You smell like heaven." She could very easily say the same of him, as Franklin smelled like everything a man should be, without the tang of manufactured colognes. Spicy and clean with the slightest tang of sweat, she wished she could bottle it and take it with her wherever she went. Pamela found herself in the midst of a sudden crisis of self-confidence. It had been forever since she'd been nude in front of anyone but herself, and her last partner had made clear that she was far from his usual fare, after which she had sent him packing. But Franklin seemed to have no such reservations. He stared for so long she started to squirm, and Pam gasped as he merely smacked one of her thighs lightly in reprimand. "Stop that. Let me look. I've wanted you like this for a long time." His words burned away any lingering doubts that she might have had that he found her inadequate. But she knew enough to recognize that things would be over far too quickly if that were the case. Franklin kissed her neck lingeringly, but she found that she, sensible Pamela Livingston, couldn't give two bloody wits. She would proudly wear any bruises or bites he gave her with no shame at all, because he had given them to her. "You're wearing far too many clothes." His statement was all she got before he had undone the button of her jeans and worked her jeans off her long legs to pool on the floor. Now all she wore was a pair of thin lace underwear that she almost hadn't bought. It was beyond complicated to try and buy underwear when a man was waiting for you outside of a store, almost certainly watching every move you made. "Where on earth did you get those?" Well, apparently not as well as she might have imagined. She merely grinned indulgently at Franklin's flummoxed expression. "You should know. You bought them." Reaching down, Franklin ran his hands down her sides, until they came to rest on her hips and the edges of the scalloped lace. "And I'm going to buy the whole damn store, later." Subsequently, the young woman just stared at him, as a body she was sure had been on the edge of exhaustion responded very accordingly. Pamela had no idea what was coming over her, but already she wanted him again, and she was pretty sure she would continue to want him until she collapsed from exhaustion. It might be. Her words earned her a wicked smile, and Pam found that she had absolutely no regrets. It was around 10 in the evening by the time they finally ventured from the bed to order food, or at least Franklin did. Pam was dozing, and very rightly so. Franklin slipped from the mussed and gloriously ruined bedclothes. As he tugged his slacks on, he gazed down at Pamela's sleeping, her hair tangled, her lips swollen with his kisses, and wondered almost painfully if he had more in him to give her. She had turned him into a masochist as far as endurance was concerned. Franklin was very aware that he wasn't half as young as he used to be, but being in bed with Pam made him forget his physical limitations, especially when she challenged him. He always liked a challenge. It hadn't taken long for him to discover that she was woefully out of tune with her own body. It made him think that no man had ever shown her what proper pleasure was, and that raised his ire no insignificant amount. And now she was taking a much-deserved break. Sighing, Franklin ran a hand through sweat-damp hair. It had been a long, long time since he had wanted a woman so much. In fact, he wasn't convinced he ever had wanted a woman as badly as he wanted Pamela. It was an interesting revelation, considering that they had only known each other for a matter of weeks, and he didn't consider himself an impulsive person. But there was something about her, well, several things about her really. Despite how she'd run off when they were first introduced, she wasn't intimidated by him. She wasn't afraid to call his bluff and tell things like they were. She matched wits with him easily and didn't let herself be cowed. She wasn't looking for charity, she depended on no one but herself to get her through life, and that was a refreshing change from what he was used to. And then there was her love for China. It was a strange, ephemeral thing, and Franklin was sure there was more to it than Pamela was letting on, but he wouldn't pry. She would tell him when she was ready, and not before. He had no issue with that. In fact, he had an issue with very little where Pamela was concerned, and that, in and of itself, was a revelation for him. Franklin's entire persona is based on his having an issue with the world. Issue with his station, issue with the people that surrounded him. It was nice for once to simply be. Not even with Marlin was he as innately comfortable as he was with Pam, though a part of him knew he had to be insane to admit such a thing, when in reality he barely knew her. His brother and sister liked to tease him by saying there was no woman who was ever up to his standards. Even Alice had picked his brain in an attempt to understand what he looked for in a partner, but no one ever understood. Rather than someone who tried to fix him, who strived to make him better, Franklin preferred someone who accepted him just the way he was. And Pamela Livingston did that pretty effortlessly. He sank down onto the edge of the bed, running his fingers through a few stray strands of hair that had fallen over her face. Pamela. He murmured her name lowly, wary of startling her awake. Pamela, are you awake? She made a soft, sleepy sound that made his lips quirk before her eyes fluttered open. Barely. He chuckled. Well, don't go to sleep just yet. I'm going to get food. Any preferences? Pamela stretched leisurely, yawning. Do they have Red Bull in China? And energy bars? Franklin smirked. What on earth do you need more energy for? Planning on challenging me again, were you? She flushed darkly, burying her face in her pillow so her response came muffled. Gosh, no. Not after what you did to me. I'll be lucky if I can bloody walk tomorrow. He'd be lying to himself if he didn't admit that was what he liked to hear. I just want to make sure I don't sleep until the end of the century. I see. A smile still lingering on his lips, Franklin lowered his head to place an indulgent kiss against the nape of her neck. I'll be back then. Though he made to go, Franklin didn't get very far before Pamela's unexpected grasp on his wrist stopped him. Franklin, wait. He glanced over his shoulder, surprised. What is it? Are you all right? She had abandoned the pillow, but her cheeks were still flushed a sweet shade of pink that he was quite partial to. I'm fine, can you stay a bit longer before you go? At that, he arched a brow in inquiry. I'm coming back, Pamela. And rather quickly, I might add. I know that. She replied, her brows knitting together. Just stay. For just a minute. She was begging him. Franklin had heard a great deal of her pleading in the last few hours, and he thought he'd never tire of it, but this was completely different. This time, what she wanted from him wasn't something physical, and he knew he'd be a fool if he didn't oblige her. Without a word, he climbed over her to slip back into bed. Though she didn't ask, he wound an arm around her waist and pulled her flush back against him. A part of him expected she might struggle, be a little uncomfortable with such intimacy. But Pamela settled back against him without complaint, a soft sigh of contentment leaving her. For a long moment, they just lie there, the silence comfortable between them. When Franklin finally took the impetus to speak, his tone was soft, cautious. Pamela, are you sure you're all right? She didn't say anything for almost a full minute, and Franklin was worried that he'd angered her. But when she answered him, somehow, she managed to say what he least expected. "Franklin, I want you to know that this isn't me. I mean, I'm not usually like this." That was a very amorphous "this," if he'd ever heard one. Meaning, you don't usually like to cuddle after an afternoon of brisk activity? Pamela turned over to look him in the eye, her scowl twitching mysteriously at the corners. "Meaning I don't usually jump into bed with men I don't know very well." At that, Franklin couldn't keep the laughter from bubbling out of his chest. "I'd say you know me very well by this point. Better than most people." Pamela's green eyes widened in surprise. "Really? Why would I lie about that?" Franklin's face screwed into an expression of displeasure. "I'm highly against lying in most cases, in almost all cases actually. It gets me into trouble a lot." That much even she knew. His mouth was more often than not the source of tension between him and other people. Pamela's eyes nonetheless narrowed in suspicion. "Because you're trying to be romantic." Perish the thought. Franklin groaned, his face adopting a look of horror. "Not romanticism. Not that." "Oh, stop it." Pamela slapped his shoulder gently, unable to hide her smile this time. "Never mind. You wouldn't know romance if it smacked you in the face." "Pamela, you think I don't know what kind of woman you are?" She sat up with a wary gaze, clutching the sheet protectively to her breasts. Franklin found himself fighting the impulse to tug it down. That would almost certainly upset her given the current circumstances. "And what kind of woman am I, Franklin?" It was clear from the defense that suddenly sprang up around her that she expected insults, deprivation, nothing short of an all-out attack on her person. "A careful one," he answered, folding his arms behind his head as he met her gaze steadily from the pillow. "One who doesn't give out her affections easily. Who doesn't give of herself easily, because she doesn't feel like dealing with the judgment of others. One who takes the entire world on her shoulders simply because the struggle invigorates her." Pamela merely stared down at him for a long moment with wide eyes before she realized what she was doing, and her scowl returned. "And how did you come to that conclusion?" Franklin merely reached up to brush a thumb over her lips, soothing the hard lines from around her mouth. "Because, Pamela Livingston, you are more like me than you could possibly imagine." Franklin had planned to get food, and a few more supplies that they might need. He'd planned on taking advantage of a Pamela who needed him for as long as he possibly could. But naturally, the woman kept on surprising him. In a smooth movement, she had shifted to straddle him, and despite the currently exhausted state of his body, Franklin felt himself stirring in his slacks in renewed interest. By this point, it looked as if she had stopped caring what the sheet covered, and what it didn't. The bed covers were pulled about her waist, her strong thighs, and everything else in between, as she looked down at him with a curious, perturbed expression on her face. "I don't think you know me half as well as you think you do, Darwell." The softly whispered words had him straining to hear them, even as his hands rose to glide indulgently over the curve of her hips. Franklin had a clever answer on the tip of his tongue, but it was lost when Pamela undid the button and zipper of his slacks. It appeared as if the ravishing woman had found the one way to render him absolutely speechless. He watched transfixed as she lifted her hips before sinking down on him, enveloping him in blessed, clenching warmth so a low groan of pleasure spilled from his lips. And he didn't say anything else for a very, very long time.
Chapter 10.
The next stop after Guangzhou was Hong Kong, which also happened to be the last city on their tour. Franklin didn't expect Pamela to marvelously open up and cleave to him, just because they'd slept together, and true to form she didn't. But that didn't mean there wasn't something softer about her, something more vulnerable and less defensive. Something less argumentative and more open. On the train ride to Hong Kong, she leaned against him in their private car as she read a classic play on her tablet, and didn't mind reaching across him to grab a bottle of water. When he reached for her to kiss her, she didn't shy away, though she certainly wasn't as flagrant as they had been on the plane. It was the little things, Franklin told himself, that counted. After all, the end of their China trip wasn't the end of everything. He had all the time in the world to woo Pamela, and he was prepared to put his heart into the endeavor, even if it took years. Hong Kong, having been a British colony for almost a century, was a curious mixture of the West and the East. One of the most metropolitan cities they had been to, it also had the most varied landscape and the most flagrant international presence. No sooner had they dropped their bags in their hotel room than he was off showing her some of his favorite sights. The view from Victoria's Peak was immaculate, as always, and the ride across the bay on the Star Ferry, if short, was more than enough time for him to tell her all he knew about the city's skyline. They made a short visit to the WHO headquarters on the edge of the city, and though he didn't speak Cantonese, he worked with a translator and took several notes that he intended to show to his brother back home. This, of course, would necessitate a trip to London. Franklin was sure it would make Marlin just as happy as it irked him himself. But for that moment, he vowed to simply enjoy his last 2 days with Pamela. She was as entranced with Hong Kong as she had been with the rest of the country, and couldn't seem to decide where to look first. Franklin took her to a number of markets. They picked their way through several streets filled with carts and hole-in-the-wall restaurants, and as the sun was setting, he somehow got her to agree to a reservation in a posh restaurant with a breathtaking view of the bay spread out below them. From where they were, they could even see back to the mainland, and Franklin was reminded of just how vast of a country China was. "I had a lot of fun." He was distracted from his reverie by Pamela's almost shy statement, and his gaze rose to her. That evening she was wearing a deep blue dress that hugged her curves in all the right places, and Franklin swallowed thickly. He had no idea how she'd feel about their being intimate when they got back to the hotel, but he knew well how he felt about it. "I'm glad. I hope that it was all you expected." "All that and more." As she smiled, Pamela's face took on a suddenly far-away expression, one he was sure he would have missed had he not been paying attention. As soon as it appeared, however, it had gone, and the young woman was reaching for her wine. "Franklin, what was your childhood like?" The question caught him completely off guard. His childhood? Franklin was so used to being the center of media attention that he would have thought everyone in England already knew exactly how his childhood had gone. His parents had raised him with great gusto despite being split up, and he had mostly gotten along with his siblings, at least until adulthood. If Pamela didn't know, however, Franklin doubted that she wanted to hear about his polo matches and croquet lessons. She wouldn't care what famous schools he had been to, or what his credentials were. No, she was looking for something different. "Well," he began thoughtfully, taking a sip of his own wine, "I suppose it was different from a lot of young people in my position in that our mother took a very self-involved approach to raising us. There were no nannies and only a few sitters, really, and only when she had to be away for long periods of time. My father was always in the spotlight, of course. Still is. I didn't see a lot of him then, but he's a kind person. I think, deep down, he's as fed up with his station as I am, but of course he doesn't have the freedom to say so." Pamela seemed to take a moment to absorb this, before she asked him another question. "And you have siblings, you say? At least a brother?" "Half-brother." Franklin corrected her succinctly, though in all honesty he had never thought of Russell as anything less than his brother, no matter how much the man could annoy him sometimes. "And a full sister. I don't see them as much as I ought to, but I think they're far better at being titled than I am." Pamela chuckled, though her mirth didn't quite reach her eyes. She stared down at her plate of food, toying with it with her fork for a moment before she seemed to come to a decision. When she spoke, her words were practiced and oddly detached. "My parents died in a car accident when I was very young. I barely even remember it." Franklin suddenly realized that he'd been very, very foolish. "Pamela." His tone softened substantially. "I'm terribly sorry. It's all right. It happened a long time ago," she replied, her smile forced. "But I never really had much of a proper family. I was put into foster care. Shuffled from home to home for a while. I finally settled down with a couple, but I think it was more for efficiency than anything else. They didn't bother me much, and in return, I offered my obedience. It worked out, at least until I was old enough to fend for myself anyway. She took a single bite of the pasta she had ordered, before setting her fork down and fixing him with a steady, unreadable gaze. Franklin, I get the impression that you don't like to spend much time with your family, and I'm not trying to judge you. I'm in no position to do that. But you know, it might not kill you to see them every once in a while. Especially when I'm sure they think the world of you. Franklin's first impulse, of course, was to get defensive. There were a million retorts that rose to the tip of his tongue, each more brusque than the last. But then he took in Pamela's expression and looked at her, really looked at her. There was no condescension in her gaze. She wasn't trying to tell him what to do, or to lord over him. Heaven knew he had more than enough people in his life trying to take on that role. She was just divulging herself to him. And Franklin knew enough to know that, when it came to Pamela Livingston, there was no greater sacrifice. I'm not sure what they think of me. That much was true, and it caused the most genuine smile Pamela had worn the whole conversation. They ask after you, don't they? They want you home. That gave Franklin a jolt. She was absolutely right. No matter how rotten he was to anyone in his family, how brusque or foul-mouthed, they always forgave him. A large part of him had believed that this was out of obligation, but deep down he supposed he knew better. It was because they knew who he was and they accepted him, sometimes grudgingly of course, but they did it. Pamela had never had to worry about any of that. She was quite alone in the world. Franklin knew better than to believe that Laura Beth, Janice and Rosario were truly her friends. If they were, they wouldn't speak down to her the way they did. On top of that, Pamela, he imagined, must be a hard woman to truly befriend. She seldom let her defenses down, and he would be surprised if anyone truly knew why. Hell, he didn't even know, though perhaps he might be beginning to. Please tell me you're not asking to meet my family. He tempered the suddenly serious atmosphere between them with a jibe, as he always did. Because I'm telling you, you're going to regret it. Pamela merely made a face, reaching for her wine once more. Don't flatter yourself, Franklin. You're not that good in bed. Perversely, her words went straight to the choicer bits of him. There she went again, challenging him when she knew he would only rise to the bait. For Franklin, there was no other choice. Raising his hand, he searched for the waiter. You're going to regret that. Pam flushed scarlet. Franklin, we're not even finished with our dinner. That's what takeaway is for, darling. We can eat later after I make you eat your words. He loved to watch her battle with her proprietary and sensual sides. It was a sight to behold. Though Pam wasn't one to be public about intimacy, there was no way she could stop him from nibbling and kissing her neck while they were in the cab. Initially, she tried to brush him off, but eventually she simply settled. Once they were in the lobby, he pulled her into a small alcove to mold his mouth to hers before she could protest. It had been almost a full 12 hours since he had last kissed her, and now that he could, Franklin couldn't think of anything else he would rather be doing. Pamela, despite her initial reservations, was soon arching against him as she clung to his shoulders. He loved to see her eyes like this, glazed over and cloudy with love. He loved knowing that he was the man to put it there, and knowing that very shortly, he would be completely and totally wrapped in her. All at once, the world exploded around them. And it had nothing to do with lust. There was a deafening roar, and the entire building rocked on its foundations a moment before debris flew through the air, littering the lobby with bits of stone and wood. Another immense din of noise suffused the building, and the ceiling cracked overhead. Franklin watched the entire thing go down almost as if in a daze, as if it was a dream he was certain that he would wake up from. It was Pamela's scream that brought him back to the present, and the threatening rumble of the ceiling, which was looking ever more like a jigsaw puzzle as cracks zigzagged across the plaster. Franklin. All hell had broken loose. People were screaming and running, and already some were wailing in pain. When another explosion came, loud and thunderous, Franklin finally took firm hold of Pamela's wrist and jerked her from the alcove, a moment before a section of the ceiling caved in with a tremulous expulsion of dust and plaster. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. All around them, the hotel was falling apart. It looked like the ceiling had caved in around the reception desk first, and Franklin was sickened to see the blood already leaking across the floor from the wreckage. When he looked up, he could see portions of the rooms above, furniture sliding sideways helter-skelter to tumble through gaping holes to the next level, people screaming and scrabbling to catch their footing. What the hell was this? Franklin, move. Pamela's terrified voice came again, and the next thing he knew, he was shoved as a pile of marble and rock crumbled into the place where he'd been standing just moments before. Clouds of dust rose blocking his view, and Franklin coughed as particles stung his eyes. What the freak? It was at that moment that he realized that he'd been separated from Pamela, and his heart jumped into his throat. He couldn't see her, he couldn't see anything. There was only debris and destruction, and a nightmare that had come to life. Pamela. The building still rumbled ominously around him, and Franklin was sure it wouldn't stay up for much longer. They had to get out, but where the hell had Pamela gotten to? Pamela? He shouted blindly into the dust. Though shock and awe had guided his actions for the past 3 minutes, now panic took root. He just had her. Her hand had been in his mere seconds ago. Pamela. I'm here. Her voice came back thick with dust as she coughed, and Franklin nearly collapsed with relief despite the chaos around him. I'm over here, Franklin. He had no idea where she was, so all he could do was follow the sound of her voice. Blindly, he stepped through the remnants of the hotel lobby, doing his best not to fall over debris, over people, until finally, through the gloom, he spotted the telltale gleam of Pamela's long blonde hair. Franklin, here. We have to help her. Almost immediately, he was stricken. He wanted nothing more at that moment than to get out of the building and take Pamela with him. It was selfish of him, he knew, but they didn't have much time, and if he lost her because he'd hesitated, Franklin didn't know what he would do. Please. When he reached her, Pam's eyes pleaded with him as she tried desperately to clear the rocks and rubble that trapped a sobbing child. The little girl couldn't be more than 4 or 5, and her face was bloodied with a profusion of cuts. Her legs were caught beneath the rocks. The sight of Pamela trying to move the rocks tugged at Franklin's heartstrings even as his rational mind screamed at him to run. Franklin, please, I can't let her die. Pamela's voice was trembling, her eyes gleaming with unshed tears. She had already saved him by shoving him out of the way of falling debris, but it looked like if he wanted to return the favor, he would have to help her save this little girl first. Move? He finally ordered, pushing her gently aside to bend and grasp at one of the large rocks. It was heavier than it looked, and he found that he was only able to move it by heaving with all of his strength. After several seconds of shoving additional rocks out of the way, the little girl's legs were freed, though he could see from one glance that she would probably never use them again. Take her. He lifted the squalling child into his arms and passed her to Pam, who cradled her to her breast without hesitation. Something above them cracked like a gunshot, and the entire building groaned. It was coming down. They'd run out of time. Come on. Franklin grabbed Pamela's hand and tugged her through the hailstorm of objects falling from the damaged ceiling. Stone, furniture, desks, and live electrical wires. It was as if the entire world had it out for them, and Franklin could only pray as he yanked Pamela and her precious cargo out of harm's way more times than he could count. The exit was still miraculously clear, but it seemed a mile away. Then the distance halved and then halved again. The doorway began to shudder and fold in on itself as Franklin reached it, shoving Pam through first. But they didn't stop running there. Out on the streets of Hong Kong, people were screaming and pointing as the building began to collapse floor by floor. Dust billowed out into the streets like clouds, following in their wake as they ran furiously uphill trying to escape the damage. The entire world had descended into chaos, and they were in the very center of it, praying, hoping they would make it out alive. They made it half a kilometer away, before Franklin yanked Pamela inside an already crowded noodle shop, and not a moment too soon. The dust cloud blew past them, darkening the street and blotting out the sun. And then, inexplicably, everything was silent. Pam was still shaking. She didn't know if she would ever stop shaking. She still didn't know if she believed what had happened. Reports were pouring in from all over the city. There had been a terrorist attack in Hong Kong, and their hotel, the Ritz-Carlton, had been one of the buildings hit the hardest. But it wasn't the only one. A mall in Victoria's Peak, the building that housed the restaurant where they'd had dinner, the IFC Center, and the port had also been hit. As much as she followed the news, Pam had never actually been in a city where a terrorist attack had taken place. She found the entire experience somewhat surreal, just as much as she found it horrifying. By the time the dust had finally settled outside the noodle shop, she and Franklin had been hiding there for a good 2 hours. A bevy of rescue vehicles were on the scene, beginning to dig people out of the rubble that had been the 5-story tall Ritz-Carlton. The sirens on their street, however, were far from the only ones sounding. The entire city was in chaos, and everyone was wondering where the attacks had come from. Once they found the emergency trucks, Pam and Franklin were immediately swarmed with workers. The blonde woman hadn't realized until that moment that she was actually injured. A network of cuts and scrapes ran up her arms, and a particularly bad gash on the back of her neck would require stitches. Franklin had dislocated 2 of his fingers, moving the rubble that had almost crushed the little girl, and he didn't even notice until the paramedics pointed it out to him. He sat with surprising stoicism as they reset them for him, lost in his own world. The only time he ever spoke was when they tried to move Pamela into another truck. He snapped at those attending him that she wasn't to leave his side so sharply that she herself jumped, shocked at his intensity. As the little girl they had saved was whisked away from them the moment they ran into them, she had nothing else to concentrate on but the destruction around her. People were questioning her, but she didn't really know how to answer. They had been heading up to their hotel room when the entire world had come apart. Was there something else she was supposed to know? Something she had missed? Eventually, they were shuffled along to the hospital, only to find the establishment was already packed to the brim with people whose needs were far greater than theirs. It was no question when they were asked if they would mind being transferred to a hospital off-island. It was a long day. One of the longest Pamela had ever endured. Though she and Franklin said little to nothing to each other for what seemed like hours, the man never left her side. Pamela had never been and would never be a clinging woman, but she was willing to bet that at that juncture Franklin didn't care. At certain times, she caught him looking at her with a rather desperate expression, and she wondered what was running through his mind. After almost an entire day in the hospital, they were confronted by the police bureau before they were discharged. By that point, Pamela was exhausted, and she doubted her ability to endure questioning through a translator. She was surprised when the detective questioned them in English. They were asked for the umpteenth time what they'd been doing when the bombs went off. Bombs. It was like saying the words made it real, and Pamela was horrified all over again. How did they get out of the building where they had taken shelter, and if they had contacted anyone outside of Hong Kong to tell them what was going on? The questioning seemed to go on and on and on, until it seemed as if the words were actually running together. They seemed interested, though that might have been a fairly tame way of putting it, in Franklin's identity. When they found out who he was and that he worked with the WHO, they apologized profusely in the middle of the questioning, placing several calls so they could have their superiors speak to him. At some point, Pamela fell silent and let Franklin do all the talking. She was tired. She was overwhelmed. All their things had been lost when the hotel collapsed, and all she wanted to do now was sleep. Maybe when she woke up, this entire awful nightmare would be over. It was around midnight by the time they were finally released from the hospital, and Franklin booked rooms at the first hotel they could find, regardless of the luxury of the accommodations. Pamela all but crawled into the room before collapsing on the bed, every part of her body aching. To her consternation, however, she didn't immediately fall asleep. Her mind was too full of the things that had happened that day. All the things they had done and the places they'd gone, seemed to pale in comparison to the chaos that had come after. Pam kept seeing the hotel coming down around them, all the people screaming, running and dying, the little girl who she could only hope had survived. Then she slow realization that they weren't the only ones who had suffered. Pamela. Franklin's voice was slightly hoarse from talking. When he spoke her name, she rolled over onto her side, too exhausted to do more than look up at him. Detective Wen wants us on the first plane back to England tomorrow. She supposed that she wasn't surprised. Pam wouldn't be surprised if all the expats in the country were being evacuated, if it was indeed a terrorist attack that had taken place. She merely nodded, covering her face with her hands. They were sore and stiff from all the cuts and abrasions, and there was an ache at the base of her neck where the feeling was coming back in the wake of the stitches she'd been given. Pamela, I'm sorry. The bed dipped beside her, and Pam dropped her hands to see Franklin hunched back as he settled on the edge of the mattress. His expression was somber, only deepened by the clear tiredness etched into his features. Slowly, Pam pushed herself up into a sitting position. Sorry? What are you sorry for? But Franklin was just shaking his head. When the attack first started, I just stood there bloody. I stood there and let it happen. Pam's eyes widened as her jaw dropped in shock. How the hell were you supposed to stop a building from blowing up? That's not what I mean. He returned sharply, his tone making her flinch slightly. I'm talking about you. Maybe if I had reacted quicker, I could have gotten you out of there. Pamela's mouth snapped shut as her cheeks flushed. Don't start that, Franklin. Her voice held an edge of warning. I'm not some damsel in distress. You saved that girl, and we both got out of there. That's more than enough. We're both going home, and we're both alive. It was one thing for the words to come out of her mouth, and another entirely for Pamela to keep herself from reliving their frightening experience over and over again. She found that she suddenly had a new respect for people who went through this every day, the horror, the pain, and the death. She couldn't imagine what the Hong Kong government must be going through now. 4 different sites attacked. As she recalled them in her mind for what must have been the umpteenth time, that they had all been major tourist sites, all so close to where they'd been. But not just close. Pam realized with a sickening feeling in her gut that the sites were places they'd visited. The very same places Franklin had taken her when their day had been carefree and pleasant. Victoria's Peak, the IFC building, the pier, and they'd been staying at the hotel. Could all of that really be a coincidence? I need to go to the restroom. She quickly rose from the bed and made her way to the back room before closing and locking the door behind her. The moment she grabbed for the edge of the sink and collapsed on the toilet seat, shaking as violently as she had when she'd spoken to the authorities. The attacks had happened at all of the same places they'd been to. Everywhere Franklin went, it was as if people knew him. They greeted him by name, and he was given the VIP treatment. Was it so far of a stretch that someone had known this? Had you counted on it? Though Pamela knew that Franklin wasn't a celebrity of the entertainment world, he damn well seemed to be when it came to charitable giving, he and his entire family. To be working with the WHO, it was no wonder she had been impressed by that particular feat. It was impressive. The man had to have incredible influence in the diplomatic world, and yet he was incredibly blasé about it. It was a dangerous attitude, really. One that could be taken advantage of by any number of dangerous people when you really thought about it. For a moment, Pamela wondered if she was just being a little bit far-fetched. Did she really think that people were out to get Franklin? The man who wanted anything but the fame and title he'd been born into? Yes. Yes, she did. In fact, it made even more sense that they'd target Franklin because he probably thought no one would be out to get him. The realization was a little overwhelming, and Pamela hung her head in her hands if her mind whirled. She'd so enjoyed her last few weeks with Franklin that she had almost forgotten that first and foremost, he was a rich man. Part of the British gentry. A man that belonged to the type she could never ever date, because her world was so drastically different. How on earth could she have let that slip her mind? Even for a second? For God's sake, the man had shelled out how much money so that she could even go on this holiday. He paid for everything, from their food to their transportation to all the shopping she did. He was everything she had ever thought she couldn't have, couldn't possibly mesh with. And now it was quite obvious that someone was trying to kill him. Pamela was suddenly very, very frightened. The problem was that she didn't know if that fear was for Franklin or for herself. She, who had never had to deal with anything more overwhelming than finding her next temp job, was suddenly faced with the very real prospect of danger for a man she. Well, if Pamela were honest with herself, she wasn't quite certain how she felt about Franklin. She enjoyed his company, she certainly enjoyed their chemistry in bed together, but now her feelings of panic were very quickly overriding anything that might have been called affection. It had been a very, very long time since Pamela had been faced with a situation in which she didn't know what to do. Now she found herself struggling to breathe, struggling to come to terms with the path she had chosen. She let Franklin bring her here. Willingly traveled with him, and all the while she had never given what she was doing proper thought. She needed to tell Franklin. She couldn't believe that the authorities hadn't stumbled upon this particular hypothesis themselves. After all the time they'd spent talking to them, they had to see the conjunctions. She burst from the bathroom with such intensity that the door slammed against the opposite wall, making both Franklin and her jump, but Pam recovered quickly. "Franklin, I think someone is trying to kill you." At her blurted proclamation, the man just stared at her for a long moment before the corners of his mouth twitched the slightest bit. "Never expected you to be one for near-death humor, Pamela. You continue to surprise me." "It's not a joke, Franklin," she retorted almost immediately, still silhouetted in the bathroom doorway. "Tell me you didn't notice that all of the sites attacked were places we had been. Right after we went there. That can't be a coincidence." Franklin sighed, running a hand through his hair before he seemed to consider her carefully. "Pamela," when he spoke, he chose his words carefully. "You do realize that there were also a number of other people there. They chose well-known tourist spots. Everyone visits tourist spots. Besides," he went on before she had a chance to argue, "who the hell would want to target me? I happen to have a few drops of noble British blood in my veins. That's all." Pamela stared at him incredulously. "A few drops?" He didn't get it at all, did he? "Franklin, there's far more to you than just having a few drops of noble British blood in your veins. You work with the WHO. Not only that, but they also know you by name. If they know you, who's to say that there aren't terrorist organizations that do too?" All of this made perfect sense to her. Why couldn't it be to him? "Pamela, the people who did this were trying to inspire shock and terror in an entire country. Why would they hit 4 spots and kill millions of people for an assassination attempt on a single person? A single person that isn't even worth their chasing." Now Franklin's voice had hardened a bit. "Look, I understand you're tired. We've had a long day. A horrifying day, but that's not a reason to jump to conclusions. Inspector Wen, along with every other government official they've got on hand, is working on it. And like you said, we're going home. You just need to get some rest." She wanted to yell at him, to argue like they were so prone to do around one another, but Pamela found that she didn't have the strength. She was just too damn tired. Too overwhelmed. Something was awfully, awfully wrong with Franklin's underestimation of his own importance. In the beginning, it had been exactly what drew her to him, but now, Pam simply found herself frustrated that he couldn't seem to see why people would be attacking him. And by default, attacking her. Without answering him, she merely rounded the bed to the other side and climbed in, sinking into the mattress. Franklin turned out the light, and for a long, long time they merely lay in silence, both still awake and contemplative. When a strong arm wrapped around her waist to pull her close, Pam didn't protest. There wouldn't be any point. Instead, she merely closed her eyes and prayed for sleep to take away the disquiet that had begun to stir inside her.
Chapter 11.
Marlin. He had been half asleep, and when his sister shouted his name, Marlin nearly hit the roof. His head jerked upright where he had been nodding over his bowl of oatmeal, to see Laura Beth standing before him, her expression somewhat alarmed. No, strike that, very alarmed. Marlin had been spending drunk nights at his sister's apartment ever since he had arrived in town, and never had she been so wrapped up in an issue that she neglected to put clothes on before running out of the bedroom. Wincing, he placed a hand over his eyes. Beth, you need to put some clothes on. Crap my clothes, look at this. She sauntered over to him, still wearing only her itty-bitty panties and a camisole, before shoving a paper under his nose. Marlin blinked sleep from his eyes, setting his oatmeal aside before he looked at the headline. Death toll from terror attack in Hong Kong rises into the hundreds. Marlin looked from his wide-eyed sister to the paper and back to his sister again. Shitty, if anything ever has been, yeah. But is that any reason for you to come screeching into the kitchen at this hour, when I've got an awful hangover? Pam's in Hong Kong. Laura Beth burst, her hands clenched tightly in front of her in a surprising display of worry. I haven't heard from her since she left. What if something happened to her? Marlin arched a brow. Not that he had ever insulted his sister by admitting such a thing to her face, but she didn't treat Pamela Livingston much like a friend, even if she insisted that they were. But then, Laura had always had little tact when it came to such things. Marlin wouldn't color himself very surprised if he discovered that she was only worried about Pam because she was with Franklin Darwell. In fact, the more he thought about it, the more positive he was that was the case. In any event, that was far more like the Laura he knew. Darwell's fine, he replied with a small, knowing smile. Don't need to worry about him, Beth. He's on his way back to England as we speak. He and every other expat, the Chinese, will be worrying more about how this made their security look than the actual death toll, as long as none of those deaths were prominent foreigners. He happened to know a little about foreign politics from his job, but he should have known that Laura Beth wouldn't listen to facts. She was far more interested in speculation and danger. But what if something happens to the plane? With a sigh, Marlin pushed the paper aside, comfortably folding his hands behind his head as he eyed her. Well, if it does, you'll have wished it on them. In response, his sister merely threw a cushion at his head, which he dodged easily. You're so immature, Marlin. Grow up. As she was stomping back to her bedroom, it occurred to him that being called immature by the queen of immaturity wasn't much of an insult. He went back to his oatmeal, wondering when indeed Franklin would be home. He hadn't heard from him after the explosions in Hong Kong, but he was certain Britain would have erupted in chaos if one of their favorite sons had died. Which meant that he still had work to do. Franklin had been prepared for many things when he returned home, and considering that, he had slept for almost the entire trip. Every plane to England out of Hong Kong had been booked for the next 4 days, and so he had been forced to take his brother's private jet. He should have assumed the man would be there waiting for him by the time he returned. Pamela, for her part, had been oddly silent since they boarded the plane. Every time Franklin saw the stitches lacing their way across the back of her neck, he felt incredibly guilty, and at the same time, a little abashed. She thought people were trying to kill him? Who the hell was he? If someone were going to go after a Darwell, it would be his father or his brother without question. Perhaps even his sister-in-law. She did, after all, run a massively successful international clothing line. Outside of Britain, Franklin was pretty sure almost no one knew he existed, and that was the way he liked it. Pamela wasn't so easily convinced, but he was certain he could bring her around. Once they got back to Britain and she saw they weren't being stalked around corners by faceless assassins, he was certain she'd come to her senses. But first they had to get back to Britain, and that meant going through the airport, where Russell was waiting for him. Franklin caught sight of the younger man when they were passing through the baggage claim. It was impossible not to spot him. Russell was definitely the taller and more handsome of the Darwell brothers. He stuck out like a sore thumb in most places, and the airport was no exception. Of course, his position wasn't helped by the fact that he was surrounded by a gaggle of reporters. Franklin almost turned around to get back on the plane. When he stopped, staring at the sight before him in abject horror, Pamela almost ran into him. "Franklin," she exclaimed in surprise, before inevitably attempting to peer over his shoulder. "What is it?" After almost being killed, having a near row with a woman he was rapidly developing feelings for, and then traveling across the world for 18 hours, the last thing Franklin wanted was to explain his flight across the world to his brother, and that was including but not limited to Pamela's role in it. Franklin immediately turned to her with what he hoped was an earnest smile. "Pamela, darling, there's a car waiting outside. Lane 7. If you'll just go out the side door there," he said, pointing away from the chaos, "and wait for me, I'll be just a moment." Luckily for him, she was too tired to argue. As he watched her trudge away, guilt tugged at him once more. He hadn't meant to invalidate her suspicions when he spoke to her. It was simply that what she proposed was so unbelievably far-fetched that he had to believe it was a product of an overwrought imagination in the wake of immense peril. Franklin took a moment to steel himself before he turned back to his brother, his glare deadly. He trudged into the crowd of reporters, ignoring each and every one of their questions until he reached Russell, who stared down at him with an unreadable expression. "How was your flight?" Franklin merely scowled. "Why are you all the way in London? Aren't you supposed to be in LA?" Russell's scowl matched his own. "You think I'm going to stay in LA after the city you were in got bombed? How the hell did you know that I was in Hong Kong? Boys, can we not fight in front of the cameras?" When Alice popped her head out from behind a reporter, Franklin's mouth fell open. Did she tell on him? What was he, a child? "Don't, Franklin." She spoke before he could, stepping forward to take his arm and drag him away from the crowd of reporters with Russell in tow. "Over here. Come on." He could hardly protest, not when a tirade would probably earn him a front page on every paper in Britain at this point. Alice dragged him off towards one of the lounges. It was no problem getting in. People were practically falling over themselves to let them in, but not to take advantage of the free food and relaxation. Alice didn't let him go until they found a quiet corner in the first-class lounge, and he was forced into a seat across from his brother. "Franklin," Russell began carefully, "you know I don't care where you go. It's your life. But an attack? Did you really think Alice wouldn't tell me about that?" "Well," Franklin glared at his sister-in-law, who looked completely unrepentant. "I had hoped not." "Franklin, this is your life we're talking about. If we lost you..." Alice's crestfallen expression, the way her lower lip trembled when she spoke, was enough to bring his guilt rushing back. Perhaps this was the reason his brother had gotten married, so he could have someone to rein his elder brother in. "I'm not trying to spite you. I was just worried, and it looks like my worry was justified." Franklin had forgotten that he probably looked a fright. He had 2 fingers cast, hosted a bevy of cuts and bruises, and was sure that his dreams would be far from pleasant for the next few weeks. He took a deep breath. Snideness would only do him a disservice here. It was one thing to argue with Russell, but his brother had brought Alice along for a reason. It was much harder to argue with someone he related with on an entirely different level. "I appreciate your concern, Alice. Really, I do. But I'm fine. It was nothing more than a few minor injuries. I've spoken with Inspector Wen." At Russell's statement, any hope Franklin had of lessening the blow flew out the window. Inspector Wen didn't have the wherewithal to hide details from people, and the Hong Kong authorities, unlike Franklin himself, had proven themselves to be intimidated by his brother before. "He said you were in the Ritz-Carlton when it collapsed." Apparently Alice hadn't heard the news, as the words had her paling so much Franklin worried she might be sick. "You were in the hotel?" She finally managed faintly. "Geez, Franklin, you could have died." "I noticed." He returned flatly, wondering how much Wen had told them. If it was just that Franklin was in the hotel, that much he could accept. The last thing that he needed was for them to try to tell him that someone was after him, like Pamela. But I'm fine. It was awful what happened. He shut his eyes tight for a moment, the memory making his words thick in his throat. More than awful. I want to go back as soon as I can to help. Like hell you are, Russell said, his expression darkening. You barely got out with your life the first time. That was a fluke, Russell. Franklin returned with equal fierceness. And in any event, you were just telling me that you didn't care where I went. As long as you're not putting your life on the line. Russell. At his wife's hand on his shoulder, the younger man looked up at her to find her expression carefully chiding. Franklin is a grown man. He can do as he wishes, and it's fruitless to turn it into a huge argument, at least, here it is. She gestured to the lounge around them, before turning to Franklin. Franklin, please just promise us that you'll wait a while, until most of the controversy blows over? I highly doubt they're letting people back into the country at this point, anyway. Just, don't go gallivanting off again without telling people where you're going. Is that too much to ask? Alice didn't realize how much she was asking. Franklin reveled in his privacy. He held it above everything, and he didn't want to trumpet to everyone he knew every time he decided to travel. It was a headache. But then again, so was the prospect of dealing with his brother and his wife every time he came home. Franklin looked from Russell to Alice and then back again. They were only going to let him leave if he agreed, and they would almost certainly hold him to it. Franklin was too exhausted to fight just now, and by this point he would be surprised if Pamela hadn't left him. Fine. He threw up his hands in frustration. I'll tell someone. Does that make you happy? His tone only deepened his brother's scowl, even as Alice beamed. Yes. That's all I wanted. When she wrapped her arms around him, squeezing him tight, Franklin couldn't help the small smile that turned up the corners of his mouth. He patted her back quickly before sliding from her embrace. Now, if you're done interrogating me, I'd like to get home and sleep. I take it you don't mean your apartment in London. Russell returned, raising a brow sardonically. Gosh no. Franklin made a face. The media would be all over me. I'm going back to Leeds for a while. You've been in Leeds for half the year at this point. Alice eyed him with no small amount of suspicion. What's going on up there? Peace and quiet. He snapped, probably a bit too sharply for his own good. I'll call you later. With that, he left the lounge, shoving his way through the reporters that had regrouped at the entrance and hoping that Pamela hadn't left without him. Franklin soon found that he hardly needed to worry. The car was still idling at the curb, and Pamela was stretched out across the back seat, fast asleep. At the sight of her, all of the tension seeped out of him. Carefully, Franklin slid into the car, raising Pamela's head gingerly, careful of her injury. She barely stirred as he settled her on his lap, merely shifting into his warmth. Franklin's chest clenched tightly, almost uncomfortably. He hadn't told Russell about her, he hadn't even told Alice. As an incredibly private person, Franklin was ill at ease to tell anyone about his personal relationships. As things stood, only Alice knew of Marlin, and Marlin certainly hadn't met any of his family. But Franklin had always been this way, loath to combine his personal and private life for fear that he would make some irrevocable mistake. Now, for the first time, he felt a bit remiss in hiding Pamela from his family. She wasn't trying to rope him into marriage, and she certainly didn't want his money, which meant she had no ulterior motives as far as he could see. Yet, he treated her like his dirty little secret. Frowning, he ran the thumb of his uninjured hand along her jawline before directing the car to Leeds, 3 hours away. He had no idea where Pamela lived, so if she didn't wake, he planned on letting her sleep in the cabin for a while and taking advantage of every possible moment he had with her before reality came crashing back down on them. Or more realistically, on him. When Pamela awoke, she was groggy. As she was new to jet lag, she almost rolled over and went back to sleep, content with the fact that she was safe and sound in her apartment. Only to realize that she wasn't, in fact, in her apartment. She had no idea where she was, other than the fact that there was a bed and she was in it. Despite her fatigue, Pam bolted upright almost immediately to gaze at her surroundings. It was immediately apparent that she was in some sort of cabin. The rough wooden walls were enough to tell her that. The spacious bedroom surrounded her, filled with Spartan furniture and more than a few items of clothing that she recognized. More than anything else, however, the scent was familiar. Clean, fresh, and masculine. After a few weeks of traveling with him, it was easy to identify Franklin's scent. She scanned the room for him quickly but found that she was completely alone, and still completely dressed. On that note, Pam didn't know whether to be happy or a bit put out. Then, all at once, the events of the past 48 hours came rushing back to her. Hong Kong, the attacks, their trip back, and her romantic partner's refusal to see what was right in front of his face. Swinging her legs over the side of the bed, Pamela stood, intent on finding Franklin and getting him to see reason. Her hand was on the knob of the bedroom door when she heard hushed voices issuing from beyond. So, she's still sleeping? It was Marlin. She'd met the man enough that his voice was almost as familiar as his sister's. Jet lag. I'd be sleeping with her if you hadn't barged up here the moment I got back. Come on, Frank. Marlin groaned. You left me here with my sister. Did you really think that was going to go well? Franklin's low chuckle ensued. Well, you've been dealing with her your entire life, so I figured you'd be able to handle yourself. Ha ha. Very funny. Marlin's tone suddenly turned from teasing to serious. Frank, all that crap on you, your fingers, what happened? Pamela immediately tensed, her ear pressed to the door. What the hell was Franklin going to tell him? She knew that she sure as hell wouldn't be telling anyone she knew that she was in the midst of a terror attack. Even people with whom she was barely acquainted would lose their minds, and that was attention she just didn't need. Well, there was a bit of trouble in Hong Kong, I'm sure you heard. Franklin spoke only with extreme reluctance. It was hard to get around, and we had a bit of an accident. Well, that was one way of putting it. Is Pam okay? She was surprised at the concern in Marlin's voice. Though he had never been as catty with her as his sister, she had never assumed that he had any more friendly inclination towards her. She's fine. A bit shocked, but fine. Franklin seemed to hesitate before going on. She seems to think that someone's after me. There was a long silence before Marlin finally answered. What makes her think that? I'm not sure. Franklin finally returned, making Pamela's eyes widen. Seems a bit far-fetched to me, but you know that sometimes shock can make a person speculate. Shock. Was he still on about shock? Pam found herself growing suddenly angry as her cheeks flushed. Why was it so hard for him to take her opinion seriously? After all, this was their lives on the line, her life. All at once, the uncertainty she'd felt in the bathroom of their hotel room in Hong Kong came rushing back. She shouldn't be here. If a man as important as Franklin Darwell wasn't willing to admit that he was worth gunning for, then how on earth was she supposed to be safe around him? Perhaps it was shock. Perhaps it was fear. Perhaps it was a sense of self-preservation, but all at once Pam couldn't stand the thought that Franklin was on the other side of the door she faced. As long as she was close to him, she was in danger, and the fact that he refused to acknowledge that danger only confused her more. Moving her hand to the knob once more, Pamela turned it, surprising Marlin and Frank when she appeared in the doorway of the bedroom. Franklin leapt out of his seat at once, and Pam was angry at how quickly her body reacted. He was freshly showered, and had obviously gotten little sleep from the circles under his eyes. Was that because of her? Pamela, He looked from Marlin, who appeared entirely too smug for his own good, to her and back. I'm sorry I didn't take you home. Marlin's just given me your address, but I thought we could. Good. She cut him off, before he could say anything to make her lose her resolve. I'd like to leave then. For what seemed like an eternity, a harsh silence reigned over the kitchen. Pam turned to Marlin. Marlin, take me home. Her tone softened a notch and her voice trembled. Please, She needed to get away from him, who he was, and all she had experienced, the good and the bad. Slowly, Marlin rose from the table, running a hand through his dark hair. "Okay, Pam. Fine. If you're sure." She couldn't look at Franklin. Not now, when she felt the slightest bit of sympathy from him would be enough to get her to stay. "I'm sure." Marlin sighed, glancing at Franklin. "Well, I guess I'll be back then. You should get some rest then." When he turned to leave, Pam grabbed her bag from a table near the bedroom door and followed him quickly. When Franklin made to catch her hand, she dodged him, breaking into a jog as she fled after Marlin into the early evening air. The next week was a series of sleepwalking through old routines for Pamela. Though she had only been gone for 2 weeks, it seemed like a lifetime. Getting back to her temp job seemed so far away from everything she'd seen in China, from the temples, the street markets, and the amazing people she'd met. Pamela had to force herself back to earth when her head was floating in the clouds. She had to remind herself that the entire reason they had come back early was because of what had happened in Hong Kong, and that most certainly hadn't been the best way to end the trip. She sat in the office, drumming her pen nonsensically against the top of her desk and wondering what the man was doing now. Since she'd left him 2 days ago, he hadn't attempted to contact her once. Pamela quickly told herself that she'd expected him to. Franklin Darwell didn't seem like the type of man to chase after women, and anyway, she didn't want him chasing after her. She wanted to be alone, far from his influence and the danger that accompanied him. Still, now that she was at arm's length, Pam found it hard to focus on her work. She flubbed a few of the transcripts she was supposed to be working on, which resulted at Stanley yelling at her and her supervisor shooting her furtive looks of disapproval. She finally ended up leaving early to return home and collapsed on her bed. Pam supposed that in part this was normal. She'd had a near-death experience, so she was confused. She was lucky her brain hadn't been scrambled in its entirety. As she lay on her stomach, her gaze fell on the picture on her bedside table, and for a long moment, all she could do was stare at it. Stare at the smiling face that was her years and years ago, before she had to worry about being an adult, how complicated men were, or how choosing her job would define her life in ways she had never imagined. And next to her, geez, how could she have forgotten? They left China in such a chaotic rush that she hadn't even had time to recall why she'd been so eager to go there in the first place. For the culture, certainly. To see the unknown she had always pictured in her mind. But she had also gone for him. Straightening, Pamela leaned over the mattress and picked up the picture frame with the utmost care, her fingers brushing over the image in the frame. What on earth had she really thought to do? Search every inch of Chinese soil until she found him. That was impossible, and she had known that she couldn't even begin such an undertaking without telling Franklin. And she hadn't revealed anything to him. How could she? They'd only known one another for a matter of weeks, and her history was something she rarely revealed to people she had known for years. Not even Laura Beth knew about him. However, as she had no one to speak to about the subject, Pam didn't have anyone with whom to share her shame. She had been in China, finally, and she hadn't looked for him at all. She had been so wrapped up in Franklin Darwell, in her adventure, that she had only thought about her other reason for being there once or twice during the entire trip. How could she be so selfish? Sighing, Pam hugged the picture to her chest before collapsing on the bed once more. If she had a stable lifestyle, she might have been able to take a few days off to figure out how she felt about this. What was the best way to proceed with Franklin? Pam was living paycheck to paycheck, and no time was that more apparent than in the wake of her lavish vacation. She had never allowed herself to indulge before, because she had been worried that she would grow too used to the finer things in life. That she would crave them, and that she'd never go back to the way she lived before. She was already trying to subsist on a shoestring budget. The last thing she needed was to acquire a taste for luxury goods. But she hadn't. Having nice things didn't equate to needing them. Pam hadn't even been concerned when they lost all of their things in the hotel. All she cared about was coming out in one piece. She still wasn't sure she had, sometimes. Closing her eyes, she did her best to try to think of other things. How early she had to be in the office the next day, how she was supposed to leave her office for her new job in a short 2 weeks, but try as she might, Pam couldn't stop Franklin from popping up in the forefront of her mind. It had only been 2 days, but she missed him. She only wished that her trepidation wasn't 5 times stronger than the absence of his presence. Franklin wasn't pleased. Not at all. He sat in the back seat of the car that was currently taking both Marlin and himself to London for the visit Marlin had so looked forward to. And it had been an entire 4 days since Pamela left his cabin in an obviously upset huff. It had taken Marlin an entire day to get back in his good graces, and even now, Franklin was contemplating whether or not he simply wanted to toss the man out of the car. He hadn't even let him try to convince her to stay, and now that she had gone, Franklin wasn't sure how to go about persuading her to come back. "Would you stop looking at me like you're going to kill me?" Marlin arched a brow at his intense stare, completely unruffled. "I said I was sorry, and I meant it. How was I supposed to know you two were having a lover's spat?" "We weren't fighting," Franklin was quick to correct him. "I was trying to convince her that no one is after my head. No one would waste their time. Yeah, it's not like you're a super rich British pseudo-royal or anything. No one would ever want to get their hands on you." Franklin's glare returned full force. "You're not helping, Marlin." "I'm not trying to help." The dark-haired man eyed him with equal intensity. "Ever think she might have a point? You like to carry on like you're no one special, Frank, but you kind of are." "Oh, come off it, Marlin." Franklin's words were all but snarled, but he cared little. He was in a bad mood, and as Marlin was available, he was the one who was going to get the brunt of his anger. The attack was an attack on an entire city, not a single person. Hundreds of people died. "We are not going to make this about me. Not trying to make it about you." Marlin's voice was surprisingly calm when he replied. "Just wondering if you're even going to try to see things her way, if you're going to try to get her back." "Who says I'm going to try to get her back?" Franklin snapped impulsively, almost immediately regretting his words. If Marlin was loyal enough to her to take her away from him when Franklin wasn't ready for it, would he tell her what he said now? He hardly wanted to think about it. This, he told himself, was ridiculous. She was one woman. One wonderfully intriguing, alluring, independent woman, but a single woman nonetheless. Why on earth did he feel like such a hopeless lummox, simply for stating his opinions? Franklin had been doing so his entire life, with little to no regard for how people felt about it. Why the change in heart now? "You look like you're about to have violent diarrhea all over the seat." At this particular comment, Franklin chucked his wallet at Marlin's head as the American grinned. "That smitten, are you? I only agreed to come to London with you on the condition that you actually pretend to be apologetic," Franklin fired back, changing the subject abruptly. "I don't want to talk about Pamela. Not with you, and not with anyone else." All right. Marlin held up his hands defensively as he settled back against the seat of the car, eyeing Franklin as though he still had a veritable mountain of things to say. Franklin didn't much want to hear what anyone had to say at this point. He'd had 5 calls from Detective Wen in the past week, and at least 4 from his own family. Lord knew he didn't need to deal with what they thought. He was already struggling against his anger at Alice for having told Russell, the last person he would have wanted to know about his plight. It wasn't her fault. She had simply been worried about him, but that didn't change the fact that his first impulse was to be angry. He felt like his privacy had been invaded, and atop that, he felt like a horrible cad for giving 2 wits about his privacy when an entire country was still reeling from a terrorist attack, one of the countries that held a very hard-to-acquire piece of his heart. Franklin was absorbed in his thoughts the entire way to London, barely noticing the curious look that Marlin cast his way from time to time. He realized, of course, that he was being a complete and total twat to one of the only men he had ever called his friend, but Franklin could hardly recall going through a series of more tumultuous emotions. For some reason, when he was with Pamela, he had opened up somehow, felt as if he could weather the world a bit easier, considering that it was hard for him to talk to people. It had always been hard for him to talk to people, really. But with Pamela around, he had been almost pleasant. He laughed more, he smiled more. Franklin didn't know if that was because her wonder at being in China was contagious or if he was more comfortable around her, but he felt as if all the stress of simply being who he was had somehow melted away. And now he had to contend with the idea that maybe it had just been a brief holiday from his life as it was. Franklin didn't, and had never liked the idea of a woman running roughshod over him, and the fact that Pamela assaulted his thoughts so intensely made him vastly uncomfortable. He was so uncomfortable, in fact, that he wondered why the hell he was headed into London with Marlin on a trip that was supposed to be enjoyable. He didn't enjoy London as it was, but he abhorred people who didn't keep their promises even more, so here he was. Present and miserable. At the edge of the city, his phone buzzed in his pocket, and Franklin winced. He really didn't want to see who it was, but considering he was considered a witness in an ongoing international investigation, it would probably be prudent to answer. So he did. He was surprised when his mother spoke the moment he picked up the line. "Franklin? Are you coming to London?" He repressed a groan. Who the hell had mentioned to her that he was coming to London? "The car company told me they sent you a driver this morning." The news made him relax slightly. At least he didn't have to worry about anyone else stabbing him in the back. "You will stop by the manor, won't you? It's been so long?" Damn. For once, Franklin didn't only want to avoid his family for his own sake. He knew he was the foul company just now, and the fouler he was, the more it upset his mother. "Mum, I don't know if today's a good day." "Tomorrow, then?" She came back just as swiftly as he could come up with an excuse. "Just for an hour or so. I only want to see you." What the hell kind of son would he be if he refused his mother a simple request like that? A piss-poor one, and that was an understatement. Despite the fact that the woman often meddled in his business and tried to steer him in directions he wasn't fond of, she was still his mother, and he knew she cared deeply. So he couldn't be a complete ass. "All right, Mother. Tomorrow." "Thank you, darling. See you then." Thankfully, Marlin had the sense not to say anything about what he'd overheard. Their arrival into the city seemed to bolster the American spirits, and in short order, he was almost like Pamela, trying to look in every direction at once. He had stated in Leeds that he wanted Franklin to take him somewhere to pick up women, but the reality of the matter was that Franklin tended to avoid such places. In London, the media were rabid, and he knew he would never hear the end of it if his family members saw him lingering in places of ill repute. But he couldn't very well leave Marlin to languish by himself. When he made a fool of himself, as he undoubtedly would, Franklin would have to be there to pick up the pieces. But that didn't mean he had to look forward to this damnable outing. Not when he has so much to be upset over. In the end, it wasn't half as bad as he feared. Of course, the worst part of Franklin's day was getting shuffled from bar to bar and being swarmed by women who recognized him, all asking for a drink or a chat. Franklin directed them all towards Marlin, sometimes with an air of clear animosity that sent them scurrying. He couldn't help it. Most of the time, he wasn't too keen on getting staked out, and now with everything he had on his mind, he was even less in the mood. It was about 10 o'clock in the evening when he decided that he'd had enough. Thanks to his help, Marlin was surrounded by a gaggle of women and halfway drunk, on his way to what promised to be a memorable night. At that point, Franklin figured his friend didn't really need him to get in the way anymore, and made a discreet exit, texting Marlin to remind him of the address of his hotel. When he got outside and managed to breathe deeply for the first time that day, the first thing that assaulted him was a reminder of his loss. When he stretched, the fingers that had been dislocated ached, and he frowned, rubbing them absently. When Pamela had seen the damage, she had been utterly aghast, never mind that she was hurt worse than him. He wondered how she was faring now, if anyone in her office even cared that she had 12 stitches in the back of her neck. Suppose she had met up with her friends and told them about her close brush with death. Franklin realized for the umpteenth time that day that he was still dwelling on Pamela and scowled, quickly catching a cab. He needed to get to his flat in London, find a bottle of whiskey and get roaring drunk. Curiously enough, however, the moment he entered the vehicle, he found himself giving the driver the address of the manor. After gushing over him for a good 5 minutes, the middle-aged man finally started for the other side of London, and Franklin wondered what on earth was the matter with him. Had he suddenly become a masochist? What Pamela said to him in Guangzhou came back to him, that his family obviously loved him and accepted him for what he was, even if that meant he spent half his time trying to escape the title that hung over his head. Of course, Russell often made clear his disapproval of his behavior, and his mother expressed her exasperation, but they never imposed their wills on him. They knew better. All too soon, he found himself before the familiar manor. Once the driver left, Franklin stood on the front walk for what seemed like an eternity. His mother was almost certainly asleep, and he had no idea if Janine was visiting or not. Either way, he would have to wake someone, and he didn't relish the thought of trumpeting his presence. Only all at once, he didn't. Franklin? He had barely taken a few steps up the walk before the door opened, and Russell was silhouetted there. At the sight of his brother, Franklin blew out a long breath, hesitating. "Well, don't just stand there in the cold," Russell finally continued with a small smile. "Get your ass in here." Franklin stared at him for a moment, blinking in surprise. Russell almost never swore, it was pretty shocking. But it was not shocking enough that he didn't take him up on his invitation. He entered the house as his brother closed the door behind him. It was close to 11, and the house was silent. "Alice here?" he inquired lowly, making Russell smile indulgently. "I swear she's going to ask me for a divorce any day. You two are like peas in a pod." Franklin made a face. He could not, even in his most far-fetched dreams, imagine himself being married to Alice. It would be like marrying Janine, an even more high-maintenance Janine. Well, if she were to divorce you, she'd find herself single again. "I'm still not in the marriage market." "Good to know that hasn't changed," Russell replied dryly before stretching with a yawn. "I was just up getting a cuppa. Alice is asleep. I'm sure she'll be glad to see you when she wakes up tomorrow." With that, he turned to start down the long hall towards the kitchen, leaving Franklin to stare after him. He would never be able to fathom how he and his brother had turned out so differently. It was a true anomaly if he'd ever seen one. If there was one thing they had in common, however, it was that neither of them were very enthusiastic about the Darwell title, but that, of course, had fallen to Franklin after Russell left England to pursue a career as a film agent and businessman in America, leaving Franklin to be Franklin. Except on rare occasions, when they traveled together to work for the WHO. He wondered for a moment what would happen if he allowed himself to get closer to his brother, to really know him instead of dealing with the derisive emotions and, yes, he could admit to himself, jealousy, at how easy it was for Russell to get along with other people. If only it were that easy. As always, Franklin's room was ready for him. He all but fell into bed, closing his eyes as he wondered why the hell he just hadn't gone back to his own flat. He was far from the age when he returned to his mother every time an issue popped up. He almost hoped Marlin called him to come get him, but 1 hour passed and then 2, and then he was certain the man must have gone home with one of the many women who had been swarming over him when Franklin left. As much as Franklin wished for sleep to come, it didn't. He spent the entire night tossing and turning, growing increasingly more irritable until he couldn't think straight. Every time he began to doze off, Pamela's worried face loomed before his dark line of vision, and he was accosted by the almost overwhelming urge to call her. Around 6 o'clock, the house started to wake. Though the manor was large, it wasn't so large that Franklin couldn't hear his mother rise and get ready to start her day. He assumed Janine must be present as well as she got up soon after. She would probably be out on her jog. Russell tended to sleep late when he visited. He was an early bird the rest of the time, or so Franklin imagined, being at the head of a talent agency when he was in the United States. Franklin was torn between getting up to take a jog himself, in an attempt to clear his head, and remaining in his room in order to avoid talking with anyone. He didn't know if he was in any fit state for human company at the moment. Ultimately, he decided to take a long, hot shower in the hopes that by the time he went downstairs to the kitchen, it would have cleared out. He supposed he shouldn't have been surprised when that plan backfired spectacularly. When he showed up shirtless at the kitchen table, his entire family was somehow assembled, startling the hell out of him. Franklin merely grunted a greeting, before heading straight to the coffee pot to start a brew. "Darling, when did you get here?" When his mother swooped down on him, Franklin took a deep, steadying breath, allowing her to squeeze him tightly for a moment before disengaging her as gently as he could. "Last night, Mother. The manor was closer to where we were than my flat." "Was it now?" Janine looked up from where she was reading the paper. Wasn't she supposed to be going out for a run or something? And showed a picture of him and Marlin outside a bar in the party district, one that was far closer to his London flat than the Darwell Manor. "Looks like Milton Street to me." Franklin merely glared at her, pouring his coffee as he attempted to rein in his temper. He should have gone back up to his room, but in an attempt to be social, he settled at the end of the table, doing his best to seem absorbed in an article on his phone. "So, how long will you be staying this time?" Janine peeked over the rim of her own mug to fix him with a teasing smile. "Off to Leeds again soon?" "Hiding your life there, are we?" "Leeds is none of your business," Franklin found himself snapping with alarming rancor. "I go there to escape, if you didn't recall." "Escape from what exactly?" Russell returned dryly, arching a brow. "You've been going there for years, and you always inevitably end up back in London." Usually, Franklin would just brush the comment off, but today he didn't feel like trading banter. He felt like every word tossed his way was a personal barb, designed to raise his ire. And it was working. "I came to see Mother, Russell. I'd appreciate it if you didn't attack me the moment I decide to try to be sociable." "Well, darling, you're hardly being sociable," his mother pointed out. "You're absorbed in your phone. You know we'd love to hear whatever you have to say." Her sincere smile only made him feel guilty about his own mood, guilt and anger compounding in his gut and souring to put him off his coffee. "I don't have anything to say. I've come to see you as you asked. I'm leaving after breakfast." "Franklin." Janine looked horrified at the very thought. "You know very well that Mum meant for you to stay more than an hour or two. Can't you put your attitude aside for a moment? She was worried about you." Her words rang through the kitchen in complete silence, and Franklin's eyes narrowed to the barest of slits. He looked from Russell to Alice, who had stiffened in her seat next to him. He couldn't think of any reason why his mother would be worried about him, unless they had told her what happened in Hong Kong. Franklin knew they were family, but he was pretty sure Alice would have known he felt none too kindly about the prospect of their mother finding out that he had been in such peril. She herself had nearly blown her lid, and she was only related to him by marriage. All at once, Franklin found what was going on in the manor very apparent. Russell never got up this early, and Alice was hardly an early riser herself. His mother was looking at him as if she suspected he might drop dead any second, and when her eyes fell to his bandaged fingers atop the table, he slipped them off the edge, his chest tightening. They wanted to interrogate him. They were trying to corner him and get details about what happened, and Franklin wasn't going to have any of it. Wasn't it enough that he was expected to share his life with the world? That the media was constantly chasing him, wanting to know every detail of his life, from his underwear size to how he liked his coffee? Now they wanted to know how he had almost died. How had he been so wrapped up in the chaos around him that he had barely managed to save the only woman he had come to care for in the last decade of his surprisingly lonely life? That was the last thing he wanted to talk about now. This is nothing but idiocy. He rose from the table, fairly trembling with rage. "You're really all going to gang up against me? Why now? Is it because I'm not charming? That I don't go around sweeping women off their feet, sleeping with them, and leaving them like the master of suave?" He gestured towards Russell, whose face reddened. "Because I'm not a fashion genius? Because I can't make myself into a brand tramp, or be a proper little Darwell prince? Well, I never asked for any of this. I never asked to be thrust into the spotlight. I never asked to carry a name that means more to every other person in this country than it does to me, and I didn't ask for somebody to drop a building on my head. So, you can take this interrogation somewhere else." He turned with such violence that he knocked over his coffee cup and sent dark liquid spilling over the tabletop. But Franklin hardly cared. He left the kitchen seething and headed straight for his bedroom to slam the door behind him and lock it. He ran his hands brusquely through his still damp hair once and then twice, before a profusion of expletives poured from his lips. This was ridiculous. His own family turned against him. Was it supposed to be his fault that he had never fit in? Did people only cozied up to him because they wanted the Darwell name, and not the person? Damn it. The only person who seemed to understand how he felt was Pamela, and he hadn't had to say a single word to her. Certainly, she wasn't inquiring about why exactly he was as flippant as he was about his titles and the life he led, but she didn't have to. When he was with her, he could just be, and that was part of why he so sorely missed being around her. Franklin thought there was a part of him that must have legitimately gone insane. He'd only spent 2 weeks with the woman. And for those 2 weeks, he had spent every single waking moment with her, taking in the sights, eating exotic meals, laughing and joking with her. She was one of the only females he'd encountered since he had started dating, who could go head-to-head with him without backing down. Was it really any wonder, then, that he felt so guilty about the injuries she had sustained in Hong Kong? He cared about her, however far-fetched the sentiment might be. He hated thinking of her now, wasted in some secretarial position, when she could trade witticisms with him and discuss the plight of the world on an even keel with his knowledge. He had gone to Oxford for God's sake. Pamela was completely and totally unlike any of her friends, doctors and lawyers, who were inexplicably vapid. For all they jibed and insulted her, she outshone them all. But she thought someone was out to kill him, which meant that her being with him had inherently put her in danger. How the hell was he supposed to respond to that? Franklin? A sudden knock at the door jolted him from his thoughts, and his scowl somehow deepened. He'd been so wrapped up in his troubles that he'd nearly forgotten that he'd just managed to insult nearly everyone in his family, and stormed off to his room like an ill-behaved child. Christ. He really was losing his mind. "Franklin, it's Alice. Can you let me in for a sec? I just want to talk." Because that had gone so brilliantly for him a few minutes ago, it was on the tip of Franklin's tongue to refuse her, when he realized that if he didn't tell someone, he was very likely to go on being unpleasant until someone did see fit to assassinate him. Taking a deep breath, he stalked to the door and opened it to see Alice standing there. No big surprise there. Franklin had imagined that she'd be pissed as hell after what he said about her and her husband, but Alice was only smiling at him, her expression hurt but amused nonetheless. "Has anyone ever told you that you're really good at getting at people's insecurities?" Franklin's cheeks colored slightly as his gut twisted in guilt. "Well, it comes with the territory of being an arsehole." At that, Alice frowned. "You're not an arsehole, Franklin. You're just a private person." "Yeah, and a fat lot of good it's done me," he grumbled, turning from her. Anyone else might have thought he was dismissing them, but Alice knew better. She simply stepped into the room, closing the door behind her. "Well, if you really wanted to make it up to me," Alice sank into a chair near his door with casual familiarity. She had, after all, been in Franklin's room at the Manor a good deal, being one of the few he could stand to hold a long conversation with. "You could tell me what's got your knickers in such a twist." Franklin sank down on his bed, drawing a hand over his face. When he closed his eyes, all he could see was Pam, even if he couldn't agree with her version of what might have happened. Alice was one of his closest friends, and she also happened to be a woman. If anyone could help, it was her. Grudging as he was to share the intimate details of his personal life, Franklin hesitated for a moment more before the entire story came spilling out of him. How he'd met Pamela through Marlin and his sister, how immediately he'd been drawn to her, how she was reticent to date him because of who he was, and ultimately, the way they traveled to China together. It was hard to explain what happened in the Far East without sounding like an infatuated fool. How easy it was for him to talk to her, how well they meshed, and how Pamela was never afraid to call him on his lies. Eventually, it just seemed like second nature for him to be able to talk to her, to find pleasure in how much China awed and excited her. Of course, when he was telling this grandiose tale, he eventually had to detail what had happened in Hong Kong, the sheer scope of the terror attack, and how they had barely escaped with their lives. He finished by relaying to Alice the gulf that had sprung between him and Pamela when she explained to him what she thought had happened, how, in his mind, she blew his importance completely out of proportion before leaving him in the dust in frustration. Even now, he struggled against his pride, wanting to contact her but refusing to give in. Of course, that was one little detail he didn't let Alice in on. The dark-haired woman listened to him with rapt attention until he had finished talking, her expression pensive. When he finally fell silent, a few moments of silence stretched between them before Alice finally spoke. "Franklin, I know you're not going to like hearing this, but maybe Pamela has a point." Franklin opened his mouth to argue before the severe expression on his sister-in-law's face had him shutting it just as quickly. "Franklin, you're a Darwell. Maybe people weren't all over you in China, but it's pretty evident everywhere else that you go that you're a freaking duke. You're supposed to inherit the title when your father dies. Atop that, you're an influential member of one of the organizations that likes to piss off terrorist organizations. Is it really so far-fetched to you that someone might be out for you?" Franklin just stared at her. Her words weren't all that different from Pamela, but as she was his sister-in-law and a member of the gentry herself, they had a slightly more pronounced impact. Alice didn't know Pamela. There was no reason for her to be parroting what she told him, unless she actually believed it, which meant that he had been even more foolish than he had thought.
Chapter 12.
For the first days after she'd gotten back, Pam hadn't wanted to see anyone. It was all she could do to go to work and get back to her routine. Eventually, of course, she had to return to the real world, and one of the first things she got to was the bevy of messages left on her phone. Her heart leaped at the thought that maybe one of them was from Franklin, but fell as she scrolled through them and merely found about 1,000 messages from Laura Beth, a few from Marlin, and many more from Janice and Rosario. They wanted to see her and hear all about her fantastic trip, but Pamela didn't feel much like talking about it. Talking about it made her remember Franklin, and remembering him hurt more than she wanted to admit to herself. After the amazing trip they'd taken together, all the things they'd done and seen, she still couldn't believe that he would ignore her opinions so easily. It was his life or death they were speaking of, and she didn't want to think Franklin would be so callous as to ignore a valid threat to his person. The thought of someone killing him made her stomach twist and her palms sweat. Made it hard to think of facing her friends. But Pam was forced to admit that it would be good for her. It would be nice to get out and about, to start to forget even if she didn't want to. Her time with Franklin had been, without a doubt, the most fabulous 2 weeks of her life, until reality had come crashing down on her. She tried her best not to think about it. To dress up and prepare to go about her evening, meet Laura Beth and her friends, and pretend to be just as chipper as she'd always been. Or at least more chipper. Geez. They had settled down at Pamela's favorite pub, and the moment Jacqueline served them their drinks, Pam started talking. Once she started, she couldn't stop. She, who was always so secretive, spilled everything to Laura Beth, Janice, Rosario, and even Marlin, who had shown up unexpectedly. Though she managed to maintain herself enough to keep from crying, she couldn't help the emptiness that filled her. There had never been a man she was more comfortable with, never been a man who had so easily gotten close to her. Pamela had given him more than she had given any other man for years, and then he'd simply cast her opinion aside like it meant nothing. "Geez?" Laura Beth repeated, sipping on her wine as if she were in the midst of a particularly good soap opera. "I knew the man was famous, but that high profile? Maybe you dodged a bullet on this one, Pamela." "For sure." Janice was nodding enthusiastically over her own drink. "If we had known the man was such an egomaniac masochist, we would never have set you up with him." The thing was, that didn't sound like Franklin at all. He wasn't an egomaniac masochist. Quite the contrary, if anything. At least, that's what she'd thought before his notoriety almost got them killed. "Don't be too hard on yourself, Pam." She snapped back to the present when Marlin addressed her, surprised. "Men like him are always going to draw danger. They can be blasé about it. They can afford to hire bodyguards and correct mistakes, but they'll always be in the spotlight." He shrugged. "It's better if you're away from all that." "But..." Pam couldn't stop herself from rebutting, somewhat confused. "You don't mind being around him, Marlin? Aren't you afraid something like this might happen again?" The corner of the dark-haired man's mouth kicked up in a smile. "I gotta be back up for him, don't I? I figure if we both get taken out, at least the end will be epic." "That's not funny, Marlin." His sister smacked him on the arm, her expression annoyed. "Maybe you should stop hanging out with him too." "Calm down, Laura. No one's going to attack him here. They're all in love with him." But Pamela wasn't so sure. If a terrorist was willing to travel half of Hong Kong to get at Franklin, she doubted they'd be intimidated just because he was in his own country. But that, she had to admit to herself, was none of her business anymore. Franklin had made it clear that he didn't hold her opinion in high regard, and atop that, he hadn't tried to contact her once since she'd walked out of his cabin. She had never been the clingy type, even though Pamela had to admit to herself that if she were, it would be like Franklin. Just to listen to him tease her about it. She missed him. Gosh, she missed him. But now, if she valued her life, she knew she had to stay away from him. There wasn't enough wine in the world to help her deal with that. Pamela spent the next few days transitioning. Her position at her old firm had finally ended, and she was preparing to start work in a new secretarial position. 2 months ago, she would have been happy with her lot in life. Happy to have a position, to be earning money, and to have her little flat all to herself. Now, when she contemplated a new secretarial position in a tiny firm in her tiny village outside of Leeds, she felt as if she were shorting herself. The world was too big, and there was far too much to see and do for her to be stuck in the village for the rest of her life. But the village was safe. Her job was secure. With the exception of Franklin, very few rich or exciting people ever visited, which meant that her way of life would be preserved. The very thought was enough to make her frown, and Pam spent the rest of the day cleaning out her office in a foul mood. She was surprised when, at the end of the day, they threw a little party for her. Even Stanley grudgingly admitted that he would be sad to see her go. It was enough to distract her from her troubles for a few hours. Pam was proud that by the time she got home, she hadn't been feeling desolate for the entirety of her evening. When she turned on the TV to watch the news, however, one special report was enough to shock her into staring, absolutely flummoxed, at the screen. It was Franklin and his family. She had never met them, but the handsome older woman standing beside him had the same jawline, and a man she presumed to be his brother was a taller, brawnier version of Franklin's swarthy, lean form. They stood behind a podium speaking at a press conference, and the headline for the news story scrolled across the bottom of the screen repetitively. Threat to Darwell family unveiled. Terrorist attack in Hong Kong, suspected assassination attempt. Franklin was speaking to the crowd, dressed impeccably in a three-piece suit, as he looked over everyone assembled. He looked, Pam noted, absolutely decadent, and she found that both her body and heart ached powerfully in need. For years, my family has been at the forefront of charitable giving and aid relief. Despite any and all threats that we may have received, we are not dissuaded. Pam would never have imagined he would want to speak publicly, but Franklin's voice was sure and strong, his words enunciated perfectly. There are those in the world that need our help, and no one will dissuade us from giving it to them. As long as there are those less fortunate, we will be there, and no attempts at terror will sway us. She stared at him, utterly transfixed. The splits on his last two fingers seemed horribly obtrusive, and as she took in the words of his speech, Pamela remembered the blinding terror of their experience in Hong Kong. There was no way someone sane wouldn't fear that happening again. Gosh, just thinking about someone going after Franklin anew was enough to make panic claw at her chest. He was all but challenging them. Not that she didn't think that the WHO and charitable giving were important, but what about his life? Wasn't that more important? Pamela was jolted from her reverie by the sound of the doorbell. It was loud in the quiet room, and she jumped so violently that she knocked over the cup of tea she'd poured. What on earth? It was close to 10 in the evening, on a Thursday. Who in their right mind would be calling at this hour? When the bell rang again, Pamela rose from the floor, quickly mopping up the tea that had spilled over her jumper and skirt before hurrying to the door. She expected to see a late postman, or maybe even a neighbor. She certainly didn't expect to see Franklin Darwell standing on her doorstep, wearing the same three-piece suit he showed off on the telly. For a long moment she just stared at him, half convinced that she was dreaming. He was in London. How could he be here? How the hell did he even know where she lived? Her next thought was that she looked an absolute fright. Tea spilled all over her, her hair in disarray. She'd thought only of preparing herself for bed, so of course the last thing she anticipated was a visit from him. You're... She pointed weakly back towards her living room. You're on the telly. His mouth kicked up at the corner in a way that made her knees go weak before he sobered just as quickly, clearing his throat. That was hours ago, honestly. I started for Leeds the moment it was all over. He gave her a long once-over, and Pamela found herself blushing. How was it that the man could make her feel attractive when she was covered in English breakfast tea? Could I come in for a moment? Yes. Her answer was immediate. She didn't even have to give it any thought. When she stepped back to admit him, Franklin swept past her carrying his signature scent in his wake. Pamela's heart did a little jig, and she closed the door behind him, completely unsure as to how she should proceed. Christ, she'd been in this man's bed a few weeks ago, and now she couldn't come up with a decent thing to say. Would you like a cuppa? Please. He replied, the single word sending shivers down her spine. Pamela rushed to the kitchen to make a fresh pot of tea, even as her mind whirled. He was in her home. In her sacred space. As put out as she'd been the last time she saw him, she couldn't even begin to think of kicking him out. Not when she'd missed him so much. By the time she returned with the fresh tea, Franklin had seated his long form on her couch and was gazing around her small flat with no small amount of interest. It's like being in a shop in Xi'an, his offhand comment as she handed him his cup made her beam. It was absolutely nothing of the sort, but when she'd been decorating, she could only have hoped to receive such a compliment. She took up her own tea and a seat across from him, and they sipped in silence for a full minute before the man spoke. Pamela, I owe you an apology. She only continued to stare down at her tea, unsure of what to say. Luckily for her, Franklin continued to fill the silence. I didn't take the threat in Hong Kong seriously, even though we were caught in the thick of it. I didn't take my name and titles seriously, and I didn't consider just how much danger we might be in. It was callous of me, but I have to admit, I never imagined things happening this way. At that, Pam looked up at him, meeting his deep blue gaze with her own. What do you mean? She managed softly, setting her tea aside. I mean that. Franklin seemed to hesitate before continuing. I might be heir to the Darwell title, but I've never been the most popular Darwell. I mean, you've seen Russell. He gestured to the television, which was still playing his speech quietly on mute in the background. His brother stood next to him, looking grave and important all at once. He was supposed to have inherited first. He's always had the temperament. People have always liked him. I've rather made a name of not caring what anyone thinks of me, and it shows." Franklin ran a hand through his long blonde hair in frustration. "Why the hell would anyone want to get at me? Not that I'd ever wish harm on my brother, but hell, if I died, who the hell would care? They would probably be glad Russell was inheriting. It would be an onus off of my mother's chest, and I don't." Pamela interrupted him before he could go any further, her expression hard. She was starting to understand now. "Don't you dare start that crap, Franklin Darwell." His eyes widened as he looked at her, shocked at her tone. "No matter what you may think, many people like you. They like you and they follow you. Not necessarily for your money or your titles, but for what your family represents. What you represent. They don't want to strike you down because you're famous. They want to strike you down because you defy them. You were doing good. And terrorists don't like that. So, you can self-deprecate all you want, but at the end of the day, they come after you because you put yourself out there where you're needed. You can't ever sell yourself short because of that." The words all burst from her in a rush. They had been swirling around her head for the past week or so, and honestly, Pamela had been convinced that she would never really get the chance to say them. But now her tirade had been aired, and it was like a weight had been lifted off her chest. Franklin took a moment to respond, but when he did, his tone held tinges of amusement and awe in equal measures. "I don't think anyone has ever so thoroughly put me in my place. Well done you, Miss Livingston." The corners of her mouth started to pull up as her heart swelled, and Pam knew she wouldn't be able to keep herself from smiling. "Well, I've been thinking about that for a while. You do know how I like to argue." "I do," Franklin replied quietly, his gaze never leaving hers. "I miss that." He had missed her. He was here, and he had missed her. He understood what he faced, and he was meeting it proudly. Bravely. Christ, why couldn't she be more like him? "I owe you an apology as well," she finally managed, swallowing thickly. I was scared, Franklin. I've always been scared." It was something she was only now realizing, the reason why she had never stepped outside of her well-controlled little bubble until he entered her life. I've always liked to have control. Control over my life, my job, and my security. I liked thinking the only person I could ever be held accountable to was me, but now I realize that fear was always holding me back. Gosh, was she crying? She couldn't cry in front of him. Pamela didn't cry in front of anybody. But there it was. Hot, thick tears slid down her cheeks one by one. "I always told myself I wanted to go to China, but I never really tried. I never tried for a better job that would have gotten me there, because I always told myself that this was enough. I should be grateful for what I have. But then I met you and, well, everything changed." A burst of laughter made its way through her tears. "I'm still scared. You're an important person. You're Franklin Darwell. And I'm just... You're who I want." Franklin cut her off, moving from the sofa to kneel next to the couch as he pressed 2 fingers firmly to her lips, silencing her. "And I realize that means I have to keep you safe. I will keep you safe, Pamela. Can you trust me to do that?" Scared was an understatement. Pamela was terrified, really, but she was learning to overcome her fear and trust her own judgment. And she knew with every fiber of her being that she wanted to be with him too. In response, she took hold of his wrist, shoving his hand aside before she took hold of his face to mold his mouth to hers. Franklin groaned in relief, the sound reverberating through her as he wrapped his arms tight around her, dragging her against him. At that moment, her tea-stained jumper, her frumpy outfit, and her messy hair ceased to matter. All that mattered was that Franklin was with her, and she needed him more badly than she had ever needed anything. "Bedroom's down the hall," she murmured against his mouth, and Franklin chuckled lowly, nipping at her lower lip teasingly. "Who said I was taking you to bed?" "You'd better take me to bed," she growled in warning before he kissed her into silence once more. Franklin navigated remarkably well for a man who wasn't looking where he was going. They found themselves in her bedroom in short order, and Franklin tumbled her onto the bed before following her down, his body covering hers. Eagerly, Pam stripped his suit jacket from his shoulders and tossed it to the floor. She could only imagine how many thousands of dollars it had cost, and she hardly cared. Eventually, however, she had to come back down to earth. When she did, it was to the heavy weight of Franklin atop her, his breath falling heavily against her neck. Pamela merely folded long legs around his waist to keep him there, her eyes shut in serene contentment as both their bodies cooled. Pam was almost certain he had fallen asleep when he brushed a heated kiss across her collarbone. "I'm crushing you." At that, Pam rolled her eyes. "Don't you dare move. I'm comfortable." He chuckled, kissing her neck again so a residual jolt of pleasure sizzled through her. "If I stay like this for much longer, you might end up regretting that, Miss Livingston." Pamela was torn between giving in to what seemed to be an unending desire for Franklin and her body, which demanded that she take a time out. When he moved swiftly from her, she made a sound of disapproval. Franklin quickly assuaged her by arranging the coverlet over them and pulling her into his secure embrace. Pamela was quite contentedly nuzzled against his chest when his soft question drew her attention upward. "Who's that?" Pam glanced at Franklin, then followed his gaze over to her bedside table where the picture she treasured so faced them both. For a moment, she wondered why she wasn't absolutely stricken that Franklin was seeing one of her most private memories, and then she decided that she was glad. It would make telling him a lot easier. Sighing, she turned away from him to pick up the picture in its ornate frame, her eyes traveling over her younger self and the elderly Chinese man at her side with familiarity. "I suppose you're wondering the real reason why I seem so interested in China?" she inquired softly, wondering if he would be upset that she had been dishonest. However, when Franklin's embrace only tightened encouragingly, she forced herself to go on. "After my parents died, there was a period when I was overlooked in the system. I was shuffled from shelter to shelter, and eventually ended up on the street. It was one of the hardest times in my life, and just when I thought I couldn't go on anymore, I met Mr. Lin." Pamela brushed her fingers over the image reverently. He was a Chinese immigrant. He had barely been in the country for a few months and could hardly speak English, but he took pity on me. He couldn't afford it. The only jobs he could get paid minimum wage, so it was hard enough to support himself, let alone two people, but we lived in his one-room apartment together and he kept me warm and fed. He was the closest thing I've had to a father since my parents died. Though she had been smiling in reminiscence, Pamela's face fell as she continued. "When I was around 12, the government caught up with him and he got deported. They took him away from me and shuffled me back into the system. I never got to say goodbye. Even now it hurts to say." The only thing that kept Pamela from crying was that she had already done so once that evening. Twice was unforgivable. But just because she couldn't cry didn't mean that her chest couldn't be tight, that her tongue couldn't thicken, and her eyes could squeeze closed against the moisture that threatened. It had been almost 20 years, and still she missed him. "You wanted to look for him." Franklin's soft words weren't a question. It was easy enough for him to put two and two together. "You've always wanted to look for him." "The best memories from my childhood are memories of him," he used to tell me as best he could about where he'd come from and what he missed. He left behind his own children. He told me once that I reminded him of his daughter, that I needed to grow up big and strong like she was. She couldn't say any more. Pamela set her picture aside, taking a steadying breath before she turned back into Franklin's welcoming warmth. If she couldn't find Mr. Lin, at least she could be with Franklin, and that offered her no small amount of solace. Franklin's arms were the place she felt most secure since she'd lost her guardian, and she couldn't think of a more secure place to allow herself to mourn his loss. "You know, Pamela, it's all right to be vulnerable. Everything you tell me is sacred." The young woman found herself laughing softly. "Who would you tell? I'm fairly sure no one in your inner circle is even aware that I exist." At her comment, Franklin stiffened slightly against her, looking down at her sheepishly. "Ah. About that. I may or may not have told my family about you." Pamela's eyes widened in complete shock. "You what?" She felt a pleasant warmth bubbling up in her chest as her heart hammered against her ribs. "I told my family. Just my mother and siblings, mind you. I'm not announcing it to the media or anything. When I told them how you felt about Hong Kong, it provided the impetus for them to launch an investigation and confirm your suspicions." Pamela gaped at him. So, he had ultimately taken her words to heart. His family had taken them to heart, having never seen her face. She felt both embarrassed and incredibly humbled. "I'm sure they're not enthusiastic about your seeing a secretary." Franklin snorted. "I don't care what they think, but for your information, they're eager to meet you. They can't fathom the idea that a woman exists who can stand me." Pamela laughed. Surely they didn't think Franklin was that bad. "Well, I'll talk you up to them." Franklin made a face. "I can't imagine you'll have anything pleasant to say." "Oh, hush." She slapped at his shoulder playfully, unable to keep from grinning. "You're a wonderful man, Franklin Darwell. Even if you are a bit rough around the edges." Her words brought a mischievous glint to the man's eye. "I'll show you just how rough I can be, darling." Pamela was more than happy to let him, and by the time he was finished, she was deliciously sore in places that had been woefully neglected until he had come into her life. As dawn broke and rosy light spilled in through the curtains of her bedroom, the young woman dozed off in Franklin's embrace, content for the first time since she'd been 12 years old. "This is ridiculous." Laura Beth was pouting to an extreme she had never gone before, staring out the window of her car into the wide expanse of the public park. It was a gorgeous crisp winter day, and snow covered the ground. In the seat beside her, Rosario looked over at her friend, concerned. "Beth, what happened has happened. Shouldn't we be happy for Pam?" Laura merely looked over at Rosario, incredulous. "Happy for her? Happy because she's so damn lucky? Because she doesn't care enough about her own safety to stay away from a man who's being targeted?" "I'm sensing you wouldn't mind if it was you on his arm," Janice pointed out dryly, her eyes flicking over to the park that had Laura transfixed. Franklin Darwell and Pam were there, holding his arm as they strolled leisurely around the edge of the grounds. Pam was beaming as Laura had never seen, and naturally that only irked her even more. She had only set the two of them up as a joke in the first place. She hadn't particularly minded when the man took Pam to China. After all, she had gotten an African cruise out of him, which had to cost almost as much. Laura had held out hope that maybe when Franklin returned, she could have another go at him. When Janice pointed out that her attitude had been very different before the cruise, that she had in fact thought Franklin was very rude and unlikable, Laura Beth reminded her that money changed a lot of things. A week in the lap of luxury, on one of the finest ocean liners in the Mediterranean, had helped to reorient her. When she heard about the terrorist attack, of course, she had been worried about Pam. She didn't want anyone to die, but the moment she found out her friend was all right, she began scheming as to how she could use the situation to her advantage. The opportunity had presented itself wrapped up in a nice little bow. Her brush with death had terrified her, and she and Franklin had a little spat. They were all but split up, and all she had to do was swoop in and charm the man. And she was very, very good at charming men. But then this had happened. Somehow Pam and Franklin had made up, and now they were positively lovey-dovey. Atop that, Franklin now came with his own security entourage. 4 burly men who, try as they might, couldn't blend into the wintry scene. That made it impossible for Laura to get any closer than she already was. And so all she could do was fume. "Laura, come on." Janice was gazing at the couple with something that looked horrifically like stars in her eyes. "Give Pam a break. She's had it hard. She deserves something like this." "Deserves it?" Laura snapped, incensed. A few months ago, she didn't even want to talk to any man who wasn't a janitor, and now she lands Franklin Darwell? How the hell does she deserve it? Janice looked like she was about to argue, but they were interrupted by the shrill sound of Laura Beth's phone echoing through the interior of the car. Laura looked from Janice to her phone and then back again, before cursing lowly. When she picked it up, she was hardly in a mood to be cordial. "What?" There was a brief beat before her brother's voice surprised her. "Beth, where are you? I just called your office and they told me you weren't there." Laura looked at the phone incredulously, feeling her cheeks begin to burn. "Why does it matter? What the hell are you doing anyway? You disappeared." "Beth, you aren't still chasing after Frank, are you?" Laura stiffened, her mouth dropping open. How could Marlin possibly know where she was? And moreover, why did he care? Her business was none of his affairs. "I'm not chasing him," she insisted, her face burning even brighter in a combination of outrage and embarrassment. "I'm just making sure he's okay. Pamela's with him. I have to make sure that she's okay too." "That's Pamela's choice," Marlin returned, his voice surprisingly hard. "But I thought we agreed that he was dangerous. That you should stay away for your own good?" "What, while you watch his back?" Laura scoffed, tossing her short hair. "Marlin, if you're not staying away, I'm not staying away. I have to watch out for Pamela too." It was the perfect excuse, and Laura was going to keep riding it for as long as she possibly could. "Beth, grow the hell up." She was surprised when Marlin's voice came back so sharply it made her jump. "Franklin doesn't want to go out with you. He's chosen Pamela, so respect that and stay the hell away from him. The poor girl doesn't need any more of your pretending to be her damn friend." And then he hung up on her. Hung up on her. Laura Beth eyed the phone in shock. Who the hell did he think he was? He might be older than her, but that didn't mean he could tell her what to do. "Was that Marlin?" Janice asked, surprised herself. He sounded pissed. Laura Beth only glared at her before turning her key in the ignition, so the car roared to life. She wasn't leaving, she told herself, because Marlin told her to. She was leaving because she was pissed at him, and she needed a bottle of wine so she could stew. As they pulled away from the park, however, the young woman found she couldn't help but be a little disconcerted. In all her life, she had never heard Marlin take that tone with her, as if he were admonishing a child. His voice sounded hard and commanding, and she could only wonder where it came from. Was he really that worried about Franklin? The man had a gaggle of bodyguards following him at all times. Were he and Marlin that damn close after only 6 months? Somehow she doubted it. So where did he get off telling her what to do? Laura Beth resolved that the next time she saw her brother, she was going to give him a piece of her mind, and she didn't care if she pissed him off. It was only payback. "Where are we going?" Pamela kept looking out the window as if she expected their location to magically reveal itself, and Franklin chuckled. Somehow, he had managed to convince her to let him buy her a nice dress for the occasion, and Franklin kept his hands clenched on his lap to keep from peeling it off her. It was a gorgeous long-sleeved number made of pure silk, hanging from her shoulders as if it were made for her. When he remembered the face she made in the shop at the amount of cleavage she was showing, he smiled. With her wearing that, he was going to have to be on alert. She looked absolutely breathtaking, and he was sure he wasn't going to be the only man to notice. Even if they were supposed to be going to a wholly proprietary event. "It's a surprise." Pamela looked over at him with a scowl, her silky hair sliding over one bare shoulder. "You can't say that. You can't make me get dressed up, and then not tell me where we're going. I have work tomorrow, Franklin." "No, you don't." For a long moment, Pamela stared at him, her green eyes incredulous. Franklin felt his stomach clench. Perhaps he might have been a little over-enthusiastic in his intentions to make her happy. After all, he hadn't asked her before he made some of the decisions he had in the past few weeks, but all he wanted was to see her smile. To see her reach her full potential, instead of being stifled in an office. "Franklin?" Her tone held thinly veiled warning as her gaze narrowed. "What do you mean I don't have to work tomorrow?" "Well..." Franklin ran a hand through his blonde hair nervously, before everything spilled from him in a deluge. "I called your temp company, and tendered your resignation. Told them you found another position. As expected, Pamela exploded. You did what? Franklin, what on earth gives you the right to do that? The lovely woman almost hit the roof of the car, and Frank was pretty sure that by telling her what he had planned, he was taking his life in his hands, but at this juncture he had to finish, or she wouldn't understand. What was I supposed to do? You do have a new position. Pam's mouth snapped shut in the middle of her tirade, and Franklin couldn't help but admire how decadent she looked when she was angry. In his opinion, their arguments were always worth it, as making up was always so addicting. I what? Franklin merely gave her a crooked smile. Be as angry as you want, but I knew you'd never leave the agency if I asked you to. So I spoke to the British branch of WHO and convinced them that you would be a wonderful choice for a secretarial position to a senior donor. Well, let's be honest, to me. Pamela's eyes got wider and wider the more he explained. It would mean you get to travel with me everywhere I need to go for the organization, which is almost certainly a good thing because I need the organizational help. The compensation would be considerably more than you were getting at the temp agency, which I think is a fair trade for having to move to London. Bullock's woman? That hurt. Pamela had smacked him hard on the shoulder, cutting him off, and for a moment Franklin thought he was about to get another lecture. When he looked down at her, however, he found that Pam was merely looking up at him with eyes brimming with tears. You? She sucked in a shaky breath. You meddled in my affairs, and now? She hit him again, making him yelp as a broad smile erupted onto her face beneath her tears. You creep. I'm going to kill you. Well, do it gently. He caught her hand as she made to hit him again. I'm a very delicate creature. He tugged her arm so she topped into his lap, before molding his mouth lingeringly to hers. No matter how many times Franklin kissed her, it would never be enough. All he wanted was her, he didn't need anything else. Even if she was constantly swatting at him. Don't cry. He receded only reluctantly, to wipe the tracks of tears from her cheeks with his thumbs. I know it will be tough traveling all the time, but I promise I'll only torture you a little. You cheeky twat. Pamela reached up to cup his face in her slender hands. You're lucky I wanted to get out of that job anyway. Yes, but I'm your cheeky twat. Doesn't that make you the lucky one? Pamela merely rolled her eyes, kissing him again, so Franklin grew uncomfortably hard in his tailored suit. By the time she lifted her mouth from his, he was wondering how much trouble he would get into for ruining the car and how much time they had left before they reached their destination. Unfortunately, all his speculation was for naught. No sooner had he begun to slide his fingers beneath the hem of her dress than they pulled to a stop, and the driver knocked on the glass partition that separated him from them. Franklin swallowed the curse that rose to his lips, reluctantly sliding her from his lap. We've arrived. If the hungry glint in Pamela's eyes was any indication, she was just as disappointed at the interruption as he was. You still haven't told me where we've arrived. Franklin merely smiled mysteriously, turning to open his door and slide out of the back seat of the car into the crisp London air. They were standing before the Cadence Museum, an establishment that was usually famous for its collection of modern art. The building itself was done in the characteristic style of its architect Elias Johnson, who happened to be a friend of Alice's brother. It was she who had gotten them this venue for a large charity function, one that would be the ultimate affront to those who thought he would cower because they had come after him once. At the sight of the grandiose building before them and all the important people cresting the steps, Pamela paled. Since she had accepted his promise to protect her, Franklin would admit she had made leaps and bounds in accepting his station, who he was and where he came from. There were fewer arguments that had to deal with the money he had, and more rational conversations. But he had known this would make her nervous. It was the first major function he was attending with her on his arm. He would announce to the public that she was his, thus putting her on the path of the same danger that threatened him. But Pamela didn't bolt. She merely stood tall once he helped her out of the car, and took a deep, steadying breath. You could have told me, she muttered underneath her breath. She muttered underneath her breath. Franklin merely chuckled. But I love surprising you. You love teasing me. At that, he wrapped an arm around her waist to draw her close, murmuring in her ear. You're in for plenty of teasing later, darling. He took a moment to revel in the shudder that passed through her, before nodding in the direction of the steps before them. Shall we then? Pamela stared at the doorway for a long while, before taking another deep breath. Just tell me one thing truthfully, is your family in there? Franklin wouldn't have lied about that. Besides, he'd been threatening to take her to see his family for at least the past month. They are. You'll be fine. If she was nervous, she hid it admirably. Taking his arm, she followed him up the steps into the high-vaulted museum atrium. It had been decorated elegantly for the event, strung with gold and silver streamers and intricately carved ice sculptures. Pamela's hand tightened on his, and Franklin merely smiled down at her reassuringly. You look lovely. You belong here just as much as anyone else. Probably more than half of the people present, in actuality. They were here by virtue of the money they had contributed, and though Franklin was grateful for the funds, it wasn't as if any of them actually cared about where their money was going. We have to mingle. Franklin glanced towards the doors where his 4 bodyguards, hired at his family's insistence, kept a sharp eye out. Though he didn't like having them, if it made his family feel more secure, if it made Pamela feel more secure, then he would do his best to endure. Luckily, he was only forced to grin and endure one introduction before his sister-in-law called his name, saving him the trouble of having to find her. Franklin. At her summons, he turned gratefully to see her striding towards him with Russell in tow. As usual, Alice was ravishing enough to draw the eye of every man she passed, wearing a dress of her own design. Russell, for his part, stared down several admirers challengingly, and his wife had to tug at him to get him to relent. By the time she reached them, Alice was slightly out of breath. But that didn't temper her smile. You're on time for once. Once she had stood on tiptoe in her already sky-high heels to kiss his cheek affectionately, she turned her radiant smile on the woman at his side. And you must be Pamela. You're so lovely, darling. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. The blonde's eyes widened as Alice kissed her as well, before ushering Russell forward. I'm Alice, Franklin's sister-in-law, and this is my brother. Franklin finished for her. Russell? The better man. Whoever's out for your blood doesn't seem to agree, Russell rebutted with a small smile, before taking Pamela's hand to kiss briefly. Charmed. Glad to see someone has finally reined in his wild side. Oh, that's impossible. Pamela blurted the words before she could stop herself, and Russell burst into laughter as his brother merely smiled. Oh, good choice, Franklin. I like her. Pamela's cheeks burned, and Franklin found his gut filling with a curious warmth. After a lifetime of declaring that he would never bring home a woman, as he was certain he couldn't tolerate most of them, it was actually quite nice to introduce Pamela to the people he loved. Well, that's a bonus. He smirked at his brother. Where is everyone else? Well, Alice ticked people off on her fingers. Mum and Janine are charming, several of the biggest contributors, always a talent of theirs. Rose is here, but Michael's running a bit late. He had a surgery run over at the hospital. And Elias is being Elias. She gazed through the crowd, her expression one of consternation. He's probably snuck off somewhere with Catherine. Brilliant. Franklin chuckled. We just have to worry about them getting caught. You have to mingle. Alice shot her brother-in-law a grin, as she took Pamela's hand almost possessively. I'll take care of your lovely guest, all right? She looked to him like a deer in headlights, but Franklin merely laughed softly. You'd better return her in one piece. Of course. Now go be charming. Not exactly his forte, Russell jabbed, following his brother through the crowd. Alice winked at her husband, before tugging Pamela in the opposite direction. Come with me, darling. We'll get a drink and show you around. Laura Beth had always been one to hold a grudge, especially when she thought someone was avoiding her, and Marlin was avoiding her like the plague. Ever since the time he had caught her stalking Franklin and Pam, he had suddenly started acting far more authoritatively than she liked. Telling her where to go and when to go there, constantly checking in on her to make sure she wasn't lurking. She was irked enough to ignore his calls and texts, irked enough to send him emails telling him exactly what she thought of him, and even angry enough to be distracted from her original goal enough to refocus her efforts on her brother himself. It was hard when Marlin seemed to have all but disappeared. At first, Laura thought he might have gone home without telling her. He hadn't, after all, told her when his holiday was supposed to be ending. But that was impossible. His things were still at the hotel where he was staying, even if he wasn't there himself. Another theory was that he was spending all of his free time with Franklin, but that couldn't be true, as Franklin now spent most of his time with Pamela. Since his announcement that he was being targeted by terrorists, Franklin seemed to have captured the media spotlight, even when he was in Leeds. Laura knew exactly when he was with Marlin, and it wasn't often. She needed to talk to her brother and get to the bottom of his ridiculous behavior, and so she had a few shots before making her way to his hotel room. She didn't really expect him to be there, but she got the key to his room by slipping the receptionist a 20-pound note. It was her every intention to park herself in his suite until he returned, and then chew him out for attempting to act superior after so many years of an otherwise symbiotic relationship. Since their parents had died, they were all each other had, and they needed to nip whatever was between them in the bud. The moment she entered his room, Laura made a face. Of course, he was an absolute slob, clothes strewn all over the room, luggage open on the bed. There was a stack of papers strewn all over the kitchen table, and Laura was pretty certain the food on the bedside had been there far too long for its own good. She made her way over to the kitchenette and managed to shove enough stuff out of the way to find a seat. Once she had settled down, however, Laura found herself wishing that she had at least brought her wine bottle with her, as there was absolutely nothing she could do while she waited for Marlin to come home. Frowning, she glanced down at the table where a few candy wrappers overlaid a series of printed documents. Frowning, she brushed the wrappers off the table and onto the floor before taking a look at the documents beneath. She was surprised to find that they were blueprints. Why the hell would Marlin be interested in blueprints of anything? He wasn't an architecture buff. He was into mass media, that was his job. Laura Beth tugged the blueprints towards her, looking over them carefully. They weren't any building that she had ever heard of, not that she would know the name of the damn thing anyway, as the text on the page was written in Chinese. What would Marlin want with a Chinese building? She shoved the plans away, shaking her head as she rose and stalked to the kitchenette. Maybe she'd get lucky, and the man would have a beer or two in the fridge to keep her occupied. When she opened the refrigerator, however, Laura Beth only stared at its contents. What the heck? There wasn't a single article of food or drink inside it. Instead, the space was occupied with what looked like chemicals. At least 20 or 30 bottles, each labeled with a tiny print. Inexplicably, the sight of them sent a chill down Laura Beth's spine. What on earth was Marlin keeping in his fridge? Squatting carefully, the young woman reached out to take a bottle in hand, attempting to read the minute-scrawling handwriting that labeled it. Marlin's writing had always been chicken scratch, but these words were absolute nonsense. Ammonal, Armstrong's mixture, acetone peroxide, nitrocellulose. She quickly tired of reading and simply replaced the bottle, closing the fridge. As she returned to the table to take her seat, she looked up one of the names she'd seen on a whim and almost choked on her saliva. Acetone peroxide was an extremely unstable organic white peroxide that was used in a variety of explosives. Laura took a deep breath as her heart stuttered in her chest. What on earth was Marlin doing with something like that in his fridge? After hesitating for only a moment, she returned to the fridge and opened it once more, looking up the name of every bottle she could get her hands on. They were all explosives or things that were used to make chemical explosives. Which basically meant that her brother's refrigerator could go off at any moment, taking the entire hotel with it. Laura gazed at the contents in horror, backing away slowly as she blindly dialed her brother's number on her phone. When she held the device to her ear, it seemed to ring endlessly, until the answering system finally picked up. "You've reached Marlin. I can't get to the phone right now, so just leave a message. Thanks." She hung up immediately, her brain working overdrive. She hadn't talked to him in almost a week now, and in that week he'd spent an inordinate amount of time in London. Every once in a while, he would leave her messages reinforcing how dangerous he believed it was to be around him. Laura knew she wasn't necessarily the most logistically smart woman, but even she knew enough to start putting two and two together. Her brother had the blueprint of a Chinese building and a ton of explosives in his fridge. He had come to visit her only after he had made friends with Franklin, almost as if the purpose of his trip to England had been to find him rather than to visit his sister. And he'd grown closer with Franklin in 6 months than he was with many friends back home that he'd had for years. Laura Beth found her palms sweating as her anxiety mounted. She reached for her purse, rooting through it until she came up with the business card her brother had once given her for his business in the U.S. He had always told her that he worked in the media, but he'd never shown her any recordings he made. In fact, he made surprisingly little to do about the whole affair, considering that he tended to be a ham about such things, but she let it go because they lived in 2 different countries, and she wasn't his babysitter. Now she called the number, waiting to see who was on the other line. The line rang 3 times before beeping harshly, and a mechanical voice informed her that the line wasn't in service. For almost a full minute, Laura Beth stared down at her phone, trepidation growing to fill her chest. Why had Marlin showed up in London out of the blue? She'd lived abroad before, and he always announced himself before coming to see her, but London had been a completely different story. She turned back to the kitchen table to take up some of the other documents that covered it. There were more blueprints, instructions on how to make certain chemical explosives, and a number of documents that she supposed were encrypted, as she couldn't read a word of them. But by now Laura Beth thought she knew what they might say. And the prospect made her sick. When she reached for her phone a 3rd time, her hand was trembling slightly, and when she dialed, she knew that she was probably making one of the most important phone calls of her life.
Chapter 13.
All in all, the event wasn't nearly as bad as Pamela had suspected it might be. Not that she ever thought it would be a terrible place to be, she merely thought that she would feel completely out of place surrounded by people who made more money in a day than she did in her entire lifetime. But somehow, being with Alice Darwell made things simple. It was easy to see why Franklin preferred his sister-in-law to his brother. As it turned out, people were more than eager to meet the mysterious woman Franklin Darwell had been seen with over the past few weeks, and Alice was more than glad to introduce her. She flitted from group to group, tugging Pamela in her wake and introducing her to more people than she could ever remember. After each and every introduction, however, Alice provided a tidbit of information about the individual that had Pam struggling not to laugh aloud. "That's Trevor Knight. He's the son of a duke, but he can't inherit because his father is convinced that he has an addiction. He visited a brothel in the Netherlands once, and only to say he'd been. That was a juicy one." Or Lady Agatha Charles. "She's been cheating on her husband for 20 years with his maid, and he turns a blind eye." One of the most interesting stories, however, was that of David Plinch. He's the son of the Prime Minister, and was caught last year trying to vandalize a shop during his stag party. The management retaliated by naming one of their newest additions after him. The minister's still trying to hush that up. There was more to these people, Pamela soon discovered, than pomp and circumstance. They were very much regular individuals like she herself, and many of them had problems that money couldn't even begin to address. By comparison, Franklin seemed almost normal. Speaking of Franklin, she wondered where he was. Earlier on, she'd seen him chatting with a handsome dark-haired man who Alice told her was the architect responsible for the museum itself. She'd been separated from her romantic partner for only an hour or so, but she had already itched to touch him. Over the past month or so, she had come to crave Franklin's touch almost every waking moment of the day. She had to make up for nearly a decade of being starved of the intimacy of a true embrace. She'd like one of those embraces now, really. As lovely as the Benefit and Franklin's sister-in-law were, Pam found herself feeling oddly exposed. Even the bodyguards, she knew, were watching Franklin like hawks. She knew he'd promised her he'd protect her, and she believed him, but it still took some adjusting to get used to the fact that she was dating a man who someone desperately wanted to off. "I see you're looking for Franklin." Alice teased her, snapping her from her thoughts so she smiled sheepishly. "All this meet and greet is rather overwhelming. I just need a breather." "Of course." Alice smiled empathetically. "Let's go and find him, shall we?" Pamela followed her, bemused by all the men that stared at the dark-haired beauty. She could hardly concentrate when she was in Alice's presence, so she could only imagine how men felt trying to talk to her. In fact, everyone in Franklin's family seemed fairly good-looking, to say the least. She felt positively dowdy next to them. But she reminded herself he had chosen her, which had to mean something. All at once, her phone buzzed in the small bag she'd brought with her. Pam let go of Alice's hand long enough to check the number scrolling across the screen. She was surprised to see it was Laura Beth. She'd had relatively little contact with the girl since she and Franklin began steadily seeing one another. Franklin was of the opinion that Laura Beth had been gunning for him, and her bitterness got the best of her, and after a few failed meetups, Pamela had forced herself to admit that perhaps that really was the case. But if it was, why was Laura Beth calling her now? "Alice, I'm going to step out into the hall for a minute to take this call." She called ahead to the dark-haired woman busy scanning the crowd for her brother-in-law. "If you spot Franklin, just send him out to me." "Of course, lovely." Alice blew her a kiss before starting through the crowd as Pamela stepped from the hall where the event was being held and into an outer corridor to answer her phone. "Hello? Laura?" For a moment, she thought the younger woman might have dialed her by accident, but then Laura spoke. "Pam?" Her voice was trembling and frightened. The tone was enough to send shivers down Pam's spine as her eyes widened in concern. "Laura? What's going on? What's wrong?" "Pam?" Laura sobbed softly, and Pamela had to lean against a nearby wall for purchase. What on earth was wrong? It must be something earth-shattering to make Laura cry. She was almost as adamant about Pamela about not wearing her emotions on her sleeve, unless it meant getting what she wanted. Somehow, Pamela didn't think this had anything to do with that. Laura sounded genuinely terrified. "Pam, there's something wrong with Marlin." Franklin was tired of the Benefit already. He had only been here for a few hours, and he had already longed for the seclusion and privacy of Pamela's flat, where he had been spending most of his time. Since he had arrived, he had seen little of her. He was, as Alice had instructed him, busy charming people as well as he could. Annoyed as it made him. At some point even Russell had abandoned him, and he was left trying to deal with Elias, who frankly, he only endured because he was close to Alice's brother. How a man like the self-absorbed architect could be married to someone as nice as his wife and protégé was beyond Franklin, but he didn't allow himself to dwell on it. He shook hands and smiled until his jaw hurt. He reiterated the greater points of the speech he made, impressing upon anyone who asked that he would not allow terror to threaten the efforts they made to make the world a better place. It was usually enough to get people off his back. At some point, however, it all got to be a bit much, and he began looking for Pam. She had to be doing admirably that she hadn't sought him out yet, but he'd already been away from her too long for his liking. He had done his civic duty, and he wanted nothing more than to return to her house and lose himself in her. One of his favorite pastimes. When the explosion came, it was completely unexpected. Franklin was about to enter the ladies' room to make sure Pam wasn't inside, when the wall 50 feet in front of him blasted inward in a hail of stone and steel. The din filled the main chamber of the museum, roaring, crashing, and twisting steel, soon joined by the horrified screams of all in attendance. Franklin was thrown backward against a nearby pillar, connecting with enough force to daze him and crack 2 of his ribs. With an agonized shout of pain, he lost his footing, sinking into a heap as the sound of screaming around him only increased in volume. It took him a good 30 seconds to process what had happened, and once he had, sheer horror gripped him. Again. It was happening again. This time, there was no hesitation. The first thought that crossed his mind was that he had to find Pamela, wherever she was. He had to find her and get her out. When he tried to rise, however, his head swam, and the ceiling above him jolted with a sickening crack. It was sheer chaos. People began running for the exits, stumbling over one another in their expensive dresses and suits, as they sought to escape the trembling, acrid space that had been the great hall of the museum. There were, of course, those who couldn't move. Those who had been injured and those who were. His family. Geez, where was his mother? Where was his sister? Franklin remembered seeing Alice idling at the punch bowl near the site of the explosion, a mere 5 minutes before it happened. Was she all right? Was she with Russell? Was she with Pamela? When he tried to get up again, Franklin stumbled, clutching the remains of a nearby table for purchase. There was rubble all around him, so much that he doubted he'd be able to find his way through it. And even if he did, there would then be the hordes of stampeding people to contend with. He blinked rapidly in an attempt to clear his vision, only to have half of it filled with blood. Reaching up gingerly, he probed his hairline and hissed to find a gash there. Bloody hell. Where were the bodyguards he was paying so much for? What the hell good were they if they couldn't prevent something like this? Franklin. His ears were ringing, and so at first, Franklin thought he was imagining the voice that called his name. When it came again, however, there was no mistaking it. Franklin. All at once, a burly male figure knelt by his side, his face swimming briefly before he could take him in clearly. Marlin? He croaked in disbelief. What the hell was Marlin doing at his function? He had invited the man, but Marlin, increasingly distant in the past few weeks, had told Franklin that he'd only embarrass him. And yet here he was. To say the least, Franklin was happy to see him. Franklin. Marlin's expression was grave as he looked him over. We've got to get you out of here. You're messed up bad. Slowly, Franklin shook his head. Pam. I can't leave without Pam. She's all right, Marlin replied almost immediately. I was across the street at a cafe when the bomb went off. I saw her come out on my way in. Franklin could have shouted in relief. Thank God. Thank God. What about my family? Did you see any of them? Rescue vehicles are on the way. They'll get them out, Frank. They'll be okay. We need to worry about you, though. You're losing blood fast. Leaning down, Marlin took hold of one of Franklin's arms and guided it around his neck. I'll help you stand. We need to get you to a hospital. Right. Franklin managed, gritting his teeth against the pain in his ribs as he shifted. Marlin helped him slowly to his feet, as the sound of sirens grew from a distance. He clung to Marlin as his friend helped him out over the rubble, wincing at the sound of the screams of pain around them. It seemed to take an eternity, but they finally emerged from the museum. Outside was pandemonium, people shoving at one another as they looked for family members and loved ones lost. Marlin began to lead Franklin towards a waiting car, but Franklin stopped, gazing at the sea of faces around them. Pamela? Where did you see her? I'll call her. Marlin's voice took on a suddenly impatient edge. She'll come meet us at the hospital. Come on, dude. Before you collapse from blood loss. Franklin must have been weaker than he thought, as he swore he heard Pam calling his name faintly as Marlin helped him into the car. Once he settled back against the seat, however, he only hoped they could get to a hospital sooner rather than later. He felt like absolute jerk. Franklin. Pam was going to break her neck, attempting to run through a crowd in heels. She could barely walk in, but she didn't care. At that moment, sheer willpower thrust her forward. What Laura Beth had told her on the phone had her heart pounding and her mouth dry in sheer disbelief. Marlin. Marlin wasn't who he claimed to be. When the explosion had gone off, Pam lost her connection with Laura, but they had talked long enough for the younger woman to tell her what she found when she visited her brother's hotel room, what all of it meant. For the past few weeks, she and Franklin had been so absorbed in one another that she knew her romantic partner didn't have much time to spend with his friend, but that hadn't stopped Marlin from trying to get them both to go out with him at once. Franklin, however, always wanted to stay in, and as a result, they saw very little of Marlin. And now Pam knew why. Franklin. She coughed, her throat thick with dust. The scene was so much like the one in Hong Kong that she felt sick to her stomach, but she had to push through it. She had to find him. Franklin. Pamela. She almost tripped headlong over Alice, who was sprawled on the floor with her leg at an odd angle. Alice. Pam cried out in horror, immediately sinking to her knees. Oh bloody hell. Your leg. It's broken. Dear God. She looked around frantically. Where's Russell? Where's everyone else? I've no idea. Alice's teeth were gritted in pain. Can you help me up? I don't want to move you, Pam retorted almost immediately. Just stay here. I'll be right back with help. Alice merely nodded, doing her best to shift into a more comfortable position as a groan of pain escaped her. Pam shot to her feet and crept through the rubble as carefully as she could. It was no small task, getting out of the building without being trampled or breaking her neck, but somehow she managed. Far in the distance, she could hear the sound of sirens approaching. Should she wait for them? Should she try to find someone who could help her with Alice, or should she keep searching for Franklin and the other members of the Darwell clan? She looked around frantically, her heart racing. And then she saw him. Franklin was leaning heavily against Marlin, who was very obviously injured, and the American was helping him into the back of a car. He was taking him away. Pamela screamed in horror. Franklin, no. Don't go with him. No. But it was too late. The door was closing, and the car pulled away from the curb. No. Pamela. Her scream was cut off when she was jerked around and faced with a burly red-headed man that she only vaguely recognized as Alice's brother Michael. Where is Alice? Alice is inside. Her leg is broken, but I think she's all right. She struggled in his grip to look after the car that was rapidly disappearing from view. Michael, that car. Franklin's in that car. Michael looked after the car, his expression confused. Is his family with him? He took him. Pamela moaned in terrified dismay. The man who's been after him all this time. He took him and he's going to kill him. Michael's face turned ashen in the space of a single second. For Pete's sake. Wake up, Frank. Come on. Franklin groaned lowly. Somewhere along the way to the hospital, he had blacked out. Marlin's voice seemed to be calling to him from 1,000 miles away, and he clawed his way up through heavy blackness to get back to him. Wake up, Frank. What words couldn't do an agonizing blow to his jaw achieved fairly quickly. Franklin came to with a grunt of pain, his head throbbing. He expected to see the stark colors of a hospital room, but instead, he found himself in a low, dark room, sitting in a hardwood chair. When he attempted to move, he found he couldn't. He was tied securely to the chair, and all his struggles earned him a lightning jolt of pain to his injured ribs. Calm down, Frank. You're not going anywhere anytime soon. Franklin looked up to see Marlin standing over him, a strange small smile playing about the corners of his mouth. He swallowed thickly, groaning. Marlin. What's going on? Where are we? Not important, Marlin replied, reaching down to take hold of Franklin's blonde ponytail and tug it backward until his neck was painfully taut. What is important is that we appreciate this moment. I've been waiting for it for a very long time, do you know that? You are a very difficult man to kill, Frank. But finally, here we are. Franklin stared up at him in disbelief, his neck screaming as Marlin pulled it even more taut. This was a joke. Some kind of ridiculous, awful prank. You seem surprised. You. Franklin tried swallowing to wet his dry throat. What are you doing, Marlin? Oh, I would have thought that painfully obvious. I'm going to kill you, Frank. There was a point where I thought it wouldn't be necessary, but things have changed. I don't understand. Marlin laughed at his confusion, and it was nothing like the laugh Franklin knew. This one was high and mirthless. I don't work in media, Frank. I work for an organization that doesn't really like how charitable you are. You keep messing up our business, and I have to say, even as nice as you are, that can get frustrating sometimes. He released Franklin, and the man gasped in relief. I was just going to take a peek through your paperwork, see what projects you were planning on working on with WHO so we could preempt you, but that didn't work so well. Franklin watched in mounting horror as Marlin withdrew a gleaming silver weapon from his back pocket. You're the one who tossed my cabin, he murmured in realization. When we first met, you were at the lodge. Pretty slow for a know-it-all, aren't you? But you didn't have what I was looking for, so it ceased to be important. Motives changed: kill someone prominent in the WHO and cow the rest. Instill fear and stagnate development, the usual. Of course, it would have to be you. You don't care about security. Marlin waved his gun almost casually to illustrate his point, and to his shock, Franklin saw none other than his 4 bodyguards standing against the far wall. It was painfully easy to install my own men when you hired your guards, and even then you exposed yourself way too much. I know you find some kind of weird amusement in pretending not to be who you are, but for the love of God, sometimes I thought you were just stupid. Slowly, methodically, Marlin began loading his gun. Franklin forced himself to speak, forced his brain to work. There had to be some way out of this. Where's Pamela? Marlin shrugged. Hell if I know. I wasn't lying about that. I think, he mused, it would have been better if she took my advice and stayed away from you, but women are fickle things, aren't they? At least she was safe, far away from this maniac. Now, Franklin. Marlin mused, closing the gun's chamber as he looked over it. After all these months of waiting and watching, we've reached the main event. Franklin could only glare at him. He was tied far too tightly to do anything with his hands, and he was too weak to take the entire chair with him. Even if he wasn't weak with pain and blood loss, he would still have Marlin's 4 friends to get past, and that was all but impossible. Why? He took a deep, steadying breath. Why did you even bother to feign friendship? Wouldn't it have been better to just kill me in my sleep? Oh, Franklin. Marlin shook his head, his expression chiding. Franklin. Where's the fun in that? With that, he leveled the revolver at his head, and Franklin stiffened. Was this really how it was going to end? Just like this, in some unknown place, with a single bullet in his brain? He might never have imagined his end would be nearly so exciting. Or terrifying. He closed his eyes, willing himself to think of something, anything. He wouldn't give Marlin the satisfaction of seeing him afraid. Almost at once, Pamela's face sprang to the forefront of his mind. Her green eyes, clever smile, and a soft laugh. At least he had time with her. Time he hadn't been so alone. She had changed everything. When the sound of the shot came, there was searing pain, a high feminine scream, and then, nothing. Everything happened so fast that Pam hardly had time to register it. There were more than 30 policemen surrounding the small abandoned apartment building where Marlin had taken Franklin. Thanks to Michael and the Darwells' connections, they had managed to find the vehicle with relative ease. But that didn't mean waiting outside for an opportunity was any easier. At the news of her son's plight, the Darwell matriarch had been almost hysterical. Russell forced her to go to the hospital with Alice, while he himself accompanied Pamela and the police. Pamela had watched the policemen surround the building, but was forced to stay in the back of the car they'd taken, watching helplessly as they handled the situation. Franklin was in there. He was in there with Marlin, and she had no idea whether he was dead or alive. Breathe, Pamela. Russell's hand squeezed her shoulder, making her jump. When she looked over at the large man, he was smiling slightly, even if the rest of his body was rigid with tension. He's all right. I know he is. Pamela didn't know anything. She just wanted to see him. To know that he was all right. It seemed like an eternity before a detective finally opened the door to the car and gave them an update in a low, serious tone. Darwell is alive. His attacker is preparing to kill him, and we're getting a sniper in position. Once we take the shot, we're going to storm the place and get him out. Pamela thought she might be sick. This all had to be some awful nightmare from which she would awaken if she only willed it hard enough. You won't miss, will you? She managed weakly. The detective didn't answer, and Pam found herself stumbling from the car in his wake despite Russell's attempts to stop her. When she tried to follow him past the yellow tape walling off the area, 2 policemen stopped her, physically taking hold of her when she struggled. She watched, horrified, as a sniper atop a nearby patrol car took careful aim at a window on the first floor of the building. What if he missed? What if he hit Franklin and killed him all the same? When he took the shot, she screamed, sagging in the arms of the officers that held her. And then everything happened in a rush. The policemen assembled, rushed in through windows and broke down the door, and within minutes they were carrying 2 bodies from the first floor, as well as leading out 4 familiar men in handcuffs. But Pam could care less about the living. The moment the bodies were in range, she rushed forward, finally breaking free of the officers restraining her. Franklin? Franklin. At her fervor, the paramedics holding his gurney parted to let her see him. He was unconscious, a sickening red patch spreading from a wound on his shoulder. Franklin. He'll be all right. One of the paramedics took her arm to keep her from panicking. He's been shot in the shoulder, and he's lost a lot of blood, but he should be all right if we get him to the hospital right away. But nothing she said could keep Pamela from clinging to his unconscious form as if her life depended on it. Next to the stretcher upon which he lay, another set of paramedics was carefully loading Marlin's lifeless form into a body bag, and Pamela found she couldn't look at him. Couldn't look at the man she had considered her friend, who she had seen laughing and joking with his sister only months ago. Nothing in the world was right, and it wouldn't be right until Franklin told her it was. Pamela, let him go. They have to take him to the hospital. The next thing she knew, Russell was all but prying her from Franklin's supine form, holding her tightly against his chest. He'll be all right. Everything will be all right. Pam felt her legs give way beneath her. He was going to be all right. Franklin was going to live. Tears of relief coursed down her face as all the adrenaline from the evening finally dropped away, and it was all she could do to cling to Russell, totally exhausted. Franklin would be okay, and she could tell him all the things she had feared she'd never be able to. All the things that had suddenly risen to the very front of her mind when she realized she might never see him again. She was going to get a second chance. And there was no way she would waste it.
Chapter 14.
Everything hurt. Everything. Franklin couldn't remember the last time he had been in so much physical pain. There was a blur of faces above him, voices fading in and out. A needle pricked the crook of his right arm, and blessed numbness swept through him. Relief. He slept. Slept on, and had amorphous dreams that all blended together. Pamela was crying as though her heart would break, Marlin sneering at him, his mother clinging to him so tightly he could barely breathe. It seemed like he slept for an eternity, so long that by the time Franklin opened his eyes, they stung at the intensity of the light that momentarily blinded him. It took him a full minute to adjust for him to realize that he was in a completely white room, staring at a sterile white ceiling. He swallowed and his throat burned. He was thirsty as hell, so thirsty his mouth could barely form the word. "Water, please." The 2 single, hoarse words drew a cry of surprise from somewhere around his hips, and he caught a flash of blonde hair a moment before a glorious pair of green eyes came into view. "Franklin? Are you awake?" "Pamela." His Pamela. Even with her pinched, worried expression, she was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Did you say water? You want water, right? Hold on, I'll be right back. When she left him, he groaned at the loss, but he needn't have worried. She returned within 30 seconds. And when she did, an entire entourage of people accompanied her. Pamela hurried to his bedside, extending a paper cup of water. When Franklin attempted to raise his arm to take it, he found it was oddly heavy. Franklin, darling. His mother was at the other side of his bed immediately, tears in his eyes. Morning, Sleeping Beauty. Alice hobbled in next on crutches, her expression amused as she brushed off Russell's attempts to help her. He finally wakes. Michael brought up the rear, clad in his doctor's coat, his expression warm. The sedative wore off hours ago. I was about to come and check on you. They were all fussing over him, but Franklin only had eyes for Pamela. She held the cup to his lips and helped him drink it all before setting it aside. The woman perched on his bedside and took his hand between both of hers. Somehow, Franklin sensed that she had been here for quite a while. How are you feeling? Michael came up behind his sister, shooing Alice out of the way before he leaned down to shine a bright light into each of Franklin's eyes in turn. Like horse crap. It was easier to talk after the water, but Franklin gradually came to realize that he ached everywhere. Well, that's to be expected. You have a few cracked ribs and a head injury. You were also shot. And it all came back to him in a rush. The explosion at the museum, the chaos that ensued after, and Marlin. The man he thought was his friend, but all the time had only wanted to sabotage the WHO by any means necessary, even if that meant taking Franklin's life. Is everyone all right? He managed, gazing around the room. Rose? Elias? Catherine? Did everyone get out of the museum all right? They're all fine. Alice piped up with a smile. We honestly got the worst of it. There were a fair few people injured, but no deaths. That's not true, Pam spoke quietly, drawing Franklin's attention to her. Marlin died. They shot him. Franklin's gut twisted, and he shut his eyes tightly. Damn. Michael, who had just finished taking Franklin's vitals, cleared his throat. We'll give you a few moments alone, Franklin. There was much shuffling and the thud swish of Alice's crutches as all occupants of the room left. All but one. When Franklin opened his eyes, Pam was looking down at him, her hands still holding his. Franklin, she breathed, her tone heavy with guilt. I'm so sorry. Laura Beth, she called during the function to tell me about some things she found in Marlin's room in Leeds and what she found out. I tried to find you, I swear I did, but he'd already taken you, and I thought. She trailed off before leaning forward to wrap her arms around him, as carefully as she dared. I thought he'd killed you. I'm so sorry, Franklin, I should have known. I should have suspected. Hush, he returned softly, his tone firm. None of this is your fault. Neither of us suspected. I thought, I got close to him. I would never have imagined. He fooled his own sister for Christ's sake. Franklin wrapped his good arm around Pamela, inhaling her sweet scent and relishing the feel of her against him. She was here with him. He had time. He had never been more grateful for anything in his life. Franklin, Pamela spoke softly against his ear. It hurt. Nothing has ever hurt as much as imagining you dead. I thought I would never get to tell you. Tell me what? He inquired lowly, his heart suddenly in his throat. I think you know. She squeezed him a little tighter, and Franklin swore he could feel her cheeks heating. He couldn't help the small smile that pulled at the corner of his mouth. It hurt. I don't. You're going to have to tell me. Pamela expelled a long breath before straightening enough so that she could look him in the eye. You are insufferable, Franklin Darwell. But I suppose I love you all the more for it. She was right. He had suspected. But that did nothing to stem his elation. She loved him. Loved all the arguing and banter, loved that they teased one another, and loved that he didn't temper himself to fit anyone's mold. She loved him despite the danger and complications involved. She loved him for who he was, as Franklin had once believed no woman would ever be able to. And all it had taken was 2 brushes with death. The ironic thought was enough to make him chuckle. Pamela frowned slightly. What's funny? Literally, nothing is funny. You're in the hospital. You got shot. Life is funny, he replied, reaching up to stroke a stray strand of blonde from her brow. If it took all this to get you in my life, I'd gladly do it again. Pam's eyes widened. Bite your tongue, Darwell. Closing his eyes, Franklin sighed in pure contentment. I love your smart mouth, Pamela Livingston. And I love you. Her breath caught, and barely half a second passed before she was in his arms again, hugging him hard enough to make his ribs twinge as her mouth moved gingerly, carefully over his. The moment couldn't be more perfect. You hardly need mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, Franklin. He parted from Pamela only reluctantly, to see Russell smirking in the doorway. He scowled. I thought we were supposed to have privacy. Yes, well, Dr. Tate also says you need meds, so whenever you come up for air. With a decidedly un-Russell-like wink, his brother disappeared once more. Pamela merely rolled her eyes. I can see why he bugs you. Her comment made Franklin groan. Finally. 6 months later. Pamela had always been fairly adept at adjusting. She switched jobs every few months at her temp job, and had been shuffled to more foster homes than she could count as a child. Change was part of her life. But she had never experienced as big a change as working for Franklin and the WHO. Of course, after he got out of the hospital, there was no small amount of controversy. The organization wanted him to take a leave of absence, to consider the ramifications of his near-death experience, and consider appointing someone else to fill his position. But Franklin was having none of that. The moment he was healed, he insisted on not only resuming the sporadic work he'd endeavored upon before, but a more full-time position. Nothing anyone told him could dissuade him, least of all arguments from his mother and family. He was delayed for a month or so, but eventually the paperwork went through, and the blond man smiled smugly at his mother every Sunday dinner. The Darwell matriarch was forced to admit that, though stubborn, her son had a good heart, and Alice promised she wouldn't wallop him until he got completely well. For Pam, Franklin's new position meant not only moving to London, but an immediate foray into more travel than she'd known was possible in a month. She had hardly learned her duties, far more inclusive than those of any secretary position she'd ever held, before she was whisked off to Sweden, then Germany. France, Italy, South Africa, the entire world suddenly lay at her fingertips, and she got to see the way it worked in person rather than merely watching it on the news. She couldn't ever remember being excited to wake up every morning, and that was no small feat, considering that, more often than not, Franklin kept her up half of every night with his insatiable hunger for her body. He was perhaps the best part of this new chapter in her life. Everywhere they went, he taught her something new. He showed her the world he had always been a part of and built on hers, until Pamela realized the true scope of what she had really been missing. He helped her realize her dreams, and he was there by her side every step of the way. Life was suddenly so drastically different that Pamela could hardly believe that she was the same person. She was in love, she had a brilliant position, she was making a difference in the world, and she was more fulfilled than she had ever been. When she told Franklin so, he merely kissed her soundly. That makes 2 of us. With an indulgent smile, she snuggled against his bare form, wondering just how long she had before he began to seduce her anew. Franklin stroked down the line of her spine leisurely, his breath warm against her shoulder. Pamela, are you truly happy? She raised her head to beam up at him. Nothing could make me happier than I am right now, Franklin. Nothing. Franklin merely smiled mysteriously, sitting up to reach over to the bedside table to pluck an unmarked manila envelope from its surface. Without a word, he handed it to her. Pamela looked at him curiously, but he didn't say a word, merely prompting her to open it. The moment she did so, Pamela's heart stopped. Atop a thick file of information was a very familiar picture, that of a young girl and an older Chinese man laughing together. The man who had taught her curiosity, who had fed her hunger and made her believe she could achieve anything if she tried hard enough. According to the documents with the picture, his name was Pei Wang Lin. He was 70 years old, and currently lived in the small city of Yangshuo in the Guangxi province of China, and he was booked on the next flight to London. Pam looked from the booking information to Franklin's face in complete shock, as the man she loved merely smiled at her. "I thought," he teased lightly, "you said nothing could make you happier." Pamela's eyes immediately filled with tears. She couldn't help it. How did he do it? How did this man continually fill her heart, until she thought it might burst? You found him for me," she croaked. "Franklin, I don't know what to say." "Well, you might want to brush up on your Chinese," he replied matter-of-factly. "Like this. When you see him, the first thing you should say is this: Ye, ni nang lai wo hunli." Pam had to try several times before she got the words right, though she didn't sound nearly as proficient at them as Franklin. "What does it mean?" she finally managed, smiling through her tears. In reply, Franklin's smile turned oddly tender. "It's a wedding invitation." Pamela laughed, wiping the moisture from her cheeks. "Whose wedding?" "Well." Franklin took her hand, and Pam inhaled sharply at the cool, velvety slide of metal against her finger. "I thought that should be fairly obvious." When he released her, a brilliant square-cut diamond glittered against her skin, and she simply stared. "Oh gosh. You're not even going to ask me?" she finally managed, her throat thick as she did her utmost to keep from breaking down completely. "You twat." The insult came out in a sob, and Franklin merely gathered her against him until all she could feel was him. All that mattered was him and the adventure that lay ahead of them. "Marry me, Pamela. Until death do us part." She laughed. Franklin certainly had a way with words.
The end. Sneak peek for Saving Chloe. We hope you enjoyed listening to Trouble by Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Now please listen to a sneak peek for Saving Chloe by Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Saving Chloe, a Billionaire Romance Audiobook.
Prologue.
"Chloe? Chloe, you awake, honey?" She had a hard decision to make. It was close to 2 in the morning, and Chloe knew she had no business being awake at such a godawful hour. If she pretended not to hear her mother, then perhaps she would be allowed to keep sleeping. But then she would probably run the risk of irritating her father. After all, she knew exactly why her parents were looking for her. "Chloe?" The young woman squeezed her eyes tightly shut, turning her face even more flush against the pillow. It was Saturday. People usually slept in on Saturdays. She wanted to sleep in, that was for sure. Unfortunately, it didn't look like it was meant to be. "Chloe Sanuk Trellis, I know you can hear me. You just moved." Chloe cracked open one eye to see her mother looking down at her with a thinly veiled smile of amusement. "Come on now. I've made potato pancakes with honey. Your favorite." That was enough to perk her up, almost immediately. If anything, Chloe could say that her parents always gave her decent recompense when they woke her up at the butt crack of dawn. A hot meal and some encouragement went a long way. Slowly, she dragged herself into a sitting position. Though her bed was only a queen, she was dwarfed by the coverlets and pillows. Chloe had always been a small girl, and though she had thrown a tantrum when her mother told her she would likely never reach 5 feet, by the age of 13, she'd come to accept her lot. "Come on, darling. Your father is waiting." Marian Trellis was just as diminutive as her daughter, making it easy to kiss her on the cheek in encouragement. By then, the smell of the meal her mother had cooked had begun to waft down the hall. It provided enough impetus to get her dressed and to the kitchen in her bare feet. Thankfully, The summer night was mild enough that she could get away with shorts and a t-shirt. Anything more might have stifled her. Her father was already at the table, as imposing and dark-skinned as her mother was light and pale. Charlie Sanook was one of the last in a long line of Apache chiefs and one of the only remaining native Apache Indians left in Texas. Chloe, born of the union between her Apache father and Caucasian schoolteacher mother, was half Native American. But that didn't mean that her father expected her to know any less of their traditions. He was already wearing his ceremonial vest and the doeskin pants his own mother, Chloe's grandmother, had made for him before she passed away the year before. Chloe wasn't yet old enough to wear the ceremonial clothes that lie, fastidiously wrapped, at the bottom of a trunk in her closet. For now, her shorts and t-shirt would do. "You awake, Hale?" Chloe's father had called her the Apache word for mouse since she was born, and it always made her smile. Everyone in town was wary of his stern, deeply lined face and black eyes, but to her he was simply her father, and his outer brusqueness was just a shield to protect the warmth he carried within. "I'm awake." Her lips curved upwards into a smile as she reached for the plate her mother served her. "I know you're tired. And that it's Saturday." It was as if her father could read her mind, and that was one of the things Chloe loved most about him. "But this is important, Hanil. And I want to share it with you." Chloe, whose mouth was full of potato pancakes, only nodded in compliance. Now that she was fully awake and stuffing her face, her 2 a.m. wake-up call didn't seem too horribly rash. The summertime moonlight was oddly invigorating, and she found herself itching to feel the forest soil under her feet. The moment she was finished, she was up and headed for the door, hardly waiting for her mother to provide her with a large bottle of water for the trek ahead of them. The young woman lingered only a moment while her mother kissed her father lingeringly, and then they were off through the still and silent woods. This, Chloe had long decided, was far cooler than anything her peers were doing. They were so concerned about who was going with who to the school dance or so-and-so's new car, she doubted any of them had ever just stopped to appreciate the world around them. And what a magnificent world it was. The leaves above her head were thick, but not quite thick enough to block out the moon entirely. Instead, they cast dark patches of shadow that contrasted beautifully with the silvery splotches that surrounded them. Evergreen, oak and beech, each tree had its own pattern, and thanks to her father, Chloe knew them all. She could tell how old a tree was by counting the grooves in its trunk, tracking small animals by the minute trails they left behind, and even telling the weather for the next few days by the quality of the air. This, her father had always stressed, was good land, some of the last land of their people. And they had to appreciate it. Tonight's full moon brought with it a monthly ritual. Chloe and her father were looking for small, bright amaryllis flowers. The petals produced a particularly potent dye, which her father used to color thread, which he would weave into bolts of cloth that always caught the eye of tourists. The land, thankfully, provided enough for him to supplement his wife's minute income, and he had every intention of passing the tradition down to his only daughter. They didn't speak. There was really no need to. Instead, Chloe merely followed her father through the trees, each of her treads perhaps half of his. The man had been bringing her out here since she could barely walk, had fought when his wife pleaded that she wait. Only the profession that Apache girls half her age were out with their parents finally made her relent. And now, Chloe's mother never questioned the rightness of what she learned. There was no longer any need to. Chloe's eyes lit on 2 raccoons scampering up a nearby tree. They were far too absorbed in their own lives to wonder at the 2 intruders in their domain, and that was how she preferred it. Chloe preferred the forest undisturbed and natural, just as her father taught her. Without a word, she curled her small chestnut-brown hand around his larger one. It was times like these that she felt closest to her father. She didn't worry about what her fellow students in school said about him, or the insults they spat about her family. She didn't have to care how the townspeople looked at her when she went with her mother to buy groceries or visit the doctor. Here there was no one to judge them but the trees and the wind. And life was absolutely perfect.
Chapter 1. 20 years later.
You've got to be kidding me. At his brother's drawled, disbelieving statement, Alistair only frowned in disapproval. Do I? You're the one that gave me the assignment. I gave you a list of assignments, Ethan returned, leaning back in his chair as a look of obvious exasperation stole over his face. In prioritized order. Texas was number 5. At that, Alistair merely smirked. He had been working with his brothers for long enough to know just the right buttons to press. Unlike Ethan, he couldn't stand bowing and scraping to Vlad for too long before he lost his damn mind. He was more similar to Toshiro, in the fact that he liked to be away from New York as much as possible. And just now, he wanted to go to Texas. Alistair had reviewed all the options Ethan had set before him. There was a trip to Morocco to talk to a prominent land baron about selling some of his less oil-rich properties. Or he could take a jaunt to South Africa to help look over locations for a new office building. But Alistair had been out of the country a lot lately, and one of the luxuries of his position was that he had a large say in his next assignment. It was one of the ways his family liked to keep him in check. Why Texas? Alistair had known that this particular question was inevitable. If Vladimir was the master of the entire operation, then Ethan held the purse strings. It was his say-so that decided where company funds could be most efficiently used, and that was why Alistair was glad to have this conversation with Ethan and not Vlad. Come on, Ethan. It's the cheapest option on the table right now. His younger brother rolled startlingly blue eyes. We're not exactly hurting for money just now, Alistair. In truth, Alistair couldn't remember the company ever being in decline. Their father ensured that his early struggles with Kensley Corp were things of the past, issues his sons would never have to deal with. So, you're saying you can't see this as an opportunity to save money? I'm saying, you have to have an alternative agenda. You usually do. Damn it. He was the eldest. He was supposed to be the one who intimidated everyone else. Instead, the Scot often found himself falling victim to his own predictability. As a child, his mother often told him that he should try behaving himself for a change, to surprise all of them. Alistair liked to think he'd mellowed out a bit since then. After all, he was almost 40. But he had reason to believe that his mother still considered him the great troublemaker of her brood. And considering that he was up against a contender like Ethan, that was saying a lot. Can't I just want a little peace and quiet? I mean, we're talking about a little patch of nowhere in the middle of Texas. The equivalent of some real R&R. Alistair answered truthfully. I'd like to avoid jet lag for a little while, if at all possible. Okay, it was half the truth. What he wouldn't say was that the town was close to a few mountain ranges that provided spectacular hiking opportunities. Week-long excursions, sheer drops down cliff faces, just the kind of thing Alistair liked to do in his spare time. Ethan only eyed him skeptically. After all, he was the one who most often worked with Alistair. The eldest of them avoided Vlad and his lectures when he could. Toshiro's travel schedule often put them out of contact for weeks, and Lucas and he could butt heads because they were so spectacularly different, which meant that Ethan often had to pick up the slack. That was, for all intents and purposes, fine with Alistair. Better Ethan than Vlad or his mother, both of whom were still busy trying to make him into a stand-up member of society. How dare they? If I send you there, you'd better get this done. It may be 5th down on the list, but we're talking about one of the biggest jobs of the year, acquisition-wise. Alistair resisted the urge to roll his eyes. If Ethan was a master accountant and Vlad was the boss because it was in his blood, then one would reason that he had his job for a reason. That reason, as far as he knew, was because he had never failed to acquire a piece of land that the company considered pivotal. The issue of land acquisition had in fact been a bit of an issue before Alistair stepped into the position. Their father had an entire department that handled assignation and purchasing, and their success rate had only been about 50%. At one point, it had been suggested that Lucas join the team. He was indeed so good with people, and especially strangers, that he might have been the department's biggest asset. Unfortunately, the youngest Kensley had long been adamant that the business wasn't for him, and even the offer of a department head position wasn't enough to sway him. In Alistair's mind, however, there was no rush. Lucas was still young. If he decided he didn't want to work in the family business, there were still plenty of options for him. Atop that, if Lucas had finally relented to being part of one of the world's largest corporations, Alistair wouldn't have found his perfect niche. While he wasn't as good with people as his youngest brother, Alistair had a certain drive when it came to getting things done. He knew when to be a gentleman, when to threaten, and when to cajole. It didn't hurt, he supposed, that he was close to 7 feet of muscular, imposing, red-headed, bearded Scotsman. People tended to think twice before challenging him, and Alistair had used that particular boon to his advantage many times. On the off chance that he happened to attend a family gathering or event, those who didn't know him tended to gravely underestimate the imposing man. Since he was younger, those around him had always mistaken his size as compensation for intelligence. In fact, Alistair was no less intelligent than his brothers. As he was the eldest, his father had once asked him how he'd like to take on the company when he came of age, and Alistair, being intelligent, had vetoed the idea so fast he had surprised even the old man. Even in his teens, it had been obvious that Alistair wasn't the one meant to take over the company. He didn't have the patience or the wherewithal to sit in an office every day and hand down decisions from on high. He'd go stir-crazy. He wanted to be out, about, and on the road. He wanted to know if the decisions he made were making a difference. This is why he was the first to suggest that Vlad fill their father's shoes instead. Serious, studious, insular Vlad, who cared more about pleasing the world than he did about himself. He was absolutely perfect. Kensley Corporation needed someone who would think about the image of the company first and foremost, someone for whom impulsiveness wasn't on the menu. Alistair, himself the very idea of impulsiveness, was bound to mess up sometimes when a decision mattered most. Better to leave the big guns to Vladimir, who always thought and rethought something 10 times over before finally making a decision. And the notion stuck. Of course, Vlad himself had been absolutely horrified when Alistair first suggested it when they were kids. There had for a while been a general consensus that Alistair was going to fill his father's shoes whether he liked it or not. Though the whole idea of primogeniture was pretty archaic, it still held fast, at least until Alistair got everyone else to believe as much as he did that Vlad was much better suited to the position. Why not use him to bully their business associates into acquisition deals instead? Of course, when he described his job so casually, it usually earned him a swift cuff on the head from whoever else was around, but that was all par for the course. He was who he was, and Alistair quite liked himself. "I know it's a pivotal piece of land, Ethan," he finally relented to his younger brother, leaning against one side of the doorway. "And I know I've never failed to get what you want before, so I doubt you need to worry now." Ethan sighed, a small smirk twitching the corners of his mouth. "I always worry when you're involved. No other choice." "Ha ha," Alistair replied dryly. "You're bloody funny, you know that?" "The funniest." Anything further Ethan might have said was cut off when his phone buzzed atop his desk. "Gimme a sec, Alistair. Gotta take this." Ethan took every call he received, and most of them came from women eager to find out if his prowess in bed was really as prolific as rumored. Ethan didn't bother to stem the tide because he loved women so damned much. Surprisingly, he didn't love any one woman enough to settle down with her. On the one hand, Alistair could understand that perfectly well, as it would take one hell of a woman to deal with his younger brother and his dalliances. On the other hand, Ethan tended to be a saint when it came to women's concerns, so why was marriage so far down on his to-do list? Now, of course, wasn't the time to ask. If Alistair had his way, he'd be in Texas by the end of the week, and working his way through those magnificent mountains less than half a day later. If the acquisition they sought was really as pivotal as his brother claimed, there was no question he would get it, and in short order. While Alistair didn't mind taking chances where his own life was concerned, he knew better than to toy with the future of the company. He respected his father and family far too much. "So, if I give this to you," Ethan had apparently finished his phone conversation, and dangled the file folder with the Texas assignment in it in front of his brother like a particularly succulent bit of steak. "Promise me you're not going to do anything to give Mom a heart attack." Alistair merely snorted in amusement, snatching at the folder quickly. You'd think his extra height would give him an advantage, but Ethan spirited it out of his reach before he could put up a fight. "Promise me, Alistair. You'll be 1,000 miles away, which means I'll have to deal with anything that happens if you break your neck." The Scot exhaled a long-suffering sigh. Ethan always knew how to entrap him. Of all his brothers, the American-born man was without a doubt the wiliest. "Fine. I won't do anything too dangerous." When Ethan's eyes narrowed skeptically, Alistair groaned. "Christ, man, I promise." His brother kept him dangling for a few more seconds, before finally relinquishing the folder. "Good." He sank into his office chair, running fingers through his hair in exasperation. "Why am I always the one trying to get you to behave? Shouldn't you be nearing your midlife crisis or something? You're too damned old to baby." "That'll be the day," Alistair smirked. "This office is going to drive you all barmy way before me." In retaliation, Ethan tossed a pen at him. "Get the hell out." Alistair grinned as it bounced harmlessly off a burly shoulder. "Give Vlad my regards." "Out?" Even as Ethan ushered him through the door, Alistair caught his amused smile. They barely got to see one another these days, so a little healthy ribbing was all par for the course. He wouldn't be doing his duty if he didn't give his brother a hard time. But now that he had Ethan's blessing, it was time for him to prepare for his newest assignment. He started perusing the file in the elevator on his way out of the building. As always, everyone in the elevator gave him a wide berth. If they weren't intimidated by his sheer size, then his beard and fierce gaze always seemed to do the trick. He was a Kensley, no one could deny that. But he was nowhere near as straight-laced as his brothers, and he never would be. Though he had a rough idea of what the Texas assignment entailed, the file brought him completely up to speed. A source had recently discovered an untapped source of oil there, as well as large copper and mineral deposits at the foot of the mountains. It was probably one of the richest sites they'd stumbled upon in a decade. Unfortunately, they could do nothing but marvel until they had rights to the land. Alistair didn't suspect said rights would be hard to acquire, especially considering the location. He'd gotten far more controversial contracts signed in only a few short weeks. Large firms tended to lose their minds at the idea of a hostile takeover, but Alistair had ways of making them come around. From what he'd read, it didn't seem that the owner of the land in Texas was a corporation. By the time he reached the car waiting for him at the curb, he was scanning the history of the acquisition. Almost immediately, he frowned. The patch of land belonged to the Apache Native Americans, of which less than 200 remained in the state. Not only that, but this particular plot belonged to an individual. The Scot's frown only deepened. Acquisitions from individuals were by far the most troublesome. That wasn't to say that Alistair couldn't get it done. He had and would continue to. It was simply that people tended to cling to land for sentimental purposes, while companies could always be persuaded when it came to cost-benefit analysis. People were unpredictable. Just like Alistair. With a sigh, he flipped to the last page of the file. The image paperclip there made him arch a brow in surprise. It was a picture of the landowner, Chloe Sanook Trellis. The fact that it was a woman made him feel a little better. Women tended to be a bit easier to win over. Despite his often overbearing demeanor, Alistair liked to think that when the occasion called for it, he could all but ooze charm. And this woman, well, suffice to say, she was one he didn't think he would mind charming. Chloe looked every bit at her mixed Native American and Caucasian heritage: tan skin, gorgeous, dark slanted eyes, and full mouth. Long, raven-colored hair hung over her shoulders into oblivion. He had to wonder just how long it was. If she wore it down or pinned it up. More importantly, he mulled over the glare she seemed to be giving the camera. The woman was, without a doubt, absolutely gorgeous. But it didn't look as if she cared a single bloody whit for her looks. There was unmitigated warning in those eyes of hers, and perversely, it tickled his fancy far more than it should. He forced his gaze lower over the details of the landowner. She apparently made a living guiding people on nature walks through her property and making Apache crafts with resources she plucked from the land. Didn't necessarily sound like someone who'd vacate easily, but Alistair had never missed an acquisition he was set on getting. And he wasn't about to start now. Unlike the rest of his family, the Scot wasn't crazy about living in the city. He found New York to be completely stifling, even at the best of times. His family's Long Island manor was slightly better. About 50 miles away from the hustle and bustle of the city, at least there he could relax somewhat. But Alistair's favorite retreat was one of his own making. When he could steal a few weeks at home, he did it on Bear Mountain. It had taken him almost 5 years to get permission to build there, but Alistair had been determined. He could think of no other place he might want to spend his time off. When they were younger, his father had taken all 5 of his sons on a yearly trip to the mountain. Their mother always stayed behind, happy to let them have a male bonding experience. Of course, the different brothers each had their own opinions about the great outdoors. Vladimir spent most of his time inside the tent, worried that his fair skin would burn or that some insect would make a home underneath his skin. Ethan, good-natured as he was, had tromped behind their dad on almost every adventure. Besides Alistair himself, he was always the first to take a sprawl in the dirt or fall into the lake, and he was always the first to pick himself up. Lucas did his best to coax Vladimir out into the open. Even when he was younger, his primary goal had been getting them all to spend time together. Toshiro was always glad to participate. He chose making s'mores and telling stories over hiking and swimming, and despite his boisterous own behavior, Alistair had always tried to make sure each and every one of his brothers enjoyed the trips. They had been instrumental in cementing them as a family. He, of course, had been busy tearing a swath of destruction through the campsite, as was his prerogative. Jackson was the only one who'd ever been able to rein his son in, but when they were on the mountain, he didn't have to. The man was a full proponent of letting lessons about the outdoors teach themselves. And Alistair had learned a whole hell of a lot. When he'd insisted on building his home on Bear Mountain, no one in the family had been surprised. After the long legal slog it took to actually acquire and clear the land, he had then insisted on helping build the actual house himself. Jackson, ever amused by his son's antics, had actually turned up on a few occasions to help before his wife gave him an earful, but Alistair was proud that he'd had a hand in constructing his own home. Compared to his brother's abodes, it was modest. A 3-bedroom cabin on 2 acres, surrounded by woodland. It took about an hour and a half to reach the city, and that was precisely the way Alistair liked it. When he was actually at home, only his family took the time and effort to reach him, and even then, he was more than a little off the beaten path. He liked his solitude, which was why he sent the driver packing almost as soon as he had dropped him off. Alistair would have preferred to drive himself, but he hated having to navigate in the city. He'd leave that to Ethan and his fancy Aston Martin. The moment he walked in the door, the decadent smell of beef wafted across the entryway towards him. Alistair did his best not to salivate. In his haste to get to Ethan, he hadn't eaten all day. "Please tell me that's what I think it is," he groaned in anticipation. Alistair toed off his boots the moment he stepped through the door, and an amused laugh echoed from the kitchen. "You're not going to bluster and complain about me being in your house?" At the question, touched with a hint of British culture, Alistair merely rolled his eyes. "You're cooking, so you get a pass this time." He took the 3 or 4 steps that brought him onto the main level of the house. The open floor plan revealed a sprawling kitchen that Alistair had to admit that he was a stranger in, a rustic dining area, and a living room with floor-to-ceiling windows that gave a breathtaking view of the valley below. Lucas was making himself at home in the disused kitchen. He probably knew it better than Alistair, and had no qualms about utilizing the room to its fullest. His dark eyes met his brother's as he smirked. "Who said it's for you?" Alistair collapsed into one of the dining chairs with a low grunt. "It had better be for me, or you're dead meat, baby brother." Lucas scoffed. "You wouldn't dare. Not in your own bloody house." "Exactly. My house, so I can do whatever the hell I please." His response earned him a dirty dish towel chucked in his direction that Alistair easily dodged. "Great way to thank someone for filling your belly." Alistair grinned good-naturedly. "Just like I'm going to kick you out once we've finished? Thanks so much for suggesting it." By this point, Lucas knew better than to take him seriously. He merely rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Ass?" Truth be told, Alistair was glad to see him. Much as he enjoyed his solitude, he hadn't even begun to think about dinner, and Lucas was especially versed in that particular arena. And he tended to be the easiest of Alistair's brothers to deal with, despite being an annoyingly accurate moral compass. When he showed up unexpectedly to cook him a meal, who was Alistair to argue? A comfortable silence fell between them, as Alistair flipped through the file Ethan had given him a final time. Despite any difficulties that he foresaw, he thought that he could have the acquisition wrapped up in under 2 weeks, and return to his stronghold for a bit of R&R. He'd have all the time he needed to tackle the mountains, before he was jogged back to reality by his relentless schedule. If Alistair was honest with himself, every acquisition gave him a secret thrill of pride. He might not be the most conventional of the Kensleys, but he did his part, and he was glad to be able to contribute to the family legacy. After all, the Kensleys had given him everything. It was only right that he gave back. "Medium rare, right?" At Lucas's question, Alistair nodded, finally setting the folder aside. "Heard you're off to Texas?" The older man exhaled a long-suffering sigh. Nothing was ever secret in this family. "Should be there less than 2 weeks. Big acquisition, small obstacle." "And what's the obstacle?" Lucas hovered over the stove like it was second nature, seasoning the steak in the pan errantly as he spoke to his brother. Alistair shrugged. "It's Native American land. Owned by one woman specifically, which makes it a bit easier than if it was registered. Then it would be completely hands-off." "So, you're going to convince her to just give it to you?" Lucas arched a blonde brow skeptically. "We weren't born here, but the last time I looked in a history book, that never works out for invaders. Which is exactly what we are." One could always count on Lucas to bring people and empathy to the forefront. It was one of the reasons Alistair was convinced that his youngest brother actually signing on to work for the firm would be suicide for him. He was entirely too soft-hearted, his blessing and his curse. Alistair stroked his beard thoughtfully. As practically as he wanted to approach this assignment, the fact of the matter was that it could get dicey. The last thing he wanted was to piss off a stranger who held a large chunk of the company's future in the balance. That would reflect well neither on him as a person, nor their firm. "I'll be delicate." The excuse merely sent Lucas's brow higher. "You? Delicate? That's a new one." "I can be tactful," Alistair returned defensively. "You should know better than anyone that my size is deceptive." "Yes. You're even more of a bloody bonehead than people suspect." Alistair growled, stretching out a leg to shove one of the extra chairs in his brother's direction. "Not funny. I'm good at my job." "You're a 37-year-old man-child." Lucas replied with a snarky smile. "Who, yes, has some redeemable qualities. Sometimes." "Screw you." Alistair rolled his eyes, dropping his head backward in defeat. He couldn't, however, keep the smile from twitching the corners of his mouth. Of course, he was accused of immaturity by his youngest brother. All the irony in the world in one house. "I'm actually not worried." Lucas brought a decadent-smelling plate to the kitchen, to set on the table before him with a warm smile. "Whatever I might think, I know you can handle yourself. Just try to be charming. There's some charm there, somewhere, buried underneath all the shite." When Alistair lashed out, Lucas hopped out of the way with surprising agility and a scoff of laughter as he grabbed the file his brother pushed aside. "You know, technically it's illegal for non-employees to be looking at that stuff." Alistair watched Lucas leaf through the papers as he took his first bite of steak. It was mind-blowing, as always. At least deserving of a peek at company files. "Yeah, I'll be waiting for Dad to come after me." Lucas barely glanced up from the paperwork. "He knows where I live." Alistair snorted into his baked potato. Lucas, despite his lack of employment with Kensley Enterprises, served as a human resources division. No one wanted to admit it, but all family problems ended up on Lucas's table, regardless of his age. "This girl looks tough," he commented, glancing up at Alistair. "You sure you want to tackle this assignment first? You could be in Morocco." "I'd like to stay on U.S. soil a while," Alistair's reply was firm. "And I've been eyeing those mountains for half an age." But it wasn't the mountains he was thinking about. The moment Lucas mentioned Chloe Trellis, his mind was back on her determined face. That dark skin, those defiant eyes and full mouth. It would, he realized, be a challenge to avoid distraction when they were face to face. He definitely needed to get laid before he went, but unlike his younger brother Ethan, Alistair didn't keep a rotating door of women in a private Rolodex. He hadn't been with many women in his life, but that was because women made everything complicated. That, and the moment the old man saw one of his sons was dating, he was convinced the match was made in heaven. Personally, Alistair wasn't ready to get married, despite the obvious problems it would solve with his libido. "Just make sure you deal with the acquisition before the mountains." Alistair merely glared at his brother, as if he needed any reminding. He always took care of business before pleasure. Gave him more time for pleasure. "Does Dad know you're going yet?" At the notion, Alistair winced. He was certain by this point that their father would know through the family grapevine that he was Texas-bound. He just hoped he managed to leave before his old man confronted him over it. "He'll know when he gets the paperwork." At Alistair's proclamation, Lucas merely rolled his eyes, settling at the table with his own plate. "Whatever you say, brother." "Bloody right, whatever I say. I'm the eldest." Alistair snatched Lucas's steak knife from his reach before he could pick it up. "You do well to respect that." Lucas merely met his jibe with an exasperated sigh, holding his hand out expectantly. "Well, you certainly act like it, don't you?"
Chapter 2.
It was supply day. The moment she woke, Chloe rolled onto her back to stare upward through the thick pane of glass in the ceiling. She had installed the skylight just over a year ago, and reveled in being able to see the sky the moment she woke. If she was bound for town that particular day, she was never able to be outside as much as she liked. But supply day meant that she could take her time in the woods. On her land. Chloe couldn't help but grin as she sat up, stretching leisurely. Supply day was always the best day of the week. She didn't have to pretend to be social or ignore the looks that some of the townsfolk still shot her, even now that she was over 30. She didn't have to pretend to be something she wasn't. One of the best things about living on the very edge of town was that Chloe never had to fight for her privacy. People rarely came out this far, and even if they did, her cabin was set so far back in the woods that only someone with bad intentions would catch a glimpse of her. As such, she usually slept naked. The few girlfriends she had in town were always telling her about the health benefits entailed in nudity, but in truth, Chloe did it mostly for comfort. The weather in Central Texas was warm most of the year, and there wasn't any point in dirtying laundry when she could merely sleep the way nature intended. When she got out of bed, however, she tossed on a cotton robe as she went about her morning routine. Today there was no rush. She didn't have to get to town before most of the other shops opened. As she boiled the water for chamomile and nettle tea, she checked on the progress of some of last week's lavender, which was drying on the back porch. Thankfully, the past few days had been perfect weather for it. With luck, she'd have enough to last her the rest of the month. Though there was a Bath and Body Works in town, as well as a few other fancy shops women could buy their products from, Chloe dealt a good deal in her homemade soaps. Her repeat customers told her that the scents she produced were unparalleled. And they were a quarter the price they paid in the fancier stores. She supposed that sometimes there was just no accounting for genuine skill and passion. Barefoot, she stepped from the porch and onto the dirt path that led to her garden. She would, of course, need to venture beyond her own yard to get everything she needed to make her products, but her garden was always a good start. She gathered a few handfuls of herbs, as well as some mint to pop in her tea, before heading back to the kitchen. She was, in fact, so far from the main road that the only things to interrupt her breakfast were the calls of several birds and the chittering of a family of squirrels living under her eaves. As Chloe munched on a piece of toast, a low purring drifted up from under her kitchen table and she smiled. Moments later, a furry head butted assertively against the arch of her foot. Someone was just as hungry as she was. Feigning exasperation, she pushed back from the table just as the little mischief maker hopped up onto her bare thighs. Well, good morning, Ahmed. Her newly adopted kitten did, in fact, look just like the cougar he was named after. A sandy blonde color with darker paws and large blue eyes, he was, she was pretty certain, some sort of wildcat. Though he was still a baby, he had to be a good 6 or 7 pounds. Larger than a Chihuahua but smaller than a Pomeranian, she wasn't quite sure what he'd grow up to be. Her father always used to tell her that she had an affinity with animals, bringing home injured squirrels and birds, with a plea to her parents to save them. Every time a little one slipped away, she was heartbroken, and when they were able to release one into the woods again, her spirit sang. As much as her father had approved of her gentility, however, Chloe didn't think he would have allowed her a baby wildcat. No, that was completely her own doing. "Aren't you tired of me yet?" she queried softly, picking the little cat up beneath its arms to bring it to eye level. "Don't you want to go back home to your mama?" The kitten just tilted its head in confusion, making her laugh softly. As much as she loved the outdoors, Chloe wasn't near suicidal enough to go looking for a mother cougar. She had to assume that if the little one had stumbled upon her, it was because he no longer had a mother. And who was she to deny him if that was the case? "Let me get your breakfast, little one." With a brief kiss to his downy head, Chloe set him on the kitchen floor to see about making his food. Approximately half an hour later, little Akma was neck-deep in the bowl she'd given him, while his surrogate mother prepared to make her supply day trek. Chloe had just shrugged into the denim jacket she wore until cool mornings turned to heated afternoons, when the tinny tone of her doorbell echoed through the house. Immediately, she arched a brow. She wasn't expecting any packages or visitors, so what on earth was someone doing out here at 8 in the morning? Frowning, she made her way to the front door, hoping it wasn't some wayward missionary or one of the last door-to-door salesmen. Instead, she was surprised to find Martha Wynne, the mayor's wife, on her doorstep. "Martha?" "Chloe." The older woman greeted her with a small smile, somewhat embarrassed. "I'm sorry to bother you so early. I just wanted to have a bit of a chat. Could we talk for a minute?" A chat? Martha was friendly enough when Chloe met her in the street, but they had never been the best of friends. What on earth could they have to chat about? "I'm sure. Come on in." She stepped back to admit the older woman, with what she hoped was a friendly smile. "Would you like some tea?" "That would be nice." The silence that fell between them as Chloe worked was the kind that was both apprehensive and slightly unnerving. Though people tried not to speak about her when she was in town, Chloe knew very well what kind of reputation she had. Living on the edge of the mountains without a cell phone or computer, she only came into town every few days to sell her goods and buy what she needed. She might as well be a hermit. And her Native American heritage only added to the mystery. She couldn't think of a single reason why the mayor's wife would want to talk to her, of all people. Thank you. When Chloe handed her the tea, Martha accepted it gratefully, taking a long sip. Her expression turned slightly surprised at the flavor. What is this? It's delicious. Nettle and chamomile, with a little mint and honey. Chloe provided helpfully. I have toast too. That's about it though. I need to make a grocery run. The tea is fine, thank you. Martha took another sip before setting it aside. If the way she twisted her fingers together nervously on the tabletop was any indication, the business she had come for couldn't be very pleasant. Chloe was immediately wary. You know, Chloe, the acreage you have here is absolutely lovely. I know my husband has tried to speak with you about it in the past. So that's what this was about. He really means well, you know. The whole town is concerned, really. It's a lot of land for one woman to tend to, and… Martha, it's really early for this. Chloe raked a hand through her hair, doing her best to contain her temper. If you insist on talking about it, I'd like to motion for a later date. She could tell by the sudden gleam in Martha's eyes that she had misinterpreted the suggestion. You mean you'd be open to negotiations? That's not what I said. Now Chloe couldn't keep the edge from her voice. If your husband has listened to me at all, he knows exactly how I feel on the subject. Immediately, Martha tried to backtrack. To her merit, she had more tact than her blockhead of a husband. Now that's exactly what I said. Mark can be a bit thick-headed sometimes, I know that. I've been talking to him and suggested that perhaps it's better if we ask for just a portion of the land, just enough to make things easier on you. Mrs. Wynne. Chloe cut her off firmly. The day had barely started, and it was already going so terribly wrong. While I appreciate how concerned you are for my capacity to take care of the land that's been in my family for centuries, I assure you that I am more than up to the task. Just like my father and his father before him. They refused similar deals, just like I'm going to refuse yours. Of course, Martha chose the indignant route. The mayor had done much the same. Chloe had to give them both credit for not letting vicious name-calling and old rumors dominate the dialogue, but it would be better if they didn't have to have it at all. They wouldn't have her land while she was still breathing. She owed her family at least that much. Chloe dear, if you would just see reason. Thankfully, at that moment, Chloe's newest pet decided to assert his dominance. In Chloe's eyes, he was just a kitten, but Martha saw him as most people would, a cougar cub. When he stalked towards her, growling low in his throat, she immediately leaped to her feet. Good gracious, what is that? That is Akma, Chloe replied sourly, her tongue sliding over the Apache syllables. And I believe we're of a similar mind. Let me see you out, Mrs. Wynne. Thankfully, her guest had already begun her retreat at the first sight of Akma. Chloe just aided the hastiness of her exit. It was Mrs. Wynne, however, who had the last word. Chloe, please. She paused on the threshold with a nervous glance in the direction of the cat that paced back and forth across the entryway. Just consider it. After you, who's going to inherit the land? You're coming up in years, aren't you? Any plans to get married? Have children? The younger woman just glared at her. Good morning, Mrs. Wynne. The mayor's wife cast Akma a last frightened glance before she hurried from the house and back in the direction of her waiting car. The moment she was gone, Chloe slammed the door shut hard enough to rattle the frame. Her mouth set in a deep scowl, and she stalked back through the cabin, grabbing her bag before she made her way out into the back garden. Akma, as always, scampered along at her heels, eyes gleaming with mischief. It took Chloe a good 15 minutes of silent marching through the trees before she finally began to calm down. Nature always had that effect on her. Even before her father had begun to walk through the woods with her, she used to flee into the backyard every time she was in trouble, anxious to climb the nearest tree. Once she was surrounded by greenery, it was hard to stay angry. Out here, none of what Martha Wynne or her idiotic husband said mattered. Well, almost none of it. With a sigh, Chloe knelt to run her fingers through Akma's thick fur. The moment she stopped, he settled at her heels, gazing up at her expectantly. You don't think I'm old, do you, boy? In response to her question, the cub merely purred, rubbing his nose against the back of her hand indulgently. Of course, a kitten wouldn't know anything about old age. When Chloe took him to the vet, after freaking out slightly, the man had assessed that the little one was probably less than 3 months old, and that had only been a few short weeks ago. And how old was she? Lord above, Chloe didn't even want to think about it. She liked to tell herself that she was aging gracefully. When she looked in the mirror, she didn't spot any gray hairs or telltale wrinkles. But the fact of the matter was that the winds were right. She was getting on in years, and she had yet to so much as date for the past decade. Was it her fault men in town were total and complete idiots? They always wanted to date her because she was strange. The mysterious woman who lived on the edge of town with Indian blood. The mere notion made her roll her eyes. They thought she was primitive because she spurned most modern technology when it was their heads that were back in the Stone Age. You could actually date people just because you liked them. There didn't have to be any ulterior motive. It was times like these when she wondered, briefly, if staying in Tippano was what was best for her. Despite her family's ties to the land, her father had always encouraged her to explore the world beyond their little town. She'd been lucky enough to study abroad a few times during both her high school and university years, which meant that she wasn't completely unversed when it came to the international. In the end, however, Chloe had always felt a pull that brought her back home. Despite all the ups and downs, Tippano was her town. Her land was here. Her parents were buried here, and if nothing else, the town itself and the people in it had a strange allure all their own, despite the way they felt about her. Even the winds. But none of them was enough to satisfy her romantically. The older she got, the more Chloe began to think that maybe she wasn't cut out for the family life. Maybe her family line would die out with her, and then the town would pounce on the resource as if it had never been preserved. Blowing out a long breath, Chloe stepped off the well-worn path, making her way through the trees to a grove where she knew lilies grew at the foot of the mountain. Akma hesitated only a moment before following her, hopping over the fallen trees that lie in his path. Sometimes Chloe wished she never had to leave the forest. Here things were so much easier. Here she was home. Though Alistair had expected Granbury to be small, he was surprised by just how minute the place actually was. After arriving at Easterwood Airport, he picked up his rental car and took the 3-hour drive away from civilization and towards the tantalizing mountains in the distance. After being stuck in the city for the past week, he'd been craving the outdoors like a man starved. Granbury was rural, yes, but it was absolutely gorgeous. 50 miles away from the nearest town in any direction, bordered by lovely fields, woodlands, and the mountains he had his eye on, the place was absolutely breathtaking. Which, while wonderful in his eyes, meant that it would be even harder to nail down the acquisition. Owning the land meant drilling and mining it, which in turn meant marring the beauty of this place. In the 15-plus years he'd been working with the company, Alistair had learned to accept the small measure of guilt that came with his duties. Some of the places he saw would be altered irreparably, and some only barely touched, but they would always be different. And that was something he had to live with. He was surprised to find that he had drawn a crowd by the time he pulled up at his hotel. Pulling a crowd meant even more when you considered that there were only 2 main streets arranged in an X configuration, most of which sold items that looked like they had come from another century. When Alistair stepped out of the Porsche he had rented, the 10 or so people assembled only gawked harder. It was enough to remind him that, visually, he was something of an oddity. Especially for a little town in the middle of nowhere. "Evening, folks?" He gave them his best friendly smile. "Kind of you to welcome me to your town." When they simply continued to stare at him, Alistair merely sighed, shutting the car door to round it and extract his bag from the trunk. Locking the vehicle with the press of a button, he strode past the assembled crowd and into the small, plain building where he'd rented a room. Ethan had offered to book him in somewhere nicer, but the daily drive would have fried him, and besides, unlike some of his brothers, Alistair could stand being denied a bit of luxury every once in a while. Heaven knew he'd grown up with enough of it. Evening. His booming greeting echoed across the small, dim lobby, nearly giving the middle-aged man behind the desk a heart attack. He jumped, sending the book he was reading and tumbling onto the aged carpet below. "Geez, you scared the heck out of me, son." Alistair swallowed an amused snort. He might not have been born American, but even he knew how outdated that particular exclamation was. "Apologies, sir. I did mean to startle you." At his lowered Scottish burr, the clerk arched a brow in intrigue. "Scottish, are you?" "American, actually." After his clever jibe, Alistair decided to take pity on the poor man. They would have to tolerate one another for the next 2 weeks, after all. "But I was born in Scotland. I've got some Scottish folks on my ma's side of the family." The clerk grinned, snapping his fingers in sudden realization. "Hey, you know you look just like that Kensley fellow who's on the TV sometimes. Ain't he Scottish too?" Instead of explaining himself, Alistair merely handed over his ID and credit card. The clerk gawked almost as hard as the crowd of people outside. It took another 10 minutes to calm him down, and then an additional 20 for the man to actually get him his room. It was times like these that Alistair understood why his brother Vladimir was reluctant to ever step into the limelight. Once you were there, it was pretty hard to escape. "Mayor Wynne told me to expect you." Once he had finally finished all the paperwork, handwritten of course, Roger remembered another detail. "I'll just ring the town hall and let them know you've arrived." "That's unnecessary," Alistair interjected almost immediately. By this point it was almost 8 in the evening, and he'd been traveling for a good 9 hours. His meeting with the mayor could almost certainly wait until the next day. That, and Alistair wanted a good evening to case the town before everyone discovered who he was and started treating him loftily. He'd never really been comfortable getting special treatment, just because he was a Kensley. "I think I'm just gonna turn in, have a couple hours rest. How about you call Mayor Wynne first thing tomorrow, and I can meet with him then?" As little as he was looking forward to it. If Alistair had his way, he'd just go directly to the source. Knock on Chloe Trellis' door, convince her, have the paperwork signed and be out of here in a few days. But that, unfortunately, had never been how the Kensleys did business. There would be meetings with the mayor and the land surveyors, and God knew who else before everything was through. The least he could ask for was a bit of well-deserved time off the radar. "I do think that sounds like a plan, Mr. Kensley." Roger beamed at him, taking his hand to pump up and down enthusiastically. "We're so excited to have you in our little establishment. If only you knew." If the fact that he'd been trying to check in for an hour was any indication, Roger was absolutely thrilled. By the time Alistair actually got up to his room, there was a part of him that was really tempted to knock out. But if he did that, he might miss his only chance to explore the town unhindered. He took a quick shower before slipping into some more comfortable clothes, an inconspicuous polo and jeans, then did his best to sneak back down into the lobby. With Roger buried in his book once more, it was easy for him to creep out the back door. And then he was blissfully free. Thankfully, the sun had set while Roger was busy interrogating him, so the town was covered in a blanket of darkness penetrated only by the street lights and a few establishments that were still doing business. The place was charming in its own way, both paved and unpaved streets, old cars and grocery stores. A single barber shop, coffee shop and diner, and a mini mall that looked like it had seen better days. This place could certainly use the business Kensley Enterprises would bring. But it wasn't the town that owned the land. It took him a good half hour of exploration, but Alistair managed to find a bar that was still open. There were less than 10 occupants inside the dimly lit interior, and the jukebox played some half-forgotten rock song recorded in another time. It was Alistair's kind of place. "Give me a pint of whatever you have on draft." Though he was pretty sure the bartender heard his request, the man stared at him openly as he took a seat at the bar. Alistair gave him his requisite 30 seconds or so, before clearing his throat pointedly. That was enough to send the man scurrying towards the taps. "Yes, sir. Right away." With a smirk, Alistair assessed the interior of the bar once more. Of the few patrons, less than half were female. He'd never been the type to troll bars looking for easy pickings, but if he were, this place might as well be a graveyard. All the women present were his mother's age, maybe older. To their merit, they were all drinking hard liquor, and more than a few of them were eyeing him with interest. The fact made him grin. When the bartender gave him his beer, he took it gratefully, raising his glass to take a long swallow. This was the calm before the storm. If he was lucky, there wouldn't be any interference from his father trying to get him to date the townies. If there were any younger women, Alistair had to imagine they'd be half his age, and he had no desire to toy with a girl barely versed with the ways of the world. If there were more women like Chloe Trellis, however. The thought gave him pause. Where the bloody hell had that come from? He'd only seen the woman's picture a few times, and now he was fantasizing about her. The mere notion was enough to make him snort into his beer. And yet, the woman was pretty damned easy on the eyes. That was, at least if you didn't count that fierce scowl of hers. Alistair couldn't help imagining what she might look like if she smiled. That pretty mouth of hers turned upward in amusement, perhaps even a low laugh, and what would that sound like? Would it be high and breathy or low and sultry? Christ, what was the matter with him? Trellis was a job, not someone he meant to tempt into his bed. The fewer clandestine thoughts he had of her, the better, no matter what she looked like. The only things Alistair needed to say to Chloe Trellis had to do with business, and that was the way it would remain. Alistair finished his beer in a few swallows, before ordering another. Even though he knew he might have a meeting early the next morning, he wanted to make sure he wasn't tempted any further by the woman flitting in and out of his thoughts, and a surefire way to prevent that was by getting drunk. Chloe, he promised himself, is a business deal, just like any other. And Alistair had never failed to win his father a deal he needed.
End of sneak peek for Saving Chloe by Ellen Lane and Michelle Love. Thank you for listening to this preview of Saving Chloe, a Billionaire Romance. Please like and subscribe to support this channel, it helps more than you know.